Do you know for
parts? Oh my gosh.
Go.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the which way.
Consequences. I'm staying in the race.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
you should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Oh, another curtain.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
I just want to address something. I was wrong.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Come on! I made a huge, tiny mistake. Right now.
I see that you know your judo well.
China. I have to have my China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Rid of the Second Amendment?
Aren't I a good guy?
Science. So hot right now.
That's hot.
Winter is coming.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Full of Pepe.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, trying to make sense of everything going on around us. So much for us to talk about here, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, Space Fams, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating away off into that deep, dark void during this space journey of ours. All right. Great to see everyone here tonight. Hope you're all doing well. Better do some shout-outs before we get started. Moa Noah, Pitchforks Dragon, and Bob Carmody 123 in this YouTube chat. Although, technically it's a false start, and I'm sorry, I should be disqualified. Anyway, other people are here as well. Let's see, oh wait, I was wrong. It was actually Mona, Bob Carmody, and Icebreaker Gaming. Sue Fairy Does Be a close fourth. Aaron W here as well. Pitchforks Dragon. Vicky. Snicks Abaya. Cat. Who else is here? That might be it. Oh, May Wormy in the shorts chat. I'll do a little shout out down there too. All right. Well, like I mentioned, we have a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight. Very busy 24 hours since we last saw each other. All sorts of stuff happening out there in the world. Elon and Donald Trump breaking up. Also, still a lot of stuff going on with the Harvard situation, visas. Canada on fire. AI destroying the planet and the future simultaneously. Gazans continue to starve, SpaceX failures, and much, much more. I guess we better get started in that familiar place. Where we have a horrifying news story to get us started off.
A Tennessee high school senior came out as gay on social media, and following that, her Christian school is now withholding her diploma. The school claims the student violated their social media policy. That student is now suing, claiming the school is violating their own policies.
A star athlete, Morgan Armstrong, is familiar with the spotlight, but she knew posting these photos online would reveal just how harsh those lights can be.
This is
it was nerve-wracking to post it because I knew everyone was going to have different opinions. Some would love it, some would hate it.
Not long after posting that she was gay, showing photos with her girlfriend, the senior at Tennessee Christian Preparatory School was called into the office along with her father.
I figured it was the social media post that I posted with my girlfriend.
The family says the school provided this letter referring to this, a private message Armstrong sent to friends asking for their support, writing, "Go like and comment on my post. I have some ruthless Trump-supporting Jesus MFs on there." The school wrote, Morgan posted on social media platforms such as Instagram a disparaging remark reflecting the people at Tennessee Christian.
Oh,
the
this is
comment
disparaging.
reflected on the institution, faculty, staff, alumni, and students in the most negative way possible. Armstrong says nowhere in the private message did she mention the school, and she was
Yeah, no, I don't see the school name one time. She mentioned Jesus. I guess Jesus represents the whole school.
Jesus, I say that.
This is such a fucked up story. And this is what we're going to get, okay, with the pushing of charter and private schools being funded by fucking tax dollars. Okay, our tax dollars are going to go to discrimination because these schools can do whatever the fuck they want. They don't fall under the Department of Education in the same way that the rest of, our public schools do. They are private institutions. And they can discriminate technically against their kids. Well, maybe not legally speaking. Probably could be taken to court over this, but it's fucking insane. This is what we're funding, all right? Is exclusion of people based upon who they are, right? Oh, you're gay? Oh, sorry. Nah, no, no graduation for you. Even though you're a star athlete. This is where we're at. This is where we're at, and this is where we're headed.
Talking about a relative.
Morgan did not write anything about the school at any time. She didn't post anything about the school, and her private message was not about the school.
Still, the school suspended her, banning her from campus and graduation, holding her diploma until next month, and writing if the slander continues.
The slander
continues. Will be forwarded to colleges and universities.
How dare you slander us?
Shocked, and then I went to anger.
Yeah.
The district's policy on students using social media urges caution, saying their posts reflect the school community. Writing students can't write disparaging or harassing remarks.
Harassing? Who was harassed?
And there are tiers of punishment.
It sounds
according
like
to the lawsuit.
It sounds like this young woman was the one who was harassed. If anybody was being harassed, it was her on social media. She literally put it in her private message. She said, "Hey, I'm being harassed online by a bunch of Jesus freaks," and then this Jesus freak school decided to come in there and say, "We'd like to harass you as well, please."
A what now?
Time social media violation should result in just 1 day of in-school suspension.
Wow.
There may be people that will claim
for being gay.
This is a private Christian school. They set the rules, and you sign up for that.
And that's why we shouldn't give
tuition.
And that's why
That's okay. Follow your.
That's why we shouldn't. It's not okay. It's not okay, and that's why we shouldn't give these schools our money. All right. That is why we cannot give these fucking, very much unaccountable institutions taxpayer dollars to do whatever they want to American children. Gross way to start, but don't worry, we got more. Although this one is actually, no, I'm sorry, I take it back. This next one is not as gross. I mean, the thing that happened to lead to it all was gross, but at least this story may give us some tiny fraction of solace. Here's Eyewitness News ABC 7 New York from yesterday.
A federal judge has sentenced Michael Cullion to 19
What the fuck?
A federal judge has sentenced Michael Cullion to 19 years in prison for supplying a deadly dose of fentanyl-laced heroin that killed transgender activist Cecilia Gentili. Prosecutors say he provided the drug to Gentili's dealer, who sold it to her. She died in February of 2024. Cullion pleaded guilty in September to federal drug distribution and gun possession charges. The judge said the 19-year sentence would be a message of deterrence. Gentili's dealer.
Well, there you go. The man who supplied fentanyl to transgender activist Cecilia Gentili is now going to be spending 20 years in prison.
Illegal.
All right. All right. Speaking of crimes, let's see what Donald Trump has been doing to enforce law and order. Or, the opposite of that, actually. Let's talk about all the fucking pardons Donald Trump is dishing out to all of his allies and donors. Here's PBS NewsHour to get us started from 2 days ago.
In the first months of his second term, President Trump has moved to pardon many who were considered to be loyal to him, from local Republican officials convicted of fraud to rioters at the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol.
This evening, the president called the daughter of reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley to tell her that he plans to pardon her parents. The pair are both serving years-long prison sentences for bank and tax fraud. Also today, the New York Times published new details about the pardon of a Florida businessman convicted of tax evasion. Our White House correspondent Laura Barone-Lopez has more.
A report from the New York Times found that the Trump administration pardoned Paul Walsack after his mother, Elizabeth Fago, attended a $1 million per plate fundraising dinner for the president's super PAC. 3 weeks after the dinner, the president signed the pardon, getting Walsack out of an 18-month prison sentence and a $4 million restitution payment. To discuss this and more, I'm joined by Liz Oyer, former pardon attorney at the Department of Justice, who was fired from her post earlier this year.
It is quite a response time. Like, really, think about that. This guy has spent like 3 days in jail. 3 days. And I don't even know if he'd spent any days in jail. But 3 days after the sentence was handed down. After the... Actually, I don't even know did you say the sentence or the verdict? It doesn't matter. I mean, 3 days is fucking wild. Think about that. 3 days. This woman gives Donald Trump $1 million for a plate of food. And then says, hey, you remember me?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Mind getting my son out of jail for money?
Liz, thank you so much for joining the NewsHour.
Thanks for having me, Laura.
So let's start with the recent revelations about the pardon Trump issued to Paul Walsack. Walsack is a former nursing home executive. He was convicted of cheating on taxes to finance his lavish lifestyle, including purchasing a $2 million yacht. The sequence of events is the story here, because Walsack's mother was invited to and attended that
dude decided, I mean, I could pay my tax. I could pay my taxes, or I could have a $2 million yacht. I kind of want to go boating.
Mar-a-Lago, the president's club, and then Trump signed the full pardon for Walsack. What signal does that?
Mo and Noip sent 100 for 2 jewels. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I've never seen these gifts before. It's been because we stopped doing the short streams like right after they started doing the jewels, the gifts on the short streams. I don't know what that means, but thank you, Mona. I appreciate you. Oh, it also reminds me, I should probably start a goal. Probably should start a goal.
And to other wealthy individuals who may be seeking a pardon from the president.
Well, one other thing that's so striking about the timeline here is Walsack was just sentenced to prison days before he received that pardon from President Trump. And the judge who sentenced him said at that proceeding that he wanted to send the message that wealth is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. And for that reason, he sentenced Walsack to 18 months in prison, in addition to having to pay back the money that he owed by defrauding, essentially, taxes, by not paying taxes. So this sends a message that accountability for the wealthy is not the same as accountability for those who don't have resources. And it creates essentially a two-tier system of justice for regular people and then for those who have political connections and wealth.
And yesterday, President Trump pardoned Virginia Sheriff Scott Jenkins, who was handing out deputy sheriff badges in exchange for money. He was paid more than $75,000 in bribes in what the DOJ called a, quote, cash for badges scheme. Jenkins was also a big supporter of President Trump and expressed some...
Want to be a police officer, but don't want to go through the the process of becoming a police officer? Hey, got $10,000? Well, you can get yourself a quick badge. You can run around the city pretending that you're an actual police officer. I guess there's really no real distinguishable difference, really, when you think about it. You got the badge. I mean, technically, that gives you the right, I think, to do whatever, police officers have the right to do. It's disgusting. Why didn't the goal start? That pissed me off a great deal. Son of a bitch. That really bugged me. Why can't I spell? There we go. Start goal. All right. Yeah, exactly. It's a cash for badges scheme, pay for pardon scheme. I mean, Donald Trump is just saying, yeah, all of that sounds good.
Anti-immigrant sentiment.
Honestly, I feel like that nursing home guy, Donald Trump probably really sees himself, in that guy. He's like, oh, what? $2 million yacht or taxes, actually? That's exactly as I would do. Do as I do. Give me $1 million and no jail for you.
What's your takeaway from that pardon? And is this normally how pardons work?
This is not at all how pardons normally work. Pardons are normally reserved for people who show remorse for a crime they've been convicted of and who have actually served at least some and typically all of their sentence and have shown personal growth and rehabilitation during that time. However, this administration appears to be using pardons in a completely different and new way, which is to reward people who demonstrate political loyalty to the administration, and that is unprecedented.
By the way, I noticed people talking about the new chat community crown thing. I looked into it a little bit in between the test stream from earlier this morning and now. And wait, why is that a 10 goal? I did a 5 goal. Oh my fucking god. My brain is broken. This is what I get for not taking a good enough sleep, I think. I took a quick nap. I got like 5 hours. What was I gonna say? Oh, right. Crowns. You get crowns for engagement. According to YouTube's own words, when I looked into it, it has to do with engagement, essentially. So, how long you're watching the stream, how much you're chatting, supposedly super chats and like stickers and whatever, like donos, those also count towards it, supposedly. I don't know for sure. I don't know. Mostly because I feel like YouTube says stuff, and then sometimes that's actually not true. So I guess we'll see just how that all turns out.
Used his pardon authority in his first administration. President Trump did when he pardoned his campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, who had been convicted of bank and tax fraud. And that's not the only Trump ally that was pardoned when he was president the first time. Is there a pattern to Trump's pardons?
There is a pattern. This is something that began in the first Trump administration, but has gotten worse under the new administration for 2 reasons. One is that many of the pardons are happening in secret. And the second thing that is really different is that Trump appears to be doing this just for wealthy, well-connected people. In the first administration, there were some truly deserving individuals who were more along the lines of ordinary Americans who did benefit from pardons, alongside the politically connected and those who had personal relationships with President Trump. But now the ordinary people seem to have been completely forgotten. There are applications piled up at the Office of the Pardon Attorney from individuals who are incarcerated around the country. Some of
Yeah, and well, the fact is Donald Trump fired the original pardon attorney that was in that office upon entering. I think we talked about her losing her job like months ago now. But yeah, this is where we're at right now in our government. If you have money, you can commit crimes. But you have to have money and also be willing to give that money to Donald Trump. And or be a loyalist, I guess. It's not clear what the actual calculus is, the equation of all of that. A plus B equals pardon. I don't know. But yes, there's some sort of magic number. It's the magic number. Let's talk about a different guy who got pardoned. Former Republican New York congressman. Oh, what was this dick's name? I always forget. Well, don't worry. You can commit tax evasion as long as you're a Republican.
Illegal.
Here's CNN from yesterday.
President Trump, just within the last few minutes, using the power of his office to again issue another pardon For the third consecutive day, the president flexing his clemency power to pardon or commute sentences for people with ties to his political allies. Our panel will be here to weigh in, but we do want to start with CNN senior White House
God, I hate
correspondent
Scott
Kristen
Jennings'
Holmes, who is
smug,
live for us
douchey
on
face.
the North Lawn. Kristen, this is just the latest pardon. It's for a member of Congress. And of course, just hours after other pardons came down for a pair of reality TV stars. What are we learning at this hour?
Yeah, Casey, remember, it's important to keep in mind the context here, which is this is really a power of the presidency that is unchecked. It's one of the biggest powers he has. And usually when we see these controversial pardons, particularly in Trump's first term or even with other presidents, they happen at the very end of the tenure. But now what you're starting to see is Trump rolling them out just as he goes. A lot of them people who have been supporters of President Trump's at various points in his career. So let's talk about this latest pardon. This was Michael Grimm. He is a former politician, Republican congressman from New York. He was a congressman from 2011 to 2014. That's when he resigned after he pled guilty to one count of.
Thank you for asking, Mona. Yes, the 107 of 350 goal is just counting donos from Cash App, PayPal, and also new patrons. New patrons are also counting those. Because, of course, all of those we get immediately, if not sooner. We got like 2 days until June, and we're still behind on the space finances. Got a big ol' galactic deficit still. So if you want to ensure that we can, keep the lights on around here, don't get kicked out into the void ourselves, do consider contributing over there. I feel like I need to end this goal and restart it
Fraud, just to
on
be clear,
YouTube, though.
he had actually been.
The 10's too many. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
I mean, it's not too much, but we always do 5, and 10 just seems like a lot.
Charged with 20 counts of fraud, federal tax evasion, and perjury, but then ended up pleading guilty to just that single charge. He tried to run again in New York. He served 7 months in prison, and then he became a Newsmax host in which many times he had been complimentary of Donald Trump. As you said, this is just the latest of a string of what we have seen of pardons and commutations by President Trump. A lot of the people here, like the Chrisleys, whose daughter spoke at the RNC, who was a big avid supporter of Donald Trump's, who claimed political persecution, and that's why her parents were in jail. These are the people that he is currently spending his time pardoning. The day before that, it was a former sheriff who was a huge Trump supporter. So clearly here sending a message to people who are Trump loyalists and saying that he is standing by them.
You can commit crimes. I don't know. I mean, that's one way of seeing it. I mean, that's a very, very generous way of seeing that. he's just standing by them, just proximity wise. He's near them. No, what he's saying is if you're a Republican and you got some money, you can commit crimes. Just hit me up in the DMs, and cash at me $1 million, and you can commit whatever crime you want. It's fine. It's totally fine. Actually, as it turns out.
Illegal.
Okay, hold on. I gotta do one thing at a time here. Let me start this goal on YouTube. There we go. Okay, 5. There we go. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Love it. Great.
This afternoon, Kristen, thank you very much. And our panel joins us now. CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams, CNN political commentator, Republican strategist, and pollster Kristen Soltis Anderson, former Democratic senator from Alabama, Doug Jones, CNN senior
Scott
political
Jennings,
commentator Scott Jennings,
smug, douchey face. I cannot stand this guy. I don't understand why CNN continues. I mean, and why? Whose decision was it to make this man a senior analyst? He's a senior analyst, maybe, but certainly wouldn't pay this man for his words ever. In fact, I'd pay him to stop talking.
Now by CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Ellie, let me sort of start with you on the big picture, and then we'll get, we have several lawyers on our panel, in addition to being a former senator. Senator Jones is also a lawyer here. But Ellie, can you just tell us a little bit about the story of Michael Grimm, this congressman. I was on the Hill when he was taken to task for basically threatening to throw a reporter, I believe, over the cannon balcony.
I'm sorry, what?
It was a bit
Illegal.
Sort of played out, but obviously he got himself into trouble after he left Congress. What happened here, and why do you think Donald Trump decided to pardon him today?
That's a great question.
Well, Casey, I couldn't even begin to get into Donald Trump's mind. He's obviously been on a pardon spree.
Really, Ellie?
And I
You
think
can't?
some of the pardons of the last few
Is it
days
too
have
hard?
been indefensible. However, I think the pardon of the former Congressman Michael Grimm, if you look at it in isolation, actually is quite defensible. So this was a person,
It's
as you said,
quite
who was a
defensible?
member of Congress.
Ellie, go to hell, buddy. This is not defensible. This dude committed tax evasion and threatened to kill someone. That doesn't sound defensible at all. I don't understand.
Come on!
You're making no sense over there, Ellie. Not that you make sense, too regularly. All right, let's go over here to talk about more pardons. ABC 7 from 18 hours ago. Savannah Chrisley reacts to her parents being pardoned by Donald Trump.
President Donald Trump announcing another round of controversial pardons today. Among those pardoned are a reality TV show husband and wife found guilty of fraud and tax evasion, plus a sheriff convicted of selling badges and pocketing the money, all convicted of their crimes by juries of their peers or who had pleaded guilty. Eyewitness News reporter Michelle Fisher joining us now with a closer look at these latest presidential pardons. Michelle?
Mark, Donald Trump has called himself the president of law and order. So why is it that he's letting convicted criminals out of prison, calling them the victims? Well, supporters argue he's correcting Biden administration prosecutions, but critics say President Trump is rewarding his allies.
I'm just so grateful that I'm going to leave here with my dad.
Dude,
Savannah Chrisley,
look at that. Shocking. She's in full Trump gear. Who is...
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
By the way, the Chrisleys, I was not familiar with what they had done. I looked it up. Apparently, they defrauded banks out of more than $30 million by submitting false documents. And then after that, decided, you know what, we're already on a spree. We might as well just stop filing tax returns for several years. And then they were convicted of, eventually they were convicted also of obstruction of justice and wire fraud. But hey, you can commit crimes as much as you want as long as, oh my God, nobody can see what's happening. God damn it. God.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Well, at least you all heard what was going on. This is what she looks like. Pink MAGA hat. And pink MAGA jumper. I mean, just wow. I know there's no vid. I'm sorry. No, I know, Hermit. Thank you for that. Narwhal by Nature starting us off with the super chat goal. Wait, why can't I see the super chats? What is happening? I can't. What the fuck? Oh, it's. Oh, come on.
Come on!
There we go. Thank you, Marvel, for the reminder. Can't see the video. And also, thank you for starting us on the road towards goal completion. Breaking the ice for me. For us, really. For everyone. But yeah, as long as you look like this and you're just doing financial crimes, NBD, no big deal. $30 million, is that a lot? Is 30 million a lot? I don't know. I've got way more than that now.
Out of prison, calling them the victims.
The
Well,
victims.
supporters argue he's correcting Biden administration prosecutions, but critics say President
Victims foiled by their own petard. Sometimes you can be your own victim. You can victimize yourself, okay? People don't get that.
allies.
I'm just so grateful that I'm going to leave here with my dad.
Savannah Chrisley emotional, waiting outside a Pensacola, Florida prison hours after President Trump pardoned her parents, reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley.
My parents have not spoken to each other, heard each other's voices, or seen each other in the past 2.5 years. It has been extremely difficult.
Convicted in 2022 for tax evasion and bank fraud, prosecutors say the Chrisleys engaged in a, quote, 15-year fraud spree. Savannah at last year's RNC blaming their convictions, though, on politics.
Due to our public profile and conservative beliefs, they accused my parents of...
Don't you see? The Biden DOJ made them commit the crimes. It's like, hey, so someone is like, Merrick Garland called this young woman's parents and said, hey, steal $30 million from the banks and stop filing taxes. It's a witch hunt.
Fraud. Just Monday, former Sheriff Scott Jenkins was also pardoned by President Trump a day before he was set to report for a 10-year prison sentence after a conviction for conspiracy, fraud, and bribery in a so-called cash for badges scheme. The president writing on Truth Social, this sheriff is a victim of an overzealous Biden Department of Justice and doesn't deserve to spend a single day in jail. Last month, a pardon for Florida businessman Paul Walzak, who pleaded guilty last year to tax crimes. Prosecutors say he withheld more than $10 million from his employees' paychecks using
that part of that other scheme I did not realize. So the guy this is the same guy who bought the yacht for him, the $2 million yacht for himself. He stole $10 million from his employees. Oh my God. This is insane. This is fucking insane. Jesus Christ. There's your president, folks.
Follow the rich white man.
There is your president. On a freaking pardoning spree. All right, let's talk about presidents. Oh, wait, I got one more on this pardon spree. CNN.
Loyalty will get you everywhere. One defining characteristic of President Donald Trump has long been that he judges worth in part based on how loyal people are to him. And this week we're seeing this manifest rapidly in the form of something of a Trump loyalty rewards program, pardons and job offers. Let's start with his latest pardon palooza. Yesterday he pardoned his reality TV brethren Todd and Julie Chrisley, who could walk out of prison in Pensacola, Florida at any moment. The two are stars of the show Chrisley Knows Best on USA Network.
We're the Chrisleys, Todd and Julie Chrisley.
By the way, with this going on right now, I don't know why I'm doing the Trump voice. Although it feels Trump, it's absolutely Trumpian. And it's a joke. But if you send me $1,000 on Cash App right now, I will pardon you for all chat crimes.
Illegal.
You can say whatever you want in chat as long as you give me a whopping check or cash. I guess you could hand me cash. That would be good. Or I'll take yachts as well for chat crimes.
We live in a neighborhood north of Atlanta, a gated neighborhood with celebrities here.
The Chrisleys traded that gated neighborhood for the gates of a prison. They were convicted of bank and tax fraud in 2022, conspiring to defraud banks in Atlanta of more than $30 million. Their Trump loyalty connection, the Chrisleys' daughter Savannah, spoke at the Republican National Convention last year. She helped campaign for Trump. Another Trump pardon yesterday went to Paul Walzak, a former nursing home executive who pleaded guilty to tax crimes. He admitted to using money earmarked for employees' taxes to fund his own rather extravagant lifestyle. The loyalty connection, his mommy dearest. The New York Times reports that Walzak's pardon application to Trump said that his mother raised millions for Trump and other...
Millions and millions of dollars. Well, you can't commit crimes if you give me money. That's just how it works. All right, everybody? Look at them. They look so cozy together.
Don't be creepy.
Jesus Christ. All right, that's that's enough of the pardon spree. Let's keep it moving, people. Jesus Christ. This is the state of our union, folks. Totally fucked and run by a criminal. A criminal narcissist. We're doing the vertical GNN again. That's right, Sarah Layla. We are doing the vertical GNN. Absolutely. And the regular, of course. But I decided to get it back to doing the vert streams because, you know, we gotta get those numbers up. We gotta get them up. Okie dokie. Speaking of talking about presidents, let's talk about former presidents and what was going on outside of Barack Obama's home. A few days ago, a bit of a altercation occurred. Let's find out what that's all about.
A Secret Service spokesperson confirming to NBC News what they're calling an altercation between two active duty officers outside the home of former President Obama here in D.C. I want to show you a video. These are the two officers, like in a fight. We should be clear, NBC News does not have ownership of this video. The Secret Service says both officers involved are on suspension. NBC News reached out to the Obama's office. They are declining to comment. I want to go right to Vaughn Hilliard now here. First, beyond the fact that you have two apparently active duty officers in a fight while there's, I think, supposed to be on duty, do we know why it happened? And do we know anything else about this? Is this?
I'm not sure they're keeping the former president very safe. You know, you're punching each other. Our society is collapsing.
Services previously, course of the last several years, faced some questions about the behavior of folks who work for the agency.
Of course, we're trying to nail down some of these details. We know that it happened at 2:30 in the morning last week. There were these two female officers that were serving through the Secret Service outside of the Washington, D.C. home of the Obamas. That is where.
Well, what are we doing here?
That is where this altercation that you were watching took place. Of course, the Secret Service has come under great scrutiny in recent years. Of course, paramount to that was last year in the assassination attempt on the life of then candidate Donald Trump. This is a moment in time for the Secret Service where they have ramped up their recruiting efforts. If you go around Washington, D.C., you'll see billboards trying to onboard individuals to join the service. This is now a Secret Service that
Whoa, wait, what? And didn't Donald Trump tell us that we had record numbers of people who want to come and join the service and the military? Even though, of course, that was a lie. I think this genuinely proves that that it's not quite what Donald Trump claims it right now. Can't even manage to get people to join the Secret Service to protect the president. Presidents, I guess, and or other people. Yeah. Understaffed, putting up signs around D.C. Hey, need a job? Come protect the president. Or not. Okay. Oh, shit. I just noticed that we have likes. How many likes do we have now? Can someone tell me so I don't have to look? I think the last number I saw was like 30-something. All right. Let me get you some emotional support characters. Wait, where is the dice? I found it. I was under the desk. All right. 36. Yes, thank you. Thank you, the hoe to know. All right. 37. Okay. Still doesn't get us more sport, but thank you for the update. All right. All right, let's get back to it here at PBS NewsHour and talk about a lawsuit which is being filed against the Trump administration over his decision to withhold funds from NPR.
NPR and 3 Colorado public radio stations today filed suit against the Trump administration in federal court over the president's executive order targeting NPR, PBS, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, also known as CPB. The order, signed earlier this month, bars congressionally approved funds from being distributed to the public media organizations. The lawsuit contends the president's order is a violation of the First Amendment. We should note that PBS has not joined this lawsuit, but in a statement today said PBS is considering every option, including taking legal action to allow our organization to continue to provide essential programming and services to member stations and all Americans. Catherine Marr is the president and CEO of NPR, and she joins us now. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So how precisely does President Trump's executive order against NPR and PBS violate the First Amendment? What's the case that you're making against the Trump White House?
Well, it's interesting because the executive order is very specific in that it accuses NPR and PBS of not airing fair or unbiased news. And so it is a textbook example of viewpoint discrimination from a First Amendment standpoint. Essentially, by blocking funding to NPR and PBS, it is a form of retaliation against our organizations for airing editorial programming that the president might disagree with. The safeguards for our editorial independence go very far back. They go back to the Public Broadcasting Act. It was one of Congress's sort of paramount objectives was to ensure that public media was independent from government influence. And so you have the editorial safeguards that should exist for our organizations, but then you also have the member stations. We have a network of stations across the country. In the case of NPR, that's 246 stations. And the order functionally says that they can't use their funding, federal or private, to be able to acquire programming for NPR, to remain NPR members, which is also a violation of their First Amendment rights for association and for editorial speech.
This lawsuit, as we mentioned, is filed in conjunction with Colorado Public Radio, Aspen Public Radio, and KSUT, which serves Native American communities in the Four Corners region. Why that collective approach?
Well, believe it or not, we didn't set out to get 3 stations in Colorado. That is sort of a happenstance of the types of stations we were looking for. We wanted an urban station that represented a larger metropolis. We were looking for a station that served a primarily rural community, which is where Aspen in the Roaring Fork Valley is. And then the KSUT serves the Four Corners and was originally a tribal station and still retains a significant amount of tribal-based programming. And so I think it really speaks to the diversity of communities that public radio serves across the country.
PBS not included in this suit. Why not?
Well, this is our suit. This is NPR's suit on behalf of NPR. We have obviously been in close coordination with PBS, and they have expressed, not in the statement you just shared, their support for this particular action. And we know that when the executive order first came out, they were clear that they also believe that this is unlawful.
The White House and some Republicans in Congress, as you well know, have accused NPR of promoting a liberal bias. Beyond that, the former NPR editor, Gary Berliner, he accused the network of having what he called a lack of viewpoint diversity. How do you respond to those critiques?
Well, I first of all respond by saying we're a nonpartisan news organization. We seek to be able to provide a range of different viewpoints in terms of who we bring on air, the stories that we tell. We're buttressed in this effort by the fact that we have 200 local newsrooms across the country. So
honestly, I can attest to that. There are some NPR stories that I find to be bad, to be bad journalistic, or not, well, all right, not bad journalistic practices, but they go too far to the right sometimes. Not always, you know, there's plenty of stuff that we watch from NPR, but they're not even that, you know, like, they really are not biased. It's just that facts are biased, and it upsets Republicans because, well, you know,
I don't want reality.
They don't want reality.
Significant portion of the reporting that you hear on NPR is not coming out of DC. It's coming out of smaller stations in rural area. It's coming out of the Midwest, the Southwest, the Pacific Northwest. Lots of Wests in there. Sorry about that. My view is that that is a mischaracterization of our work. We do not seek to favor any political party at all. We seek to ensure that Americans have a wide range of perspectives available to them.
There's also this argument that with the proliferation of news and media outlets these days, there's no real reason, there's no real need for the federal government to be in the business of funding NPR and PBS. There's so many options out there, even in rural areas that might be less served. How do you respond to that?
Well, it's simply not true. 20% of Americans today do not have access to a local newspaper or a source of news other than public media.
Exactly.
There has been a significant contraction in local news across the country.
But this is what Republicans want. If their voters are less informed, they're more likely to vote for them. The more they know about shit, the less likely it is they're going to vote for people like Donald Trump. Honestly, I think they're well aware of that, and that's why they are leaning into this. The fact is that PBS, NPR are very important. Now, this lawsuit is only involving NPR. It's not a class action. They have not joined up for this lawsuit. But yeah, that's where it's at. And the fact is, people without that would have zero local journalism, and perhaps in some cases almost no access to important information. I don't know why you wouldn't want journalists doing journalism, unless you hate the First Amendment and reality. All right. Speaking of hating the First Amendment, let's talk about Harvard. What's been going on there? Let's start here with NBC News from yesterday. Potential legal challenges over Trump administration's effort to sever ties with the college. Save Elmo. Save...
And let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Angela Sinandela. Angela, let's start with Trump versus Harvard. Can the administration legally end these federal contracts without almost any notice here?
So my answer to that, my opinion, Gotti, is no. Right? With contracts, you can't just cancel them for no reason or for an arbitrary reason. There has to be some sort of legitimate basis to cancel any contract, whether or not you're the government or you are a private party. So what Harvard is likely going to do here, if this happens, is that Harvard is going to argue that their basis here is First Amendment protections, that in itself means that the cancellation of these contracts is an illegitimate basis. So it's not even like there's no legitimate basis. It's that it's actually an illegal, unconstitutional violation of their rights. They are arguing that the administration is retaliating based on how they are choosing to present viewpoints to their students. So they are arguing that this is actually viewpoint discrimination, which then is unconstitutional based on our First Amendment. And then on top of that, there's all sorts of administrative protections. And here their arguments are going to be similar to all of the other lawsuits that Harvard has frankly already filed, which are that you need some sort of due process. An agency can't just arbitrarily or capriciously or suddenly decide to cancel contracts without a hearing, without some sort of due process. They don't always have to have a hearing, but in a case like this, a hearing would be warranted based on the law. And so Harvard has a lot of standing here, Gotti.
Harvard has a lot of standing.
They certainly do. Oh, one of our chat, Bob, you learned to read from PBS. Yeah, I watched a lot of PBS too. My mom was a big fan of the PBS and the NPR. I grew up reading. I think some of the first stuff I started reading was Calvin and Hobbes. Maybe that explains some of my weirdness. Okay. Yeah, Donald Trump continuing to target funds already appropriated by Congress, even though the Constitution says that he's not allowed to do that.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
All right. Now, Harvard graduation happened yesterday. Actually, no, I think it was today. It might have been today. It was either today or yesterday. Let's just leave it at that. Start here. The Associated Press. Oh, was this pre? No, this was at the graduation, I think. Or maybe pre-graduation. But people rallied against Donald Trump's attacks. Recent attacks on Harvard.
Every student's welcome here. Every student's welcome here. If there is anything to learn from this Jewish history, it's that when we push people out of our schools because of their identity, it's a symptom of a morally bankrupt politics. That is why the administration's excuse for these policies, that they somehow address anti-Semitism, are so absurd. Let's be clear. This has nothing to do with combating anti-Semitism.
Trump is using our international students as a bargaining chip. He's threatening to revoke our school's hosting status unless we turn over a massive amount of disciplinary information and surveillance.
Immediately, it's not
This is information we are not legally required to give. And once he has it, he will use it for his own nefarious ends.
And now, finally, before I introduce our final speaker,
Okay, yeah, I think they did a rally before the graduation. That happened. Let's just go straight into that one. This is CNN from 9 hours ago. From the commencement ceremony.
And we start with breaking news on Harvard's graduation day. Just a few miles away from the commencement ceremony, a U.S. district judge ordered the Homeland Security and State Departments not to make any changes to the university's student visa program indefinitely. CNN is covering the story from all angles. Paula Reed is following the updates inside the hearing, and Danny Freeman is next to Harvard's campus where graduation is wrapping up. Paula, first walk us through what the judge said.
So Dana, for now, international students can still come to Harvard. Now, today, the judge was looking at this move by the Trump administration to revoke the university's student visa program. This impacts their ability to host international students, because if you come here to attend school from another country, you have to be enrolled in a school with a valid student visa program. The university has argued that this is a violation of their free speech and other constitutional rights. And today, this was a high-stakes hearing in this ongoing battle between the university and the administration, and it was almost derailed by a late-night filing last night by the Justice Department. This was a formal notice to the school that they intended to go forward with this, and it kicked off a 30-day period that would have given the university an opportunity to respond. And Dana, that's the kind of boring procedural stuff that can completely delay or derail a hearing like this. But today, the judge was not having it. She said she did not want to leave this issue open.
Wouldn't be prudent
and
at this
instead,
juncture.
she said she wants to, quote, maintain the status quo. So she is going to continue a temporary block on this policy, and she wants the two sides, so the university and the Justice Department, to hash out a permanent pause on this policy. She said it doesn't need to be draconian, but I want to make sure it's worded in such a way that nothing changes. So that pause will remain in effect while these larger constitutional questions are litigated and until a final court decides if this is a violation of the Constitution. And as you know, this is just one of the many ongoing battles between the school and the Trump administration on everything from funding to DEI.
That's right. And as we mentioned, as we speak, there is a graduation wrapping up in Boston. And as the graduation was happening, the students at Harvard gave the school's president, Alan Garber, a minute-long standing ovation. Danny Freeman, you are right there. What are you hearing about the events on campus today?
Dana, here on campus, there's really a mix of emotions. Obviously, we've seen a lot of the pomp and circumstance that you would expect with any graduation, right? There are families and parents here that are all dressed up. They're thrilled for their graduating seniors. There are a lot of people in caps and gowns all over the place here, again, celebrating their own achievement from graduating from Harvard. But make no mistake, this ongoing battle with the federal government really has been looming large over this entire community. You noted it. We saw that standing ovation for the president of Harvard, Alan Garber, earlier. He's really become the face of the resistance against the Trump administration, and that was noteworthy. But he really stayed away from politics in his remarks to the class, although I will note he did say at one point, members of the class of 2025 from down the street, across the country, and around the world. And he noted, around the world, just as it should be. And that line right there got tremendous applause as well from the folks on Harvard's campus at that moment. But other than that, stayed away from the direct subject of what is going on right now. But a lot of speakers since then have alluded to this idea that Harvard is in a battle and is worthy of defending. Take a listen to what one of the student commencement speakers said on this topic just a little while ago now.
With Harvard at the center of a national battle over higher education in America. Now look, our university is certainly imperfect, but I am proud to stand today alongside our graduating class, our faculty, and our president with the shared conviction that this ongoing project of Veritas is one worth defending.
Now, Dana, all that being said, and Paula's update aside, while there might be some slight relief from that judge's order today and keeping that ban basically not from happening at the moment, there is still concern for the community of international students here. Make no mistake, I've been speaking to folks throughout the week, not just for them, but also for this larger battle of federal funding that is currently being cut or frozen.
Yes, indeed. Harvard under attack from Donald Trump for supposed anti-Semitism, for allowing rampant anti-Semitism on campus. Meanwhile, Donald Trump doing some racism, anti-Chinese stuff from the Trump administration. It's fine, you know, if you are Israeli, don't worry, we're not going to let anybody criticize you, but if you're Chinese, you don't even get to come to the country anymore. Sorry. Aw, we did a racism. Whoopsies. Let's go to here. France 24 English. Trump moves to aggressively revoke Chinese student visas.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Chinese students, of course, already make up about a quarter of all foreign students, but because there is sort of this widespread campaign against foreign students in general, this is sparking a lot of concern among U.S. universities. Of course, first and foremost, this is a very important source of tuition revenue, but also a source of academic and cultural exchange. And the problem is that none of this is happening in a vacuum. Over the past few months already, we've seen foreign students being arrested, detained, threatened with deportation for their involvement in protests against Israel's war on Gaza. Just last week, we saw Harvard University being targeted specifically by the Trump administration, telling them essentially that they would not be allowed to enroll any international students at all. Now, that measure has been currently suspended by a federal judge pending further examination. And just recently, the State Department in the past 24 hours has said that they will introduce new guidelines to further vet social media that belongs to foreign students, now leading to some foreign students worry that they might have their visa request or their visa renewal request denied based on certain private conversations or private posts that they have made in the past. Now, supporters of these measures say it is absolutely necessary to maintain and ensure national security. Critics, however, say they will have
maintain national security. Chinese kids are a danger to the country. This won't cause any problems for anybody in the country, I'm sure. I'm sure no Chinese Americans will be adversely affected by this. I just want to look at this tweet from Marco Rubio. Because it's pretty clear what they what their intentions are here. It's not just the CCP, right? It's not just being somehow affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party. It's just being Chinese and a student. Let's look at this tweet. The U.S. will begin revoking visas. No, you bastard. Don't do that. Don't make me do the freaking... Why would you do this? The U.S. will begin revoking visas of Chinese students. Full stop. Including those with connections. Including. It's not just saying exclusively those or only those with connections to the Chinese. It's just generally speaking. If you're Chinese, you can go fuck yourself.
China.
That's where we're at right now. This is an outwardly racist decision. It's like just being Chinese is enough to have your visa revoked. This is outwardly anti-Asian racism coming from the Trump administration. So great, so good for everybody. This really brings the country together. We got more on this situation.
As American universities prepare to award degrees to tens of thousands of graduates, students are increasingly anxious about the government doubling down its attack on international students. Late Wednesday, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced the Trump administration would start revoking the visas of students from China, including those with ties to the Chinese Communist Party or working in critical fields. For decades, Chinese students have flocked to the US, drawn by the prestige of an overseas education. China is the second largest country of origin for international students in the US, behind only India. Last year, more than 270,000 international students were from China, making up roughly a quarter of all foreign students in the US. The State Department also says visa applications from Chinese students will face additional scrutiny in the future, including those from Hong Kong. In the past...
Yeah, this is a pretty disgusting decision, I gotta say. This is not the country that I remember being in recently. I thought that we were supposed to be a melting pot, and now we're, you know, just blanket saying, no to China. Sorry, kids. You wanted an education? Go fuck yourself. Maybe we'll bring back the Chinese Exclusion Act of 64? Whatever it was. For the love of God.
Come on! The United States will aggressively revoke visas of Chinese students. That is the message, the warning, and the threat, really, now coming from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, announcing that the Department of State will be targeting those, quote, with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. This is expected to further rock the already shaky 90-day truce with China on tariffs with the Trump administration, and also further rock this blanket of uncertainty hanging over colleges and universities across the country, first and foremost when it comes to Harvard. For 15 years, China was the top source of international students studying in the United States. That is until India took the lead just last year. So let's get this. It could have a huge impact. CNN's Jennifer Hansler has much more on this. She's tracking this announcement. And Jen, what are you learning about what the Secretary of State is saying here?
Well, Kate, this surprise announcement from Secretary Rubio last night is a further escalation of tensions with Beijing and is also poised to be a further blow to higher education institutions here in the United States. Now, this announcement was pretty sparse on details. It says that they will aggressively revoke visas for Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. But the Secretary of State does not define what those critical fields are or how they are going to establish a connection to the CCP, given how ubiquitous it is in China. Will it just be that a family member is a member, that the student themselves is a member? Those questions remain unanswered.
I mean, it was pretty clear. I mean, it's especially if you're at all affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party. Now, of course, a vast majority of Chinese people are affiliated with the CCP. It's a one-party state. You know, there's really no other option in China. I just did the math real quick, though. This is going to cost... Wait, sorry, I just did the wrong math, though. So hold on. 277,000 times... Let's call it 50,000. That's $14 billion that universities and colleges are no longer going to receive, approximately. You know, if it costs you $50,000 a year. And in some places, like Harvard, it costs way more than $50,000 a year to send your kid to school. So, you know, we're talking about a massive hole, adding to the already the potential massive hole from Donald Trump trying to withhold funds from colleges and universities, research grants, and all the other things.
Fields are, or how they are going to establish a connection to the CCP, given how ubiquitous it is in China. Will it just be that a family member is a member, that the student themselves is a member? Those questions remain unanswered. Now, there's also questions about how they are going to further revise their visa vetting process for those from China in Hong Kong. It is notable that the Secretary of State said they would be working with the Department of Homeland Security on the visa revocations, which indicates that they are going to be aggressive about potentially not allowing these students to remain in the United States once their visas are
Not
revoked.
going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent
Now,
at
this
this
is
juncture.
just among a slew of actions that the administration has taken over the past.
You know, this is also going to affect U.S. economic productivity because, of course, many students work in the country, right? They have jobs either doing research or working at the school or just working a, part-time job, perhaps. You know, it's going to genuinely affect the economy, GDP. They also, I don't know if you know this, but students buy things in the United States, right? You know, they buy food, they have to eat, right? They pay for perhaps rent at an apartment. They buy things, all sorts of things. I don't know. What do people buy? Oh, so many things. Oh, God. This is so gross.
Days targeting visas, especially those for international students. On Tuesday, the State Department ordered all of its embassies and consulates around the world to pause all new visa appointments for student and exchange visa applicants. This pause is so they can work on an expanded social media vetting policy. They say that this policy guidance is going to be rolled out in the coming days, but it is likely to have an impact on the number of students who will be able to obtain those visas and come and study here in the United States. That in turn, of course, Kate, is going to impact the universities here who rely on these students for enrollment numbers and tuition money. I should also note that they escalated their feud with Harvard. I learned from senior administration officials last night that they are now reviewing the visas of all Harvard-affiliated visa holders, not just students, Kate.
Oh, okay. So the professors too, the professors. Ah, yes, the professors. They are incepting the children with liberal Marxism. Or what's it called? Cultural Marxism, as Jordan Peterson calls it.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Oh, God. What a fucking idiotic time to be alive. Oh my God, why am I in Top Chat on horizontal stream?
How rude.
Come on, YouTube. Why would I ever want to be on Top Chat? I don't understand. Nothing about Top Chat is good. It's all bad. All right. Let's talk about other people who've had themselves attacked or perhaps had their ability to be in the United States revoked. One woman was just coming home to be with her husband, a military wife, in Honolulu, Hawaii. This was technically from last week. Here's Hawaii News Now from 5 days ago. Military wife detained.
Illegal. Illegal.
And deported at Honolulu Airport.
Come on!
First at 4:30, a U.S. military wife from Australia is sharing her story after she was detained by border officials at the Honolulu airport.
Our Annalisa Burgos spoke to her about what she's calling the holiday from hell.
Last Sunday, 25-year-old Nicole Sirocos was looking forward to a 3-week vacation in Honolulu with her mom.
That's where my mother and father had their honeymoon, so it held a very sentimental place in her heart.
It was Sirocos' third visit to see her husband Matt, a U.S. Army lieutenant stationed on Oahu. The newlyweds married last December. She said she hadn't had issues before, but this time, U.S. border officials at Honolulu Airport flagged her for additional screening.
This is going to help with military recruitment, 100%. This is going to make people want to join the military. Donald Trump keeps talking about making the military great again. We have record numbers. People want to protect the country. I wonder what this guy is going to do now that his wife is not allowed in the country. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. It's almost like Donald Trump doesn't care about the troops. Jeez. This woman's a danger to the country. It's the tattoos, I'm sure. She's probably an MS-13. She looks like she's an MS-13. With a name like Patroclus or whatever that is. So Roculus. Pretty sure it's Greek. But yeah, there's probably a bunch of MS-13 Greek people too. This is wild.
But this time, U.S.
No military wives
at
allowed.
Honolulu Airport flagged her for additional screening.
He went from completely composed to just yelling at the top of his lungs, telling my mother to go stand at the back of the line and to, excuse my language, shut up. So I automatically started crying because that was my first response.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Taken to a holding room. Their bags and phones
that's
were
a
searched, and they were.
It's a pretty reasonable reaction. Finding out suddenly. That having some border guard yelling, being incredibly rude to your mother, and telling you can't be here directly after landing in the country. This is fucking wild.
A slew of questions, everything from her work as a former police officer to whether her tattoos were gang related to her marriage to an American.
They really did it. Somehow I missed that in my first watching of this. It really was her tattoos. You're like, tattoos mean you're in a gang. You must be trendy agua. She looks like trendy agua to me. Get back to your country. We have no evidence aside from tattoos. But that's all we need.
The U.S. Army, the officers laughed at me. They thought it was quite comical. I don't know whether they thought I was telling the truth or not. They kept telling me that I had too many clothes in my suitcase. So because of that, they assumed that I was going to overstay my visa.
Sirocos was subject to
too many clothes. Sorry, you cannot come. One pair of clothes. All right, you had a problem with that? Sorry. Too many clothes in her suitcase. Too many clothes in her suitcase. What kind of justification is that? I don't understand. Can anybody make sense of that for me, please? Too many clothes. Fucking idiotic. All right, let's go to Georgia, where CNN spoke with a teenager from Georgia who is in ICE custody for weeks and has only in the last couple of days been released. Great. Protect the women, protect the young women from trans people and from not being in jail.
New today, key Trump administration officials reportedly want to ramp up the pace of his immigration crackdown to 3,000 arrests per day. Sources telling Axios that during a tense meeting last week, Stephen Miller and HHS Secretary Kristi Noem demanded that agents triple the number of daily arrests that they were making, despite recent border crossing numbers plummeting. Immigration advocates are warning that this push could lead to more wrongful detentions and also the deportation of undocumented immigrants with no criminal record who have lived in the United States for years and who are otherwise contributing members of their communities. One such case has made headlines in
Supercharge?
Georgia,
What does that even mean? Supercharge? Tell ICE to supercharge immigrant arrest. What do you gotta get like a... You gotta get a supercharger and hook it up to the intake or the, I guess the exhaust manifold. Fantastic. I don't know how that works. Disgusting. I hate Stephen Miller. He's a atrocious human being. I just want to say something. I noticed somebody donate. Actually, we'll get to that in a second. Let's finish this story and then we'll go to the office and deal with that.
Contributing members of their communities. One such case has made headlines in Georgia, where a college student who was wrongfully pulled over wound up detained by ICE for weeks over her undocumented status. Jimena Arias Cristobal is now out on bond, and she's speaking out after she was accused of making an improper turn and lacking a driver's license earlier this month in Dalton, and she was arrested.
God damn it. God damn it, Orb Rumor. I like a woman with a short skirt and one jacket. That's a fantastic reference. Well played. Well played. Well played, sir. Too many jackets. Sorry, you can't come into the country. One pair of socks.
Following a review of dashcam footage, though, police determined that, quote, Ms. Arias Cristobal's vehicle appeared similar to the offending vehicle, but was not the vehicle that made an improper turn.
Competence.
The citations against her were dropped.
Competence.
But the 19-year-old remained in detention for 2 weeks.
Jesus Christ.
Coincidentally, in the same detention center as her father, who's also undocumented.
This makes no sense.
Both were later released on...
Oh, this makes no sense. Woman was pulled over wrongly. Even they admitted it themselves. This is the Georgia police, the Dalton, Georgia police. On May 12th, Miss Arias Cristobal's vehicle appeared similar to the offending vehicle. So they pulled over the wrong person. And then, yeah, well, you're still going to keep you for a few weeks here. Enjoy your stay in this ICE detention center. Thank you. We have 50 likes. 50 likes. Great job, everybody. Lot of likes. A lot of likes, which means you deserve more emotional support. Let's go to the Galactic Cantina, then the GCU for more emotional support. Please hold. Nope. That's two of the same. That's another one of the same. We have that one too. God damn you. Oh my god, can I roll? Do I know how to roll numbers? This is a joke. This is a goddamn joke. Okay, we did it. Took like 7 rolls to get 2 numbers that we didn't already have. By the way, I do want to say thank you to... I know who you are. I'm not gonna say who did it, but you know. We both know. You can tell chat. You can tell us, but I don't want to be the one to... In case you want to remain anonymous. But somebody donated on the Cash App, helping us get closer to our goal, shoring up galactic funds after last month's debacles. $50 on the old... Well, what just happened? Why did this just get so small? There we go. On Cash App, thank you. You know who you are. And you're being very, very helpful. Okay, what was I going to say? What was I going to say? My brain just broke. I can't remember what I was going to say just now. Why can't I think of a thing? Whatever. Let's go back. She was interviewed by CNN.
As one qualifying criminal activity. We're joined now live by Jimena Arias Cristobal. Thank you so much for being with us, Jimena. First and foremost, just how are you doing through all this?
I'm doing okay through everything, but it's hard.
And I understand that you are scared in part to leave your home. I wonder what advice your attorneys have given you about what you should be doing at your activities as these proceedings play out in court.
They've advised me to stay at home as much as I can, and if I do go out, because they know some people have to go out at times, to be very careful and
No
just
kidding.
be very cautious.
People have to leave
of
their
my
home sometimes?
surroundings.
What? That's crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
The fact that this one is being repressed by our government for just existing in the country is disgusting. It really is. What is wrong with America? Who approves of this shit?
And know that not everybody has a best interest.
Yeah. I want to kind of step back and get a better understanding for the circumstances in which you find yourself in. When did you first learn that you were undocumented?
I think I was around, it was very early on. I was probably around 6 or 7. My parents made it very clear, and ever since then I've known.
Had they taken steps prior to all of this to attain legal status? Had that been something ongoing?
Yes, it was. I know a lot of people think we've been here 15 years, we had enough time to obtain citizenship, but to be honest, it's very, very hard to obtain citizenship or residency. We tried various times. We hired lawyer after lawyer asking, what's the pathway to citizenship, residency, or a permit? And they just told us, you have to wait for something to change, or you have to wait for Jimena to get older and get married, or have you.
Well, it turns out getting married doesn't even count, right? I mean, you've seen all sorts of people, like the woman we just talked about before this, who was detained, who was married to a fucking soldier, who was deported from Hawaii for having tattoos and too many clothes in her bag. So it's not clear that that would even solve it. We've had a broken immigration system for a long time, one that's not functioning properly. We have, I mean, even less immigration judges than we did before Donald Trump got into office. Of course, the second that he got into office, he fired dozens of immigration judges who are supposed to oversee immigration cases, making it even harder for people to be here in a documented, proper fashion. This is where we're at. It's a parody. We live in some fucking idiotic fever dream of a racist psychopath. Make America paranoid again. Mappa. Okay, alright. Now let's quickly... Oh, wait a second. This shouldn't be here. This is in the wrong spot. I'm gonna put this down here. Yeah, that's a good place. Sorry, chat. There we go. All right. Let's go quickly talk about some news with Democrats, either in government currently or looking to be in government in the future. Starting here with the Majority Report. Let's talk, we're going to talk New York. And the future of the Senate.
I just want to repeat that Chuck Schumer headline. He trails AOC with New Yorkers. Jewish New Yorkers.
But all New York. I mean, I don't know why that's surprising to people.
It's not surprising, except for, Chuck Schumer has stated that his number one goal is to make sure that he is make sure that the left, I guess, or the Democrats, continue to embrace Israel. But the thing that I do think that it's surprising to people who equate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism and think that that you have a Senate minority leader who has said his number one job is to protect Israel. And Jewish New Yorkers still would rather have AOC. Now, I know we all know Schumer's retort.
The Baileys,
the Baileys are not Jewish.
Yes, exactly.
That's a good point.
So that's I'm senator for all the people. But
yeah, I guess I didn't have these assumptions about Jewish New Yorkers in the same way that some of the most rabid supporters of Israel do, who coincidentally seem to be able to stereotype Jewish voters while calling everybody else anti-Semitic.
The Baileys love Israel.
Are they Jewish?
Are they Israeli, in fact?
The Baileys of Tel Aviv.
Yes. Well, they love Havla. And Nassau County spokesperson on the IM says Zoran's closing the gap on Cuomo. There's still plenty of time.
There's about to be a large canvassing presence, I understand. I've already seen Zoran people out all over Brooklyn.
Yep.
But, I think from what I hear, there's going to be a lot
I'm
more.
sure there's a lot of people who are so juiced about Cuomo running that they're going to get out there and volunteer. Honestly, like, I would love to meet a Cuomo volunteer.
I saw 2 Cuomo people in front of Barclays Center, and they looked very much like they're lifelong politics people climbing a ladder.
Havla is making me hungry right now.
Yes. I want to just see 2 just normie, like, I've just been so inspired by Cuomo. I want to get out there and volunteer for him.
You're looking at one. Well, I mean, back in, when I was like 16 years old, I interned and I canvassed. I'd stand on the street corner looking for signatures for Cuomo. So basically, if you are like me and you wanted college credit, that's or like,
okay, well, you're getting paid for it.
I was getting paid. I wanted on my application like, oh, I did this, and now I know better.
Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't put it on your application when you applied here.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
That can cut both ways.
Exactly.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the...
That's true. I doubt that. I know Sam's joking. It's hilarious. I mean, yeah, she was young. We can forgive Emma. She's in her 30s now. It's been a long, long time since then. But yeah, it's possible AOC might take... I would love to see AOC as the New York senator rather than fucking Chuck Schumer, who, helped Donald Trump pass that continuing resolution, which enabled him to do a lot of what he's doing right now. A lot of this is his fault, let's be real. Let's be really, really, really real. Speaking of New York, let's talk New York City. Let's talk New York City's mayoral race, which continues to get tighter and tighter. Andrew Cuomo. Whoa.
1 year, let's go.
1 year, let's go. Don James. Subscribed for a full 12 months. Talk about galactic dedication. Truly impressive. Thank you, Donald. You're a great man. You're great. You're good. And so great. Thank you. So beautiful. All right. What are we doing now? Yes, to the mayoral race. Zoran Mamdani v. Andrew Cuomo, who we were just talking about.
But first, Pix 11 is your local election headquarters, and new exclusive polling tonight showing a big shift in the race for New York City mayor. As we say thank you for joining us here at 5, I'm Erin LeBeau.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Candace Gibson. So former Governor Andrew Cuomo may not be running away with the Democratic primary anymore. Let's get right over to Pix 11's Henry Rossif right now. Henry, this race appears to be tightening.
Yeah, let's put this in context first. Most of the public polling that we have seen so far shows this at about a 20-point lead for former Governor Cuomo. Well, in brand new exclusive polling with Emerson College and The Hill, we here at Pix 11 can show you this. You have former Governor Cuomo at 35%, but look at that. Queens Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani at 23%. So that's a 12-point gap there. And it gets more interesting as we move through ranked choice voting scenarios. But let's move through the entire poll first and show you this 12-point gap. It's much different than a lot of other polls are showing. You have Comptroller Brad Lander at 11%. And then we page over to show you some of the other candidates in play here. You have former Comptroller Scott Stringer at 9%. You have City Council Speaker Adrian Adams at 8%. State Senator Zellner Myrie at 5%. Now things get interesting because remember, we have a ranked choice voting election. So what you do is you cancel all of these people out, lower down on the vote getters, and all their votes flow upward based on who people prefer. So let's go ahead and look at our top 3 candidates. You see the field getting tighter here. Under this scenario, you have former Governor Andrew Cuomo at 46%. So he's almost at 50, but not quite yet, which would give him the win. Mamdani is at 32%. Lander is at 22%. So what do you do next because no one has 50? You eliminate Lander, and his votes flow upward. Most of them go to Mamdani, but enough go to former Governor Cuomo to put him at 54%, and that would make him the Democratic nominee. But I can tell you this 8-point gap, 54 minus 46, is as close as any public poll has been in this race for mayor. And
this is fucking amazing because in earlier polls, which we have looked at in these sort of breakdowns, Zohran Mamdani, after the calculus of the ranked choice voting system, was still down like over 25 points, and now she closed that gap to single digits, 8% difference between him and Andrew Cuomo, and it's only been like a week since they started increasing their presence, knocking on doors, and it seems to be working in just epic fashion right here. Truly, just a breath of hope for New York. Now we can't get complacent, but this is fucking huge. And New York needs a new mayor, a good one, And going to Andrew, I mean, dude sucked as governor. We don't need him in, he already ruined the state. We don't need him to be in charge of the biggest city in the state. God. This is definitely positive news. Okay, all right, where were we in my list here? Actually, yeah, no, this is fine. Let's watch this one. Actually, you know what? I just realized we should watch the rest of this. I can't remember. I think they break down some more of this. I'm gonna let him go.
What makes this one very, very interesting as we head toward about a month until Election Day. Now, the top issues for New Yorkers, also very interesting. I haven't seen a poll like this in 4 years in the tri-state where something is rated above economy. You have housing at 30%. People really feeling.
I mean, I gotta say, housing and the economy, at least as we currently exist, are basically the same thing, right? Because you have to pay for housing, right? So it's part of the economy. But yeah, I mean, the housing crisis is very real, especially in New York.
Crunch of housing, economies at 22%, crime at 19%, and threats to democracy at 8%. I do want to show you one more citywide race because it's really important to us here at Pix 11, and it's important to voters as well. That's the race for city comptroller. We're going to be talking a lot about this over the next 24 hours, but you have Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine at 37%, Brooklyn Councilman Justin Brannan at 17%, State Senator Kevin Parker at 12%, but a big number of undecided people here for this very important position, guys. This is...
Yeah, that's a massive number. 30% of people still undecided. That's probably because none of us are paying attention to who's going to be comptroller. And maybe we should pay more attention to it. But honestly, the mayoral race is definitely more important. All right, you know what, let's leave it right here. We're gonna end the first half, but don't worry, we got a plethora of halves to get through. Probably at least 5. Actually, maybe less. 4 or 5. Well, actually, some of these are super long. 4 or 5 halves tonight, I'm fairly certain. Yeah. All right. But don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alrighty, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too if you want to ensure that you don't miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. Now, while you're at it, do also remember that we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself, and without your support, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a myriad ways of which for you to do so, such as YouTube, super chat, super stickers, memberships, as well as gifts on the vertical stream. We got Twitch with the bits and the subs, the on-screen celebrations, Cash App and PayPal. If you'd prefer, all of your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than having Twitch or YouTube take a sizable chunk of that money. Of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet galactic bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like getting an avatar on the stream, as well as shoutouts at the end every single time. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy this short break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. I do believe everybody knows what that sound means here in chat. It, of course, means that it's time for us to get back to the show.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So you better get back to those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're going to be left behind. Hope everybody optimized their break. It's time for us to get back to the stream. Starting off with Donald Trump's tax bill. Pramila Jayapal of Washington State had some stuff to say about Donald Trump's tax bill, calling it a betrayal.
Illegal.
Just realized the soundboard's a little low.
Illegal.
That's better. That's better. Okay. Here we go. Take it away, Pramila. Ahem. I said take it away, please.
Oh, good evening, everyone. How are you?
Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal spoke at Highline High School on Tuesday.
The main purpose of these town halls is to make sure that I am hearing from constituents. It is really important for us to remember we're elected by our constituents, and I want to make sure I'm out there.
The concerns were wide-ranging.
I'm concerned about thuggery. I'm really concerned about public education.
Getting rid of medical debt is not so difficult.
Among the key topics for Jayapal, the House passage of President Trump's budget reconciliation plan, which he calls one big, beautiful bill.
Billionaire beneficiary bill.
Their big, beautiful betrayal
Ha!
of the
Yes.
working class
Yes,
and,
that's a good
and
one,
poor
too.
people across this country.
I love that. The big, beautiful betrayal.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
This bill, which is their so-called budget reconciliation bill, literally is the largest transfer of wealth from poor people and working people across this country.
It narrowly cleared the House and faces an uphill climb in the Senate.
I don't know how Democrats can't vote for it. If they don't
How can
vote
they
for
not
it, they're
vote?
talking about a 68% tax increase.
But
To
Democrats
who?
say it's
For
a big
who?
boost for
Billionaires?
billionaires and an
Yeah.
attack on the middle class.
Yeah.
A nonpartisan analysis
That's
by
absolutely what
the
it is.
Congressional Budget Office says more than 274,000 people in Washington state could lose health care.
If it does pass, the American people will
Jesus
see how Republicans
Christ.
truly betray.
Over 250,000 people in one state all going to lose access to healthcare. I'm sure that'll make America healthy again. This is the big, beautiful betrayal. I've been calling it the big billionaire beneficiary bill, but I like the big, beautiful betrayal too. I don't know who came up with that one. Could have been Pramila herself. I approve of that sort of rhetoric. The BBB is already the Better Business Bureau. That's true. It's true. Not that Donald Trump gives a shit. Make America great again by taking away all the important services that everybody else gets in all the other countries, but here at the most richest country on the planet, we're gonna say, go fuck yourself, poor people and middle class. If you're not a millionaire or billionaire, you should just leave the country or get to work at the labor camps. We will be starting gulags any day now. The big, beautiful gulag. The great galactic gulag. Speaking of that big, beautiful betrayal, Elon Musk felt betrayed by this bill, but for different reasons. Let's go here. CBS News from 2 days ago. Elon Musk had some words to say in an interview. It started off here. That's right, we're getting into the Elon Trump breakup. Aww.
So, you know, I was like disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the DOGE team is doing.
I actually thought that when this big, beautiful
That's
bill
because
came
Republicans
along,
don't
and,
actually care about the
everything
deficit.
he's done on DOGE gets wiped out in the first year.
I'm fairly certain that like 80%, maybe 90%. I don't know exactly the number. I'm just ballparking and guessing right now, but I feel like a vast majority of Republican voters can't explain why the deficit is important. So they don't care. And there's certainly the Republicans don't actually care, the ones that are in government, because they've increased the deficit every time that they've been in office. George Bush, both terms. Donald Trump now, first term, deficit increased. And he's going to do it again if this bill passes. Of course, the only people to have not increased the deficit are Democrats. Bill Clinton ran a budget surplus. Not that running a budget surplus is necessarily good. But yeah, the Republicans actually love deficit spending, as it turns out.
Big, beautiful bill came along. I mean, like, everything he's done on DOGE gets wiped out in the first year.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful. But I don't know if it can be both. My personal opinion.
One of those two things. Now, it's not clear if that comment caused a massive rift between Elon, and I'm not even sure who decided. I mean, it's people are suggesting that Elon. Please shut up. Please shut up. I'm not sure who it was that decided, but as of within the last 24 hours, Elon is officially going to be leaving the Trump administration, as I technically already left. But let's stay on track here. Just starting here with the CNN vid from yesterday.
Is there a growing rift between President Trump and his one-time first friend, Elon Musk? The SpaceX and Tesla CEO expressed his disappointment with the president's sweeping tax and spending bill that passed the House and is currently facing some headwinds in the Senate. This is what Musk told CBS News.
I was like disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it.
Yeah, it's weird.
And undermines the work that the DOGE team is doing.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump, like, as he was coming into office, before he was coming into office, him and Elon were like rejoicing the decrease in spending, and now we're increasing some spending, mostly defense spending, and some other things that we probably don't need. But you know, Elon promised us $2 trillion in cuts. Then it was $1 trillion in cuts, and then it was like $500 billion. Technically, they've only managed to cut like $9 billion in his brief tenure in government. I wonder if he's starting to feel like maybe he spent that $300 million maybe a little hastily. Although he technically has gotten all sort of benefits, because, you know, for the last few months he's had his hands right up the ass of all Americans and the government, all the agencies that regulate his companies, like X and SpaceX. And what's his obsession with the letter X exactly? It's very strange. This guy needs some psychological help. Not gonna lie.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful.
Big or beautiful.
But I don't know if it can be both.
All right, with us now, Amisha Cross, the Democratic strategist, and Mark Short, the former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence. And Mark, this is the president's entire legislative agenda right now, this tax and spending bill. And Musk has been critical of the president's tariff policy, which is basically his entire economic agenda. That's a big part of what President Trump is pushing, that Elon Musk is now very publicly saying, I'm not for.
Sure, John. I do think the sausage making can look like the big, beautiful bill isn't so beautiful. I think we have to keep in mind that in the House, the margin for Republicans is so small that I think Mike Johnson doesn't get due credit for people who said he wouldn't be able to get the votes to be speaker. He wouldn't be able to avoid a shutdown. Now he got this tax bill through. And when you do that, sometimes you have to give favors to different constituencies to get it. I imagine the Senate will probably whittle it down some. But, you know, there's parts of this I'm very excited to see the tax bill moving forward. I think the president's trade agenda is indefensible.
I'll say it as a purely political endeavor. What Mike Johnson did was impressive.
Was it?
Objectively, getting that through was an impressive political feat. But to have Musk criticizing it
Why are
on
you
its
impressed?
substance, and this is not some...
It's very strange that he found it to be impressive that in a moment where Republicans feel completely was not indebted, but like, oh God, what's the word for like loyalty out of fear? There's like, I cannot think of it. Like, oh my God. Yeah, my brain is broken right now. But yeah, I mean, Republicans are completely, in line, lining up to do whatever Donald Trump wants. So it's not, I don't think it's that, I think it's a strange way to qualify this. That somehow it was impressive. Little Mike Johnson, such a great legislator.
Policy that the president... This is his entire legislative policy.
Sure, and I could pick apart pieces of it that I don't like either, John. I think a lot of Republicans could. I think that some of the expansions of the SALT deductions is egregious. But at the
Careful,
same,
you're in New York.
I know,
saying that.
I know. But at the same time, I think the consequence of a $5 trillion tax increase on the American people is too much for Congress not to get this done.
It's not a $5 trillion tax increase on the American people. Most of that burden is up at the tippy top of earners in our country. But of course, this guy is a Republican strategist, used to work for Mike Pence, so it's not shocking that they're having this very weird conversation in this sort of framing. Let's move it along from these two weirdos.
The end of it, I want you to pay attention to. Listen.
In terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough. Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
It was that last line. I do not currently see a reason. Now, I don't have any particular insider sources inside Musk world, but I do have my eyes and ears. And that sounded like he was saying he doesn't like what he is seeing right now in politics, particularly from the White House, which he's been so supportive of.
Well, I think there are two things at play here. As we can all recall, when Elon Musk went to Wisconsin a couple months ago, that blew up in his face really badly. That Elon Musk was able to showcase his money. That is his calling card when it comes to primary and creating challengers for Republicans who don't side with him in the Trump administration. He is making sure that people know that he's still there, that he still has a certain level of influence, but he's also trying to reel in some of the blow that he got, not only from investors at Tesla and some of those who are on the board, but also watching his own approval ratings tank. And I think that for him, that was a big hit. He doesn't agree with the big, beautiful bill. There are several parts of it that he finds problematic. But I also think that the big, beautiful bill, to Mark's point, is going to be significantly different by the time that it gets through the Senate. For Elon Musk, I think that some of this is personal. He has seen...
I mean... That's an assumption, right? That's an assumption that, I mean, it's a fair assumption, but it's still an assumption that the Senate is going to drastically change this bill. I mean, there are clear reasons for why that may happen. Some senators concerned about losing their jobs over some of these cuts to different things that their states rely on, but it's not clear to me that they're not just going to fall in line. I don't have a magic wand, and neither does she. But you could certainly put it together, especially people like Josh Hawley, Senator Paul, like a number of people that are probably going to be like, this is probably not good. Also, I'm fairly certain this budget is going to require 60 votes, right? This is a full spending package, not just a continuing resolution, which means that the filibuster is on the table.
Strained relationship between him and Trump based on some basic disagreements on policy issues, but he's also someone who cares about his bottom line, and he doesn't agree with the moves that Trump specifically has taken when it comes to these tariffs.
We begin this morning with Elon Musk's disappointment as the tech billionaire is stepping away from politics. He's not shying away from commenting on his work with DOGE and President Trump's sweeping tax and spending cuts package. Despite spending almost $300 million to help get Trump and GOP congressional candidates elected last year, Musk now makes it clear he's no fan of President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the DOGE team is doing.
I actually thought that when this big beautiful bill came along. I mean, like, everything he's done on DOGE gets wiped out in the first year.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful. But I don't know if it can be both.
CNN loves this clip.
Joining us now here in the Situation Room, CNN anchor and chief domestic correspondent Phil Mattingly. Phil, his comments could put him at very serious odds with the president.
Yeah, it quite literally does put him at odds with the president. Obviously, the president and the White House pushing very hard to get this cornerstone of their legislative agenda, not just through the House, which they narrowly did last week, but also through the Senate. And it underscores that it's a very, very delicate moment for what is the central piece of legislation, not just for the president's border and defense policies, but also, of course, for his tax cuts reauthorization and the cornerstone of his economic plans. I think what this underscores.
Okay, that's yes. Okay, that's good enough there. But this is basically the only piece of legislation Donald Trump has tried to get passed, actually, through legislation, right? Through the legislature. Everything else has been executive orders, like a king. I decree from the office that no more brown people in the United States. No more money for colleges and universities and research or healthcare or whatever. We've been trying to do it all from executive order, but of course, all of that stuff needs to be actually put into law for it to actually exist into the future. What am I gonna do? Where are we? More goddamn CNN, son of a bitch. By the way, I want to remind everybody that we are still we've only gotten one super chat sticker, or sticker. Means we are still 4 short of the goal, and we've got an hour and a half left to complete it. Otherwise, we might not get the whole stream. Might end suddenly. And that would be sad. I'm already sad just thinking about it right now. No stream. My God. Elon
It's now
officially
official.
leaving.
Elon Musk is leaving his role as a special government employee in the Trump administration, with a White House official confirming to me tonight that he is going to start the offboarding process this evening, which essentially includes paperwork. It's not totally clear what else. But we did see Musk post this on his own website, saying, "As my scheduled time as a special government employee comes to an end, I'd like to thank President Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The DOGE mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout government." This is all coming as Musk has recently tried to distance himself from the administration to a degree, including when he criticized the president's big, beautiful bill, something the president was asked about today and essentially shrugged off.
Well, reactions, a lot of things. Number one, we have to get a lot of votes. We can't be cutting. We need to get a lot of support, and we have a lot of support. We will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill, but the beautiful is because of all of the things we have.
Here's what Elon Musk had to say about that bill, which the Congressional Budget Office has estimated would add more than $3 trillion to the federal deficit.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the DOGE team is doing. I think a bill can be
They keep
big, or
playing
it
this
can be
goddamn
beautiful.
clip.
But I don't know if it can
Why?
be both.
We get it.
My
We've
vote's
seen this
looking-
clip 17 times now.
My source on all of this tonight is the veteran tech journalist, Kara Swisher. And Kara, it's great to have you here. What do you make of Elon Musk officially leaving his role that he is tonight?
Wow.
It's a long goodbye, isn't it? I mean, he seems to be leaving and going out. He needs to work on his company. This was inevitable that he was not going to stay there very long. And it pushed along by the fact that his businesses are a bit in distress. And so he needs to pay attention and do his actual job.
Do you think he's actually leaving?
I think he's probably frustrated by the pace of government. And when he goes back to his companies, he says jump and they say how high. At the government, they don't do that. And I think he found a lot more difficulty in finding real cuts. And
you know, I don't know if hate's the right word, but I really dislike Kara Swisher for multiple reasons. I mean, the fact is she was in proximity to Elon Musk for fucking like a decade, and basically, you know, helped make tech oligarchs people the people they are, right? I mean, she was specifically a tech journalist for a very long time, and just sort of cozied up to people like Elon for years. And now she's here to she just annoys the shit out of me. But in what way did the government not jump whenever Elon said it? I mean, he said, my stock is not doing well, Donald. Can we do a used car sale outside of the White House lawn, please? Hey, can I get access to all personal data in the Social Security?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I mean, what didn't they do? What are you talking about, Kara? Are you just talking about the bill now because the bill didn't wind up being what Elon wanted? Because, I mean, other than this bill, they absolutely jumped every time Elon said it.
Everything else, and I think they're only sending $1 billion in DOGE cuts which is nothing. It's a drop in the bucket, which means pretty much his effort was a failure.
Yeah, that's what they're planning to send up to the Hill based on what we know so far. But I mean, $9 billion might sound like a ton of money to someone who's watching. But
it does.
When you think about his stated goal of
$1
trillion
that's true.
coming in.
Catlin makes a good point.
$2 trillion initially, then that was halved to.
Yeah, the Catlin makes a good point. $9 billion does sound like a lot. It is a lot of money, but in context to the federal budget, it is tiny. And $2 trillion was what we were promised. Let's do some quick math. Let's do some quick math here. Wait, why is my background? What the fuck is up with my background right now? I could have sworn I fixed this earlier. Whatever. Let's do some math. What do you say? 9 billion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Over $2 trillion. Oh, wait, that's million. I screwed that up. Clear. Bastard. Over 2 trillion. I guess I could have just done the whatever. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 0.4% of what we were promised. Less than 0.5% of what we were told we were going to be getting. Yeah.
More realistic.
Gotta say, I thought we were told that the merit was we were going to get rid of DEI so we could bring back merit and competence. But these guys seem pretty incompetent, at least of their own stated goals. I'm not saying that I would have been pleased had he actually cut $2 trillion from anywhere but the Pentagon. But, you know, is what it is. By the way, also, thank you, Scared Crow, for the super chat. I can't remember if I said thank you. My brain is broken right now. Elon has egg wiener? I don't know what that's what that's in reference to, but it sounds gross.
Don't be creepy.
Oh, God. All right, now we only have 3 super chats or super stickers. Also, gifting memberships count towards the goal, even though YouTube doesn't allow it. I allow it.
I think that puts it more in perspective of how much there was this high bar that they did not reach.
No, it's what they spent on paper clips. I mean, it's really not a lot, and he didn't find it. He was able to do it because he made cuts in particular areas, some of which were regulating him, like foreign budgets, maybe attack NPR, attack things like that. But it wasn't significant cutting that they were talking about, which is reforming government extensively. And as he correctly pointed out, you can't have a bill that's big and beautiful. You can have one or the other. And, you know, Musk can do math, I think, and he understands the deficit. This $2.3 billion or more raising the deficit is very dangerous for this country.
Yeah, but the way you're talking about it, Kara, the framing in which you're putting this is gross. It's not the spending that's the problem. It's the lack of revenues. It's the tax cuts that add to the deficit, right? Because there are cuts being made to spending you dumb bitch.
A fucking bitch.
Spending is being decreased. It's revenues that are being slashed, though, by trillions of dollars, all to enrich the most wealthy people in our country. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. Spending is decreasing here. Kara Swisher, a very wealthy woman. I mean, she's not, you know, a billionaire, but she's made quite a living for herself over the years. You know, cozying up to the tech billionaires and whatnot. You know, doing journalistic puff pieces for them and things like that. She was basically like the original Matt Taibbi, you know. But yeah, I'm done with this. Enough from you, Kara. Enough. All right. Let's go to some more discussion of Elon's departure from the Trump administration.
Come on up here, Elon. He created the first
Come on,
major
Elon.
American car company in generations and his rocket company.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA.
I haven't been politically active before. I'm politically active now because I think the future of America and the future of civilization is at stake.
What is DOGE? What is DOGE?
You've heard what DOGE is all about, the Department of Government Efficiency. It's a new thing, and this is a new day in Washington and a new day in America.
Illegal.
My heart goes out to you.
Well, he's got access only to letting people go that he thinks are no good, if we agree with him.
We're here today because an unelected billionaire and his team have been given full and unfettered access to our taxpayer money and our government.
Today, we're here to say with one voice, fire Elon Musk.
Elon is doing a great job. He's finding tremendous fraud and corruption and waste.
The people voted for major government reform, and that's what people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it.
Perhaps you've heard the great Doji Dodgy Doge.
Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Elon
We
Doggy.
cannot give a blank check to Elon Musk and DOGE
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this
to
juncture.
continue their destruction of critical benefits and programs, critical health care, critical privacy rights, critical things that Americans across this country depend on.
Well, I'm going to buy, and I'm going to buy because, number one, it's a great product, as good as it gets.
Welcome to the White House used car lot.
He devoted his energy and his life to doing this, and I think he's been treated very unfairly by...
Got great
very
deals for you
small
over here.
people. You know, you're invited to...
Do you like
stay
a swastika?
At some point, I guess, he wants to get back home to his cars.
Well, Mr. President,
What a bunch of
say I wear a lot of hats.
What a bunch of obsequious losers. They'll clap for literally anything Donald Trump says. Swear to God. So pathetic.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
The world's richest man, and one of its most polarizing. Elon Musk was arguably Donald Trump's most recognizable and influential backer.
Thank you.
Caught in controversy from the very beginning of his time in the US Capitol.
My heart goes out to you.
The SpaceX and Tesla CEO has now confirmed he is leaving his White House role at the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. In a post on X, the social media platform he owns, Elon Musk said, "As my scheduled time as a special government employee comes to an end, I would like to thank President Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The DOGE mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government.
Which is headed by Elon Musk.
Musk was, for just under 130 days, Trump's cost-cutting czar, his brief to improve efficiency.
Efficiency. DOGE.
In practice, that meant firing 200,000 state employees and the attempted closure of the U.S. Agency for International Development.
On the terms that he and the president have set out, I think they've been largely successful. They've pushed the legal envelope to a considerable extent, and they've gotten some pushback from the courts. And it strikes me as his next move might either to be kind of hunker down and get very involved in one state's politics, or play kind of more of a global role.
The writing was already on the wall. Just last week, Musk admitted frustration that Trump's upcoming so-called Big Beautiful Spending Bill would undo much of Musk's money-saving measures.
You know, I was like disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly.
What's so ridiculous about that is that the bill still is going to give Elon a shit ton of money, and I find it incredibly strange that he's so upset. I think it's just because he genuinely thinks that poor people don't deserve food or health care. And that's just like an ideology for him. He thinks the poor are just sort of in the way.
Which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the DOGE team is doing.
Musk's close ties to Trump proved damaging for his multi-billion-dollar businesses. Protests were held outside Tesla dealerships around the world.
It's cheaper than therapy.
A car synonymous with the businessman and the president he both advised and, with his almost $300 million in political donations, also enabled. Tesla sales and...
Yes, Tesla sales have imploded over the recent months. I mean, you're in Europe last quarter. EV sales went up 30% in the European Union, and yet Tesla sales were down over 50%. Tesla is about to just not be a company in like a year. Okay. Oh, I got one more Elon video. I forgot. One more montage from Reuters. It's a very sad farewell. Oh, God. Elon. Oh, I'm gonna miss you so much. Ah.
Elon Musk is leaving his role in government. A White House official confirmed the move late Wednesday, saying the billionaire's offboarding would begin the same night. The exit caps a tumultuous period since U.S. President Donald Trump returned to power, vowing to give Musk a big job.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which
Maybe
is
you've heard of
headed
it. You've
by
only said it like
Elon
10,000
Musk,
times.
who's in the gallery tonight.
He's here. Looking
Musk
creepy as
set out
usual.
to slash government spending, saying in March he could cut at least $1 trillion off federal expenditures.
If we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt.
But DOGE attracted huge controversy, with critics saying it was making indiscriminate cuts that threatened vital services without even delivering the promised savings.
That's true.
Many were also angered by the resulting wave of job losses, with some 260,000 roles cut from the federal workforce. The controversy may also have done deep harm to some of Musk's businesses. Tesla sales have slumped in some markets, notably Europe, amid anger over his embrace of far-right politics in some countries. Some investors have also been concerned that Musk simply had too many roles and wasn't spending enough time at his various firms.
Oh, so sad. So sad. Now, this will give more time for Elon Musk to promote Nazis on Twitter. Or maybe to pay his ex-wives the child support that he owes them. Or maybe to find a new wife. I don't know. Maybe he'll find someone else's wife. Like this. Just really quickly. Let's take a look at this. Where's the photo? Where is this fucking photo? Oh God, where is it? saw a fucking photo of this somewhere. Where did it go? It's been scrubbed from the internet already. Where is it? I could have sworn. Supposedly they were seen leaving the White House together. Elon Musk and Stephen Miller's wife. Let's see here. Where is it? What happened to this photo? I don't care. Show it to me. Where the fuck is it? But it wouldn't be shocking if Stephen Miller's wife decided to upgrade to a different, more wealthy Nazi. I can't find the photo now. Maybe it was fake. I don't know. But there's a lot of chatter going on around Elon and Katie Miller, I think is her name. A lot of stuff. Here's the Daily Beast. The Daily Beast. Elon Musk's top goon exits Doge along with Stephen Miller's wife. Elon Musk's right-hand man is the latest. Headed out the door in a Doge exodus that includes the billionaire himself and Stephen Miller's wife. Steve Davis' exit follows Musk's announcement on Wednesday that his time is up at Doge, where he launched a sweeping and chaotic 4-month campaign to slash government waste. Just hours earlier, CNN reported Katie Miller, who is married to President Donald Trump's deputy chief of staff, was also out, with sources saying she will now work full-time for Elon Musk and has been helping to arrange media appearances separate to his government work. Sounds sexy. All right. Let's see. We're going to get into some economics discussions real quick. Let's see what Donald Trump wants to do to the largest mortgage insurers in the country, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Here's CBS News from yesterday.
President Trump reiterated Wednesday that his administration is working to take mortgage giants Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac public, but still keep them under U.S. government oversight. Since the 2008 recession, both companies have been in a government conservatorship under the control of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, which was created by Congress to help manage the housing crisis's fallout. That means both companies can still run as private businesses, but the Federal Housing Finance Agency oversees their operations, and each company's management and board report to the government. This happened because both companies were deeply entwined.
This is genuinely going to be problematic, and it might not be immediately obvious, but making these agencies public companies, as in listing them on the stock market, it's freaking idiotic. And they're now going to be more focused on making money than ensuring that your house is insured, or that your mortgage is properly backed. Oh God, this is just so fucking stupid. We're already dealing with enough problems with housing. This is only gonna worsen our crisis and possibly usher in a new, even worse situation like in 2009.
In the subprime mortgage collapse that triggered the 2008 recession. Fannie and Freddie buy mortgages from lenders like banks and then package several of them together at a time into guaranteed mortgage-backed securities, which investors buy. Lenders want this because it gives them cash so they can issue more mortgages, and investors typically view them as safe investments for two reasons. Fannie and Freddie guarantee a payout to investors in the event of a default. And both companies are government-sponsored enterprises, so the federal government can help in a crisis. In the lead up to 2008, Fannie and Freddie began buying risky loans from people with poor credit ratings.
Illegal.
The housing market crashed in 2007, and Fannie and Freddie lost billions paying out on those guarantees and came close to collapse. Financial experts worried if that happened, that could cause a deeper banking collapse. So the federal government took over Fannie and Freddie and gave them a nearly $200 billion bailout. Since then, Fannie and Freddie have paid off the bailout and have been profitable since 2012. According to the National Association of Realtors, Fannie and Freddie...
Yeah, I'm sure taking them out of conservatorship, just letting them do whatever the fuck they want and focus only on profitable things like all of those mortgage-backed securities and the CDOs and the all of that stuff. It's probably fine, right? You know, it's not like they have a track record of screwing things up when they're on their own. Yeah, it's probably totally responsible decision. Definitely won't usher in a new house crisis or, you know, another recession. It's gonna be fine, everybody. Stop worrying, okay? You're worrying too much. You need to settle down. Don't worry. And by don't worry, I mean maybe worry a little bit. This is massively problematic. Sorry, sometimes I say things that are completely opposite to what I mean. Let's talk about the tariffs. What do you say? Now, this one has been big. This one's been kind of big recently. A reporter asked Donald Trump about his tariff strategy while in the Oval Office. Let's see what this is all about.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out?
Chicken. You're a chicken.
Oh, isn't that nice? Chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number, and I said you have to open up your whole country, and because I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called up and they said, please, let's meet right now. Please, let's meet right now. And I said, okay, I'll give you till Janine. I actually asked them, I said, what's the date? Because they weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did,
by the way, I want to go back because fucking Janine Pirro's face back here is hilarious. Watch Janine's face while this is going on. It is fucking hilarious.
From 100% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number, and I said you have to open up your whole country, and because I gave.
If Janine keeps it up with the plastic surgery, she's gonna wind up looking like Michael Jackson any day now.
The European Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called
even
up
Donald
and
Trump
said,
called it a tax. Even Donald Trump called it a tax. That's right, Donald. It is a tax. It's an import tax on the people in the country, importing that good into the United States.
Right now, please.
That's how it works.
Let's meet right now. And I said, okay, I'll give you.
What is going on?
Till Janine. I actually asked them. I said, what's the date? Because
like
they weren't
uncontrollable twitching. It's so weird. It is so weird.
And after
she is such a weirdo.
They said, we'll meet anytime you want. And we have an end date of July 9th. You call that chickening out?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about break.
Now, honestly, I kind of hate this strategy because we don't want Donald Trump to tariff everything at all, honestly. I think the tariffs, certainly his tariff strategy is fucking bonkers and nonsense, Nutburger's crazy town shit. But, yeah. Like, I find this hilarious, especially his reaction to it. He's like, but don't say that. Never say that. That's incredibly rude. I'm not a chicken. You're the chicken. You want to play chicken? I'll play a game of chicken. You want a 200% tariffs on everything. Enjoy that, America. $7,000 iPhones. I just think it's a bad strategy. I mean, calling him a chicken I find hilarious. I find his reaction to being called... We have to stick with him being a chicken, but only in the correct scenarios where we want him to actually do the thing that he said he was going to do. As it relates to this, I'm fine with him chickening. Be a coward, Donald Trump. I don't care.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Please, please run away. Bravely, bravely run away. Because we don't need these tariffs. They're not going to help America. They're going to make it worse again. Mawa. Now, I don't know if you heard, but yesterday, a U.S. federal court decided to block Donald Trump's Liberation Day tariffs as a suit was brought by, I can't remember who, but they decided that, Donald Trump does not have the authority to do this unilaterally. Actually, the authority rests with the legislature. Let's go here to CNN.
Federal court has just blocked the bulk of President Trump's sweeping global tariffs from going into effect. The ruling comes from the U.S. Court of International Trade in Manhattan. It's a unique and relatively low-key division of the federal judiciary, but tonight it is flexing its authority in a big way. The three-judge panel ruled in favor of an injunction against the tariffs which have roiled worldwide financial markets in recent months. Unclear right now whether the injunction is temporary or permanent, but the decision is potentially massive political, economic, and legal repercussions. Just moments ago, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller wrote online, "The judicial coup is out of control." I'm joined now by former federal prosecutor Ellie Honig and former senior advisor to President Obama, David Axelrod. Ellie, is this a judicial coup? What is this court?
No, this is a fully legitimate federal court. I should note, this is a 3-0 opinion.
So
The
freaking
three judges
idiotic.
on this court were appointed by President.
Oh, this is so idiotic to suggest it's a coup. Three co-equal branches: judicial, legislative, and executive. Checks and balances. Heard of them before? If you haven't, please go back to school.
Immediately, if not sooner. Reagan, President Obama, and President Trump. So I don't know where they're getting this coup language from. This is a huge setback for Trump and his administration. As big a deal as the tariffs were, this is as big a deal in the opposite direction. It essentially pauses, for now, rules illegal and unconstitutional, almost all of the tariffs that have been in place. And the core of the ruling is this. Typically, it is Congress that controls the tariff power. However, Congress can pass laws giving that power to the president in certain instances. They did that years ago in a statute called the IEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Trump then declared, okay, we are in an international economic emergency because of our trade deficits, because of other economic worldwide factors.
Emergency.
This court unanimously 3-0 said that is not an economic emergency. That is not what the law means. Having trade deficits, which we've had for 49 years continuously, that is not an economic emergency.
Yeah.
As now struck down for the time.
The longest running emergency of all time. 50-year emergency. We've been running a deficit, continuing to have the largest economy on the planet. That's an emergency, folks. Last year, our GDP was fucking massive. But that's an emergency, because Americans are buying too much stuff. We have too much money, and we're buying things that we don't make here, and that's an emergency, even though we've been doing it for 50 years. It's just not an emergency, and these judges made a correct ruling. 3 judges, not just one. They all agreed. Now, unfortunately, the Trump administration immediately appealed.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And a U.S. appeals court. Well, actually, they immediately appealed, and then they also, while appealing, also asked the judges to pause on the tariffs, right, while they appealed, saying, hey, I know you said we can't do it, but hey, can we continue to do it while we try to appeal the doing of it? And that U.S. court said yes. Come on! Yeah, no, they did. It's true.
We are following breaking news in the United States. A federal appeals court has now reinstated Donald Trump's tariffs. Earlier, a judgment from the U.S. Court of International Trade blocked many of the tariffs the president imposed since taking office, saying they exceeded his authority. We get more on this from the CBC's Katie Simpson live in Washington. So, Katie, tell us more about this court ruling.
Well, what a chaotic 24 hours it's been. First, a court strikes down the tariffs, saying they're illegal, that Donald Trump overstepped his power and the tariffs were going to be put on hold. And then an appeals court just a short time ago just ruled that while this decision, the original decision to block the tariffs, is being appealed, well, the Trump administration can continue to collect tariffs. This, of course, applies to the broad majority of tariffs the Trump administration has imposed. The ones that they justified under the guise of national security. So we're talking about the tariffs related to fentanyl and border security applied to Canada, as well as Mexico and China, as well as those broader country-based tariffs that Donald Trump announced on his so-called Liberation Day. Those have been announced, imposed,
You're going to liberate everyone
and right now
from their iPhones and from their money. And their shoes and their shirts and many of the things that people in America buy. You don't need those things. You don't need $50, just $2, all right? All of you people are being liberated from too many dolls, and it's actually good and not bad. The kids they have too much stuff. Why do all these kids want all this stuff? Come on. Come on! So yeah, I mean, we don't need more of this story. So for now, the tariffs are still on. This sort of just wild and just like erratic trade policy shit that Donald Trump is doing is causing genuine harm to the economy, to Americans, leaving businesses uncertain, especially small businesses are being hurt. And supposedly Republicans love small businesses. They're always talking about small businesses, and yet here they are basically allowing Donald Trump to do whatever the fuck. I mean, the legislature can get in there and be like, hey, this is our power. This is us. We're supposed to be in charge of this. But no, they're too weak.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Too weak to do anything, to take their power back. By the way, how are we doing on the goal? I know we got 2 of 5 right now. We only have 47 minutes to complete the goal, people. And as we are counting down, it's getting too close for comfort. All right, let's quickly talk about the Trump family's corruption and who, shockingly, seems to have some sort of issue with it. One Ben Shabibo. Et tu, Ben?
This is what we would call in Massachusetts dawn lighting on Marblehead. Marblehead, Mass, of course, on the water. And this is where I think it's like one of the first places in the country where you can actually see the sun rise.
Are you calling Ben Shapiro Marblehead?
I'm calling Ben Shapiro in this instance just about to see the light. Now, this is going to come as a shock to people. Ben has what is a very controversial perspective on what he's seeing from the Trump presidency. And people, sit yourself down because you're about to get truth bombed by Ben Shapiro here. Now, one wonders if this is really like, if Ben's just finding out for the first time, or if there are other things that Trump is doing that Ben has a little bit of a problem with.
Many of the organizations that Donald Trump Jr. is connected to are making an enormous amount of money during this period of time when his father is president, which raises awkward questions, certainly, about Trump administration policy, ranging from Trump meme coin to World Liberty Financial.
Awkward. That's true. I mean, especially for people like Ben, who spent a great deal of time telling us about all of the Biden crime family, Hunter Biden, Burisma laptop, all of that stuff. I mean, it is incredibly awkward for individuals like Ben, who now are faced with a real dilemma, you know, a real paradoxical situation, if you will.
Trump administration policy, ranging from Trump meme coin to World Liberty Financial to gigantic real estate deals in Qatar. None of this is an amazingly good look.
It's not a good look, okay?
It's not a good look. What do you mean by not a good look?
Yeah, expand on that.
The optics are very bad about all of this incredible. Donald Trump is what, like, made 60% of his fortune in the past 6 months or something?
Seems like a great look to me, Ben.
Seems like a bad look.
It's a bad look. Take a look at my bank account. My crypto.
Interesting that he threw in the tar thing.
Yeah. It is weird.
It's almost as if...
It's strange. Scarecrow with a super chat getting us to 3. Thank you, Scarecrow. Don Lighton on Marblehead. How do you like them apples, huh? I got a number.
There are problems that Shapiro has with what Trump is doing that are a little bit just off the notion of enriching himself. He's made literally, what was it, $3 or $4 billion off that pump and dump crap coin.
Right, the meme. It was like I think like 400 million or something like that.
400 million was the jet, supposedly.
Gosh.
Foisted onto Trump. Apparently, that jet, the Qataris, have decommissioned for like 2 or 3 years, and they needed to get rid of it because of the maintenance. Honestly, I
got a Camry I can give Trump.
But I think Ben is upset because he's like concerned about stuff like, I don't know if you saw this coming, but Hamas agreeing to a truce with Witkoff, and the Trump people are not paying the proper homage to. They're not doing anything, but they're not paying the proper respect to Netanyahu.
Wait, the Qataris have a lot of money?
And now all of a sudden, Ben Shapiro is like, I wonder if Trump is like, there's a bad look. It seems like he's trying to enrich himself.
He's in trouble, too, because Candace Owens, who they let go because of her, none of her previous anti-Semitism mattered, including her saying that Hitler's problem was that he was expansionist.
Keep it in the borders.
Keep it in Germany.
That he just went outside of Germany to do the Holocaust. That didn't bother Ben Shapiro, but when she started speaking out against Israel,
which was right about the time her contract was up.
Yeah, they parted ways, but since then she's been alluding to it being like not necessarily the best breakup, and she's probably under an NDA. But they also let go of Brett Cooper at that time, whose contract expired, and now there's news about them being in financial trouble. He's in a position where I wouldn't be shocked if his viewership is down. Like Candace Owens is through the roof, and she's like just doing straight up anti-Semitism in many instances. And
she said the problem with the USSR was all the Jews.
Yeah,
right.
Not enough pogroms.
But things have improved so much since they all moved out.
Now Ben Shapiro's Jewishness is becoming maybe a bit of a problem with
more pogroms, please.
Anti-Semitic audience, because like as we're seeing anti-Israel sentiment rise amongst voters who lean Democrat and who are Democrats, it's also rising amongst young Republicans. And I don't necessarily have faith that those viewpoints are steeped in humanism.
Yeah, they're going Candace mode.
That they aren't taking wholesale the conflation of Zionism and Judaism by the entire Republican Party and many people in the Democratic Party, because why wouldn't they?
They're certainly taking advantage of it.
I mean, and this is just gonna gives them an opportunity to express how they've always felt about Jewish people, and there's plenty of outlets that can give them that kind of content. And so what's Ben Shapiro going to do here? Is he going to try to differentiate himself and become an enlightened centrist in the Trump era? Are we going to see that reverse? I don't know.
Can't wait to see Ben be a centrist. That should be fascinating. He's going to come out for the abundance agenda next. Have Ezra Klein on. Oh my god. All right. Let's talk one quick health-related story, but still has to do with the government and money being spent or not spent. Have you heard of the bird flu before? You like eggs because the government's been trying to, you know, fight the bird flu on American farms. Because, of course, the bird flu has been a huge part of why egg prices have been getting so high, or in the recent years. I guess it's really been like a year and a half since it was really... I'm trying to remember when it really started spiking. But, you know, bird flu has been causing problems for farmers and for people who eat eggs on the reg. Unfortunately, the government has decided... You know, combating bird flu is just a waste of money because who cares about health and egg prices or whatever. Let's go here to Reuters from 19 hours ago. United States cancels nearly $1 billion in funding for the bird flu vaccine. Come on! Yeah, that's right. We're making America healthy again. I mean, bird flu is actually good, all right? All of you people saying bird flu bad, wrong. Actually, very good.
Bird flu is spreading through US poultry flocks and cattle herds. It's infected 70 people in the country over the past year, mostly farm workers. But drug maker Moderna says the Trump administration has cancelled funding for development of a vaccine. The firm was originally awarded $590 million by the Biden administration to advance work on the treatment. That was on top of an earlier $176 million from the US Department of Health and Human Services. Now Moderna says the funding has been withdrawn. An HHS spokesperson said a review showed the project did not meet standards required for federal investment. But a medical expert at Johns Hopkins University said the government was discarding what could have been an effective and fast tool to combat the disease. US Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy has questioned the use of vaccines. He drew criticism earlier in the year after suggesting poultry farmers should let bird flu spread to allow the study of chickens that stayed immune. Moderna now says it will seek alternative ways to develop and manufacture the vaccine. It has been banking on revenue from new shots to make up for waning post-pandemic demand for its COVID inoculations. Bird flu has also been detected in other countries, including Brazil, the world's top exporter of chickens.
There we go. Chickens, you're gonna have to fend for yourself, right? Don't need vaccines. We don't need more chicken autism. All right. Now, before we start talking about AI, which we're about to get real deep in on here, let's quickly talk about one economic story here in the United States. Japanese auto manufacturer Nissan, which has factory, at least one factory in the United States, if not more. They certainly have offices here, among other things, employees. Nissan is currently offering U.S. workers buyouts, halting pay raises as sales slump. Here's Reuters from yesterday on that story. Make America jobless again.
Japan's struggling Nissan has started offering buyouts to US workers and suspended merit-based global pay rises. That's according to internal emails seen by Reuters. It comes weeks after the company announced a sweeping cost-cutting plan, which includes closing 7 global car plants and slashing a total of 20,000 jobs. An email sent last week showed the automakers offered separation packages to workers at its Mississippi plant, as well as to salaried workers in HR, planning, IT and finance. Reuters couldn't determine how many people had been offered buyouts or accepted. A separate email showed Nissan has also suspended merit-based global pay increases for the current business year.
Damn.
Cutting US workforce.
Even merit-based pay increases are being stopped. Yeesh. Seems like Nissan's reading the writing on the wall right now. Americans are going to have less money to buy cars in the United States. Looking to cut jobs at the Atlanta factory, cutting administrative workers such as HR. Probably good, right? It's going to make America great. Just wait. Just you wait. Any minute now, America's going to be great again. Okay. All right. Let's go and talk AI, since we're talking tech already. And boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to discuss in this arena. Let's start with this. Bloomberg original from last week. Let's talk Stargate. That's right, the Stargate Megafactory, which is a multifaceted partnership between OpenAI, SoftBank from Japan, and Larry Ellison's Oracle, as well as one other company, I can't remember who. It's being built out right now in Texas. Let's go here to get in behind the scenes look.
Stargate. Put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it in the future. A new American company that will...
The Space Odyssey music and the filter on Donald Trump's voice is fucking classic. I need to hear this opener one more time. Oh my god. Stargate, it's going to be great.
Stargate. Put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it in the future. A new American company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure.
The data centers are actually under construction. The first of them are under construction in Texas, the Abilene location, which is our first location.
Abilene is a town on the western central plains of Texas. We kind of scratch and fight for everything good that comes our way.
I had people reaching out and they said, well, is the president going to come see you? And I said, well, he hasn't texted me yet, so.
I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America. I think this will be the most important project of this era.
By the way, Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, Masayoshi-san of SoftBank, these are all some of the most wealthy people on the planet, right? They are all billionaires. I mean, Larry, on Oracle's servers, right? Many people are not familiar with what Oracle does, and I think they try to keep it that way. Oracle basically houses all of your data, okay? All the cloud data, not all, but a massive, massive portion of all data on the internet is being housed on the servers of Oracle, right? They are basically, yeah, they are seriously problematic. But yeah, all sorts of different cloud companies go to Oracle to house their data on their servers. Of course, Sam Altman's OpenAI, we all know what that is. SoftBank is a private equity firm from Japan, which of course earlier this year promised to invest in AI infrastructure. Whether or not we need it.
Welcome to Abilene, Texas.
This is the site of Project Stargate, a very mysterious, much talked about, much speculated about project that brings together OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle. If it all comes together, building after building on this red dirt behind me will be filled with chips that'll power the AI revolution.
What we're undergoing right now is sort of the largest infrastructure build in human history. It's going to create new ways of doing business, it's going to create new ways of invention, and it's going to really drive humanity forward.
I was in the real estate business. These buildings, these are big, beautiful buildings. They're going to employ a lot of people.
Big, beautiful buildings.
How do you personally grapple?
Why is everything big and beautiful? Big and beautiful buildings. Big, beautiful big, beautiful butts.
The pace of it all.
It does feel like it's going very fast. I certainly think if I could like transport myself back 3 years ago, it would seem like unimaginable progress.
This is amazing, explosive growth of intelligence that's coming in our decade. Everything will change.
When Stargate was first announced, there was a lot of skepticism. A lot of people thought it's just too big to be true. So this is your very first look. Hello.
Hey, Emily.
Thank you so much for having us.
Welcome to Abilene.
It's so awesome to be here.
Yeah.
It's all happening.
I know.
How many people are on this site?
Today we have about 2,200 people on site.
The guy at the heart of the Stargate build in Abilene is Chase Lockmiller. He's the founder of Crusoe, the little-known data center startup overseeing this massive project.
We started construction here last June of 2024. This was just a complete barren field.
So
right?
there was nothing here in June?
There were a bunch of...
There were trees. You know, there was that, and then they came and destroyed all of that. Not that we need trees, right? I mean, yeah, it's fine.
Trees and bushes and brush.
Stargate is so mysterious. What actually is happening here?
What will eventually be here is 8 separate buildings, all containing very large clusters of fully interconnected GPUs.
Yep.
We're going to do a tour of some of that. This is going to get us around the whole 1,200-acre campus.
Hey, we're going on an adventure.
It's like getting around Jurassic Park.
I love that.
It's like getting around Jurassic Park. I can't remember, how did the Jurassic Park go? It's a great comparison. It's really great. I'm sure this will go just as well as Jurassic Park did. You know, creating something that we don't fully understand. Not even sure if we can properly control it. There's no way this goes wrong, okay? Just like with Jurassic Park, this is going to be perfectly fine.
I don't want reality.
Alright, we cannot watch this whole thing because it's like fucking an hour long. Oh wait, we'll watch a little bit more of this though. Hold on, and then I'll move it forward.
All right, let's go off-roading.
I feel like we're going on a data center safari.
It is much like a data center safari.
Crusoe's 8 planned buildings will hold up to 400,000 chips, which would make this one of the world's largest known compute clusters. The partners behind Stargate, OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank, have committed $100 billion to the project so far, and claim they're prepared to put in 5 times that as they expand to multiple sites. This first site in Abilene has been dubbed Project Ludicrous, as in...
Ludicrous speed! Ludicrous speed.
Which is appropriate. The whole thing is supposed to be done by mid-2026.
Are you round the clock, 24 hours a day?
We're round the clock. It is very much a 24/7 operation. We're trying to deliver on, you know, the fastest schedule that a 100 megawatt or greater data center's ever been built.
So why the ludicrous rush? Well, because Stargate is part of a much larger AI race. Companies like Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon, and XAI are all building AI data centers of their own at sites across the US and beyond. Each company wants to have the most capable AI be...
These dudes are rushing to destroy the planet, okay? The amount of energy and water that this shit consumes is wild. I recommend people look it up. It is fucking... It's a tragedy in motion that we are all watching happen. And this race is one of the most irresponsible competitions in the history of the planet.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
And we are... already having serious problems with the climate. We're going to be talking about that a little bit later after this. But I mean, this is such an irresponsible fucking decision. Fact is, all this probably could be done with one data center. Instead, everybody needs their own because they're competing. It's a race. We have to be the first one because we need to enrich ourselves in the tunes of trillions of dollars and, you know, disenfranchise people from their jobs and from reality.
Large language models like ChatGPT have gotten more capable as the technology's evolved. So the hope is that adding an astronomical amount of compute will make them even more capable.
Take me back to the beginning before Stargate. What did you start seeing that made you realize we need more compute, more power, more connectivity, that you were hitting a limit and needed to scale?
We used to think a lot about the compute we would need to train the models. And what we didn't used to think about as much as how much people were going to use these models. I mean, we did think about it. It just turned out people want to use the models much more than we imagined. And a couple of years ago, maybe after the launch of GPT-4 in ChatGPT, it really started to hit like, oh man, this is like gone from a lot of compute to like the biggest infrastructure project in history. And out of that emerged Stargate.
Why call it Stargate?
It began as a code name and sometimes code name.
Why can't Sam Altman make regular eye contact with human beings? Constantly looking at his feet or looking out the fucking window. Like he's some sort of child.
But it means something, right?
The design of one of the very early layouts of a data center looked a little bit like Stargate from the show.
How did you get to talking with Masayoshi Son and Larry Ellison, and how did you all come together?
I did 2 kind of long trips around the world, and a lot of it was to talk to developers and governments, but a lot of it was also to just really try to like get my head around the supply chain. On one of those trips, I met with Masa, and we got to speaking about, you know, what it would take to do compute at this kind of scale.
Hi, Masa. It's so nice to see you. What conversations did you have with Sam that led to Stargate?
Well, we have a shared vision of AGI coming soon, and we need compute.
Of all the bets you could make, why this? Why Stargate?
Well, I believe in the vision that this AI, the AGI, will change the mankind's life in every aspect. And we are lucky to see this enormous revolution.
I just want everybody to remember that sentence, what Masayoshi-san just said. We are looking to change every aspect of human life. And this is the actual stated goal. And they try and, you know, wiggle around what it's going to do to humanity. The fact is, if this manages to change every aspect of human life, we are going to be in fucking trouble. And that's absolutely their goal. They are hoping to soon, you know, have your job being done by a computer, right? Rather than, you doing it. Now, you're probably not going to get paid for it, and there's certainly none of these guys are concerned about ensuring that you have food or health insurance or a place to sleep, or a purpose in life. None of that's very important, but as long as they can enrich themselves to the tunes of trillions of dollars while destroying society and the way that we know it, then it's a great goal, for like 6 people. Everybody else is getting fucked. Whoa, come on, what just... come on! Son of a bitch. Please hold. Okay, I think I solved it. All right, back to this video. come on. There we go.
I'd like to be part of that. I get excited.
Last month, I came to celebrate your winning and promised that we will invest $100 billion. And you told me, oh, Masa, go for 200. Yeah. Now I came back with 500.
Explain the math to us. How does it all add up to needing $500 billion?
Well, that covers the capacity we think we need for the next few years, given our growth projections. The interesting question is if we knew how to get $1 trillion right now, which we don't, would we be able to deploy that profitably?
What the fuck is wrong with this guy? I don't understand what is the deal with him. I feel like they're always trying to play this sort of like disingenuous, naive character when they know full well what they're doing. They're trying to enrich themselves as best as they can. But I don't know. I feel like he's always trying to pretend like he doesn't know what he's doing.
Next few years. And I'm not sure about that, but I feel confident we can like make $500 billion of value back.
All right, so what are we seeing?
There's many forklifts, there's many cranes, there's many dump trucks, there's many excavators.
New creatures emerge at every turn. Are most of the workers from Abilene?
We're a very large employer here in Abilene, but we have brought in a lot of labor from outside the city and outside the state. We actually have workers from 7 different states.
Oh, yeah.
I've never built anything of this scale. It's one of the underappreciated
But this guy's never even put
aspects
together a
of
shelf.
AI is actually just the physical infrastructure that's needed.
This is awesome. I love it.
Building stuff.
Yes.
There's 155 vehicles that are moving dirt, moving earth right now.
There's something so satisfying about seeing lots of dirt being moved.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at that crane, like this red crane, that's a 600-ton crane.
I have no, like, how does that compare to other cranes?
It can lift a lot. It can lift a lot of weight. I mean, 600 ton, that's like 100 elephants, right?
This is actually happening around the world. Data centers are being built in Malaysia and Japan and France.
I think the demand for compute infrastructure, it's not a US phenomenon, it is a global phenomenon. A lot of countries have actually decided that data centers are critical infrastructure that must be accelerated.
So if hyperscalers are going to Malaysia or Japan, is that competition for you?
We don't really see it as competition. We kind of see it as just an overall growth of the sector. We think we have a lot of unique ways of doing it and a lot of value to add in the process, but pretty just excited by everything happening in the space.
Lockmiller's path to leading the Stargate build has been circuitous. He's climbed 5 of the so-called 7 summits, the tallest mountain on each continent, and worked in physics and finance.
Tell me about your journey before Crusoe. You grew up in Denver. You started out using AI as a trader on Wall Street.
Yeah, we were big early adopters of deep learning, using these multi-layer neural networks to predict returns for certain securities. We found them to be fairly effective. I had high conviction that AI was going to transform everything. It sort of always felt like this meta science.
Lockmiller eventually left finance to get into crypto. Not in the get-rich-quick hyping meme coins way, but in the hundreds of computers solving math problems way. His idea was to build Bitcoin mining operations near oil rigs, taking advantage of a quirk in the oil drilling process.
Jesus Christ.
When an oil company drills for oil, one of the associated byproducts of that is natural gas. And when they don't have access to a pipeline, all of this associated gas is just being burned off on site. And so we had this concept that instead of trying to bring that gas to a market where you can sell it, we could bring a market to the gas. We could build these mobile and modular data centers and bring them directly to the wellhead, and then use that power to power the data center.
It was a good idea, with unfortunate timing.
The crypto market crashed. You then went from Bitcoin mining to AI. It almost sounds like going from one hype cycle to another.
It's absolutely what he's doing.
It may seem like that.
It may seem like that, and it is. It is. It's absolutely what it is. This guy's some sort of a creepy finance hype beast. That's who's now going to help destroy our planet. I'm going to move a little bit ahead of this. We don't need all this goddamn video, although it is mostly horrifying.
for OpenAI. In March, the company rolled out a new and improved image generator for ChatGPT, which quickly became almost too popular to handle.
I've seen viral moments, but I have never seen anyone have to deal with an influx of usage like this.
You added 1 million users in an hour or something like that?
Yeah, I mean more, some hours, but yeah. It was like unprecedented, wild, and also like making an image is it's not exactly like a low compute task the way we do it with the new image gen.
You tweeted that the GPUs were melting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize people were gonna take.
Now, I can't say for sure how much energy is used per image generation, but I do know that the every single search costs more than leaving one light bulb on for the entire day. I do know that much, which is probably problematic. But I'm guessing it's probably like, whatever it takes to power your entire house. That's probably what it takes, energy-wise, to do an entire image through AI per image. Be my guess.
Literally.
I mean, I get that it was a
Probably
joke,
responsible
but
use of energy.
They're running very hot, but like the metal is not actually melting. So we had to do a lot of very unnatural things. We had to, borrow compute capacity from research. We had to slow down some other features. Because it's not like we have like hundreds of thousands of GPUs sitting around just like spinning idly. If we had more GPUs, we would be more able to handle demand surges like this.
So it's that directly linked.
Yeah. More compute means we can give you more AI.
So one of the things to just take note of is just the amount of stuff happening overhead. You can kind of see these very
Is the water to cool the clusters? Yeah. So, not only do they suck out a shit ton of energy running the servers, the cooling mechanisms needed to keep all of those GPUs in this case, cool is massive. The hoe to know. It really is. I mean, the amount of fresh water, and because you can't use salt water, of course, because salt water is corrosive. They have to use fresh water. The stuff that we drink, put into our body to survive. They're using that for this. And it's probably pretty irresponsible. Wait, by the way, how are we doing on the goal in chat? Oh my god, we only have 13 minutes to complete the goal right now, chat. 2 left. We are super close, but we are also super close to not succeeding. We can do it. I believe in us. Becky D makes a good point. It makes no sense to build this data center in one of the hottest areas of America. No, you're right, but the reason why they're building it in one of the hottest areas in America is because of the lack of regulations in Texas. And because they got a sweet, sweet deal, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, on their taxes.
DOGE pipes that distribute cold water to the individual chips to cool them down.
The water is needed because GPUs run very hot, and keeping them cool typically involves an evaporation process that can consume millions of gallons of water per day. That's raised concerns about the sustainability of this AI boom. With Stargate, though, Crusoe says it's bypassed this problem, using what's called a closed-loop system, which keeps the water permanently encased within pipes.
You can put 1 million gallons in, and then you don't need more forever.
Yeah, that's essentially right. We basically fill it.
They're going to have to fill it more than once. They are overestimating you can't infinitely keep water within a system cooling things. There is a vapor that is produced. There is a loss of water in the system at some point. It is not perfect, and also there is also a great deal of what do you call it? Oh god, my brain just broke. Oh, son of a bitch. But there's a great deal of energy that goes into trying to keep that water from leaving the system.
Time, and then we're done, and that's something we can easily coordinate with the city in terms of getting 1 million gallons of water one time. It's a far different ask than asking for 1 million gallons an hour or some other crazy request, which could be the case if you had an open loop cooling architecture.
MIDI Doctors with a sweet, sweet super chat getting us to 4 of 5. Completely blank, just pure generosity from our mod. Thank you, Mitty. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. One left, people. We got like 10 minutes to do it. I believe in us.
So once this is all built, what's the grand vision?
Give people tools to let them do whatever they're going to do better. People will use it and unleash their creative energy and make all sorts of stuff that you and I love, or some stuff that we don't, or stuff to just entertain themselves. Personally, the area I'm most excited about is AI for scientific discovery. You know, we're not there yet, but we're not far away.
I love when they bring up the scientific discovery stuff. It's like the reason they're doing this is not for scientific discovery. I mean, will it be used for scientific discovery? Undoubtedly. But the fact is the reason they're doing it is for money and control. All right, it's got very little to do with the actual end goal of supposed scientific advancement. It's a fig leaf.
I think 2025 will be a world where we have agents do a lot of work, but work of the kind of work, things we already know how to do. I'm hopeful that 2026 will be a big year of like really new scientific progress.
But in order for that to happen, buildings full of chips aren't enough. You also need energy, lots and lots of energy. That could be a problem for the climate and a limiting factor in the growth of AI.
Sam Altman's been hunting for more compute for a while now, and it seems like energy is a big constraint. Can you explain that? Like, what are the limits?
Let me sort of put this in perspective for you. If you look at a data center...
Please shut up, sir. Scared Crow, getting it done. Let's go, chat. Scared Crow. They need more compute so they can run the GPUs through the AI flirpniferator and generate an image of a squirrel driving a tractor or whatever. Exactly. We need that squirrel driving a tractor. I mean, how are we supposed to survive without a picture of a squirrel driving a tractor? Come on. By the way, we need a little bit of confetti. After that, All right, there we go. Confetti time. Here it comes. Woo! Great job, chat. We got the whole stream now immediately, if not sooner. All the goddamn content. We deserve it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it all night long. Thank you. Oh, and Becky D also coming in with a sweet, sweet super chat as well. Thank you for being here, GSL. Well, thank you for being here, Becky D. I appreciate you as well. I do what I can, you know. I enjoy being here with all of you. You know, really do. I just realized I'm behind on the stream. Must be from some of the latency from earlier. There we go. Nice. Great job, chat. Great job. All right. Well, we did it. We did it. It's amazing. All right, back to AI. All right, what was I doing? Oh, yes, AI.
...20 years ago, an individual rack in the data center would typically be budgeted to consume between like 2 and 4 kilowatts. Today, with the latest and greatest configuration from NVIDIA, you know, we budget 130 kilowatts per rack. So you're talking about almost 2 orders of magnitude increase.
To put it another way, asking ChatGPT a question uses about 10 times as much energy as a Google search.
It is a complete transformation in terms of the amount of infrastructure required to support this workload. And so that has become the major bottleneck.
Well, at least it used to be.
So AI data centers
It used to be 10 times as much as a Google search before Google integrated AI into their searches. Now that number is different, which is, you know, it is what it is. I think it's completely irresponsible that, and sort of the circumvention of consumer rights, that AI doesn't allow users to not search with AI But at least at one point, that's absolutely correct. Before Google integrated AI into their search, one of these searches, the AI searches, cost 10 times as much energy as one of those. Right? Simple searches are just, sucking energy out of our grid and making your energy costs larger, right? Like, it's all coming from one source, right? Supply and demand. Right, so the more data centers suck out the energy, the more you're going to have to pay for your electricity bill. Enjoy that. It's worth it. Don't worry.
Be located just anywhere. You need a location with lots of available power. And West Texas happens to fit the bill.
We came to Abilene, honestly, because it's a community that's very rich in low-cost and clean energy. A lot of wind development has happened in and around the Abilene region, and what they lack is actually demand for power. That created a massive opportunity for AI, which is so hungry for power in this moment. This is the first 200 megawatt substation. Right over here, there's going to be developed an incremental 1 gigawatt substation. So the total power capacity for the site will be a total of 1.2 gigawatts.
All right, so we're talking bigger than a gigawatt.
Bigger than a gigawatt, yeah. Everybody seems to want a gigawatt or more these days.
If that sounds like a lot, well,
It is.
it is. Enough to power about 750,000 homes, 2,600 Tesla Model 3s, or 100 million LED light bulbs.
Wild. This one data center requires the same amount of energy to give 1 in 3 Americans a lit LED bulb for the entire day. This is where we're at, people. This is how much energy it's sucking out. 750,000 homes worth of energy for this one for this one power station to power this data center. Fucking insane. This is so irresponsible.
There's a funny Back to the Future quote where he
it's
says
worth it though to get
1.21
inaccurate search
gigawatts.
results, right? Like it's worth it, because you want the chat GPT to tell you to put pebbles in your burrito, or that the moon is flat, or whatever. I don't know.
He says 1.21 gigawatts.
21 gigawatts!
And because it's 1.2 gigawatts, it's kind of funny.
As more and more AI data centers come online in the next few years, they'll add many gigawatts of demand to an already overstressed grid. According to one estimate, data centers could
let's not
consume more
forget,
than
at the beginning of this video,
America's electricity.
we talked about how it's not just Starlink and OpenAI who's building out data centers like this, right? It's Microsoft, it's Google, it's all the other AI players right now. They're all doing this at the same time, right? So let's assume that there's let me just want to go back to these numbers. Let's just assume that there's 3, right? Let's say there's just 3 of these, and I know there's way more. There's going to be way more than this probably if they continue on the path that they are on. But you multiply all these numbers by 3,
or 100 million,
right? 300 million, which would basically be 1 LED bulb lit all day for every human in the United States, or 3 million homes. I mean, it's just, oh God, what a fucking use, what a waste.
was even building its own. And while the International Energy Agency predicts renewables will meet about half that demand, the rest will mostly come from coal and gas.
Come on!
Crusoe is even building its own gas power plant on site as a backup.
Jesus Christ.
Every major tech company has
Nice.
this
So,
net zero
by the way, I
pledge.
don't know if you know this, but methane is incredibly damaging to the atmosphere on a short-term basis. Over 10, 20 years, I think. It's, 20 times as powerful as regular carbon dioxide in its greenhouse gas effect. So, don't forget that.
On site as a backup.
Every major tech company has this net zero pledge by 2030. Are our AI ambitions running directly counter to our climate goals?
It's complicated. My personal perspective is none of those pledges are going to be met by 2030. And there's ways of kind of fudging it where you're buying a bunch of RECs or offsets.
But the actual energy that's being used, there's no way it's going to get to 100% carbon-free power production to power all of the AI infrastructure that's being developed. It's just like fundamentally not possible.
So the tech companies are lying. Or fudging.
Yes.
That's a good question. You're good.
Yeah, we are lying. Yeah. Oh boy, yeah, we are lying right now, and I don't have a good answer for that. It's a great question. Thanks for making me look like a douche. Yeah. Well, you are a douche.
No, look, I mean, I think a lot of these goals were ambitious, and a lot of the goals predated the demand that people were experiencing from AI infrastructure. So I think
the goals to ruin the planet
has actually kind of changed their path. Now, the optimist in me says that while it may get worse before it gets better, there is light at the end of the tunnel.
This naive optimism while they race towards the bottom on all this shit is it's so fucking frustrating to me. It really does speak to the sort of sociopathic thinking that is behind all of this. It's like, yeah, I mean, this is, we're lying and we're probably, a detriment to society, but well, look, we're trying to amass a shit ton of money and power and to disenfranchise people from their jobs. So, lofty goals.
That AI is a massive tool for invention. It's actually going to accelerate the development of a lot of new technologies. The fact that we're building a lot of new infrastructure that requires a lot of energy actually provides this massive opportunity for AI to be one of the early adopters of new energy solutions. Things like small modular reactors, geothermal, nuclear fusion. The fact that AI has a massive demand for energy puts it in a position to actually intentionally decide what does the energy infrastructure look like that's going to power it.
For now, Stargate seems to have the resources it needs to accomplish its goals. But with huge investments come huge risks. Bloomberg's Brody Ford has been following Stargate and the many ways it could go wrong or right for the Stargate partners and for the city of Abilene.
Thanks for coming to have a drink.
Thank you. We got the cactus right behind you, too.
I love it.
Yeah.
What's your impression of Stargate?
It's happening, right? I mean, there's a lot of naysayers on the internet that nothing about it's real, but it's clear. I mean, it is a massive project. The fact that they're talking about having, a gigawatt of capacity live in about 2 years, it's an ambitious target, and seeing that in person kind of showed how frantic the whole thing feels.
A gigawatt is huge.
Oh, it's huge. It's comically big, right? I mean, nobody was saying these kind of numbers 2 years ago.
Yeah. How does this compare to other big tech projects in other places?
We've been tracking a lot of the big data center projects. I mean, data center spending has ramped in the last couple of years. It passed $200 billion in CapEx in the last year. I think two big projects that people are really watching right now is here in Abilene for Stargate and Elon's build out in Memphis. Both have been thought to be the largest computing clusters at various moments, depending on who you ask. But I think what unites them is just the fact that they need so many chips, and it's the amount of labor coming into them.
This is, to me, a very big thing. $500 billion Stargate project. I think it's going to be something that's very special.
The number, $500 billion. Is that for real?
I don't think anybody thinks they're going to hit 500 billion. Maybe I will eat my words.
Now I came back.
SoftBank has a reputation for buying toward the top, for getting into projects once the hype cycle is already pretty advanced.
I'm very confident. We don't need $500 billion in one day. We go step by step, okay? So we are very confident to make it happen.
This is a lot of money.
So no.
And
So that's going to be a no. We're not going to spend $500 billion. Aw, sounds like Donald Trump's not going to be getting what he wanted. So strange. It's not like that happened in... Oh, wait, it did happen in his first administration? Where people promised him things and he touted them to the public and then they didn't come through? Oh, gosh. Weird. Weird. I mean, we're still going to get the unintended, the nasty effects of all this, but they're just going to spend less. Wait a second. Why is there a floating bottle over here? What the fuck? How did this happen? God damn it. I just noticed there's a floating bottle of beer, galactic beer and wine glass on the short stream right now. Looks wild. It's very strange. All right, Amono Up just told me that we have 70 likes, so I have to get you some more emotional support characters. Please hold. Why can't I roll? Oh, there we go. All right, there we go. Did it. I did it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna scoop ahead a little bit. Talk about the effects of this on the local economy of Abilene, Texas. Oh, actually, before we do that, let's talk about some of the risks. Not that we haven't already been talking about some of the risks. Let's talk some more about the risks.
As they can, they're looking for creative ways to, conjure up those funds. And Oracle is a company that says, oh God, you want to pay us to build out these data centers? Absolutely, count us in.
The sizes keep getting bigger.
Yeah.
And bigger. Is there a chance we're overbuilding? Do we need all this?
God, every single day somebody has a different take, right? Every single day, like we saw with DeepSeek, right? That, wait a second, do we really need all of this infrastructure?
For those not obsessively following every twist and turn in the AI race, DeepSeek is a Chinese company whose own AI model went viral in January. Their AI performed at a similar level to leading US models, but used far fewer computing resources. This raised the question, are Stargate-scale mega projects really necessary?
DeepSeek appears to have found a more efficient way to power AI. Was that a moment of rethink for you? And are you doing anything differently now?
I think the DeepSeek team is very talented and did a lot of good things. I don't think they figured out something like way more efficient than what we figured out.
No.
But do you think there is a more
I'm sure he's not at all.
way to
Oh, I'm sure. We will.
I'm sure Sam isn't at all, trying to obfuscate or attempt to downplay this in any way, since his finances are real wrapped up in this situation. No, DeepSeek didn't do anything. It didn't do anything new, and this investment isn't at all, irresponsible on our part.
Made incredible efficiency strides year over year, and I'm sure we'll keep doing that in the future.
So if that's the case, why are you building all this?
Yeah, great question.
If we had an AI that we could offer at 1/10 of the price of current AI, I think people would use it 20 times as much.
Why is he constantly looking away
and
from
we would
her?
still need twice as much compute.
Like, I can't tell if he's being evasive or just, like, weird, but it seems like he's just really uncomfortable with looking at this journalist in the face.
Satisfy the then current demand.
Some companies seem less sure. Microsoft, for example, announced that it was pausing or canceling several data center builds in the US and abroad.
A lot of folks worry that we aren't that far from seeing some kind of pullback, some kind of wall. It's kind of like how all the big tech companies were hiring every single person they could in 2020, 2021. Then at one point, they started firing people. And I think we're at this point where every time a lease gets canceled for a data center, people wonder, oh, did we hit this moment? Do we really need all of this infrastructure? Is there really a payoff in the end? Are folks going to use these tools enough that it's going to pay for all of this build out?
How confident are you that OpenAI is going to be a financially sustainable and profitable enough company to justify all of this investment?
It's looking like we're doing really well. I mean, like we are definitely doing something unprecedented. It seems like I feel confident in the bet. Doesn't mean something can't go wrong.
What are the risks?
I mean, maybe, people stop wanting to pay for AI services and then we have a difficult financial position.
Oh, that would be sad.
What do you say to the people out there who think
Just
this is a
thinking about
massive
Sam Altman
boondoggle?
losing money makes me sad. I'm just like, I don't know if I can continue on. I mean, I think, oh God, billionaire technocrats losing money because of bad business decisions? Oh, God.
That's too much, man!
Oh, it's a tragic story.
Look, I mean, I think there's always going to be doubters, but I think the money piece, I think so long as AI is delivering value to society, the money will be there to build the infrastructure. I have no concerns around that. Even if it's not all 100% accounted for today, that money is there, and there's a lot of money that wants to invest in this category. What we're undergoing right now is sort of the largest infrastructure build in human history, right? This is like where we built the
thing I want to remind people of constantly is the reason for why all of these people to be investing all of this money into this technology should be obvious to all of us, but it's to make money, right? And they know full well that, you know, users may not pay for it, but you know who will be paying for AI once it gets to the, you know, and they're already doing it, is people like Taco Bell and McDonald's and whomever else to help cut jobs, you know. And it's not like any of them are suggesting we need to shore up the social safety net. They're all hanging out with Donald Trump, who's trying to get rid of that social safety net. And so this is the problem. The wealthiest people on the planet, you know, a tiny group of people with incredible wealth, are all rushing to create a technology to replace workers while not considering what will happen when all of those workers don't have jobs, right? Not even, they don't even seem slightly concerned about it. You know, they're rushing, you know, full speed to, you know, some sort of techno-apocalypse, essentially. I mean, there's going to be a reckoning with this at some point, right? But the fact is they are selling it. Just like Masayoshi-san said earlier, they plan to affect every aspect of human life with this AI technology. All right? And that includes jobs. You know? And you don't hear any of these guys talk about, you know, bringing about, you know, luxury space communism or something along with it. And so it's just going to be, you know, socialism for the rich and literally nothing for everyone else. It's just fucking insane. But it's more important that they enrich themselves and get rid of jobs first, and then they'll figure it out. I'm sure they'll figure it out, and it'll all be fair, and that we'll, you know, once we have no labor power to withhold from these psychopaths, I'm sure it'll still be fine. I'm sure we'll still have plenty of leverage to ensure that we have a, you know, even just enough to survive. It'll be fine.
interstate highway system, you know, that enabled massive interstate commerce and transportation and catalyzed this massive boom in the U.S. economy.
Yeah.
What's happening in AI?
You know what I love about this analogy is that instead of building out mass transit, when back at this moment that he's talking about, we did this, something that is now coming to head now, right, with the environment. You know, making our entire country car-centric has added just incredible amounts of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, and is one of the things that is genuinely adding to our problems with climate change. It's a perfect analogy, honestly, in many ways. You know, nobody foresaw just how, you know, how detrimental this would be. And I do feel that we are in a very similar situation right now with the AI, but much, much worse, and much more difficult to quantify the benefit to society at large than the roads. Oh shit, your emotional support characters. Oh my god.
How rude.
You're right, I forgot. You're right, Monop. You've caught me not noticing. I have left you in the dark, out in the cold. All right, 1, 2, there we go. All right. Now let's talk about how this is going to either benefit or detract from the city in Texas where it is currently located.
Across the country, places like Abilene are trying to attract data center projects and the jobs and tax revenue that come with them.
I make $1 a year being mayor, so I've got to have another business too. So.
So your side business is still the pest control? Okay.
Yeah, I'm a hired killer.
How would you describe Abilene?
Well, Abilene, it's an old railroad town, you know, so we have lots of Western heritage. But that doesn't mean that we don't want to grow and you know, look forward to the future. We want our city to grow, and we look forward to these opportunities that are coming to us.
What have you heard about the Stargate project?
It could quite possibly be the largest AI data center in the world, and that excites me, and to know that we're going to be a front runner in technology right here in West Texas.
I've spent the last couple of months looking at some of these biggest projects and trying to see what documents we can find. How have these, you know, some of the world's largest, most powerful companies been interacting with these local municipalities? Largely what we have found is that these local towns are willing to forego quite a bit of tax revenue, quite a bit of control to be able to bring these big companies in.
What is Abilene giving up to have Stargate here?
So what Abilene agreed to with Stargate with this data center is 85% of tax revenue off the property tax wiped.
So they're
This is insane. So it's basically just not going to benefit this, and we'll get into more of why it's not going to benefit this town. 85%. I mean, these are a bunch of the richest people on the planet, coming together and just taking advantage of this town in Texas. And these poor people of Abilene, I wonder if they know that they're not going to pay any, while they pay their property taxes, these billionaires are going to get free property, basically, right across from them, while they suck away all of their energy and make their energy bills higher. Wow. This is a ill-conceived plan.
out on 85%.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they would say, and the developers would say, that you're still getting a lot of property tax revenue, and that's probably true, right?
Give me a
but
joke.
These are pretty tough deals being struck, right? I mean, I think a lot of these smaller towns did not take place in the tech boom of the last 20 years. All of those jobs went to the coasts, right? And I think there's a lot of local city leaders who want to be able to say, we're a part of this. And they're willing to strike some pretty extreme deals to make it happen.
You're giving up 85% in tax revenue.
Yeah, we're getting 15% of billions of dollars, so that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, what an optimist. No reason to make the billionaires help fund the schools that they'll be, or the infrastructure, or, any of the other things, any of the services, and it's fine. It's fine. It's still 15% of a lot of money. I mean, come on. Come on. What are you, a pessimist? Still 15% of a shitload of money, even though they probably owe us a hell of a lot more.
Right, it is a large tax increase. We're talking millions of dollars on an annual basis. It's going to help us to pave streets, to hire police officers, to do the things cities do.
When you were negotiating, did you feel like there was a risk they could go elsewhere? Like, were you worried about not winning the deal?
Whenever you're attracting a
Yes,
prospect,
he
yes,
was
you
worried.
always worry about that. But at the same time, if it wasn't going to work for both parties, we weren't going to lay down and just get run over by these people either.
You did. You just did.
How many jobs do you think Stargate will really create?
Well, I'll tell you what I've heard. So, somewhere between 400 and 1,200. There's going to be security. There's going to be
Somewhere between 4 jobs and 1,200 jobs. Could be basically no jobs, or, at least a few. But this is just hilarious.
they're going to have grass. People are going to mow grass out there. So
Oh,
there's going to be all
nice.
kinds of jobs that go with
Nice.
something that large too, other than
There's a great job right there. Mowing the grass outside the AI factory. That's the sort of job that Texans want. That seems like a very good plan.
the technical jobs.
We think about tech investments and tech campuses as kind of these thousands of high-paying jobs that are really kind of boosting local economy. Once data centers are completed, it's often not a lot of full-time workers.
How many people does it really take to run a data center? Like, I keep thinking about that scene in Silicon Valley, and there's one guy in that data center.
There's really no difference between day and night down here, so it makes things easy.
Has anybody seen that show? Oh my god. But this is absolutely the case. Once the server farm is up, you don't need that many people to run it. You know, not required. Oh my god, I gotta watch that one more time. This is absolutely the case of what's gonna happen.
Alley, and there's one guy in that data center.
There's really no difference between day and night down here, so it makes things easy.
There are going to be quite a few people here. I know you're looking for a specific number from me, but
Yeah,
I
that'd be
can't
great.
give it to you.
Oh, you can't because it's probably not a lot of jobs, and you're afraid, and you're a little deceptive prick.
What if they don't create as many jobs as you hope for?
You know, I don't know a lot about AI centers or how many people they employ. I mean, I'm going to be honest about that. But, you know, they're still building the facility.
Yeah, this is a fucking ancient idiot. Of course he doesn't know how many jobs are needed in the AI data center, even though it's totally his job to make sure. For the love of God. So yeah, these guys who were in charge of striking this deal with, OpenAI, they had no idea. I mean, they've already struck the deal, right? We looked at the document that gave them an 85% tax break. These guys didn't even take 2 seconds to Google how many people it takes to run a goddamn service. I mean, it's just... Oh, the massive incompetence here. It's like, I couldn't be bothered to do a quick Google search and find out how many jobs. I mean, they told me it was going to be good. And I said, well, great.
They're still putting billions of dollars into the economy. And so we're just trusting, you know. We have to have a little trust with these partnerships.
Jesus Christ.
We're in downtown Abilene right now. It's really windy. I can see why this is a good place for wind power. We just wanted to talk to people to see what they think about Stargate, if they've heard of it. So we're gonna go try to find some folks and not blow away.
Okay, that's enough on this video. And I just realized that we are butting up against our 4th hour of the stream, which means we gotta take a quick break. But don't worry, we will be right back with the content after these brief space messages. Alright everybody, I do hope you're enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that bell icon too to ensure that you never miss a single episode of this Spacecast. Now, while you're at it, do also remember that we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. And your support is what we rely on to stay afloat in low Earth orbit. So many great ways, of course, for you to do just that. YouTube, the super chats, the super stickers, the memberships, and the gifts over on Vertical, of course. We got Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer all of your money go directly to funding the stream rather than having YouTube or Twitch take a massive cut. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month. Get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Like an avatar here at the pool, or the bar, or the lake, or the street. Shoutouts at the end, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, Space Fams, I think you know what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream immediately, if not sooner. So get yourself back in your seats, otherwise you're going to be left behind. You'll be very sad because of that, I'm sure. Alright, alright. Okie dokie. Well, we completed the chat goal, and we are making headway on the other goal, the galactic deficit goal here. Closer and closer. Day by day, we're making strides. Now, I find this to be fascinating. From Dragon Sharon, if this is correct, this is probably not going to help out the economy of, what was it called? Abilene, Texas, very much. According to Grok 3, this facility could run at full capacity with less than 10 people on site, and that includes with off-site monitoring that can be anywhere on Earth. Nice. So he got an 85% tax cut for a bunch of billionaires to build something that's going to delete jobs all over the planet, certainly in the United States, and it's not even going to create jobs in the city in which it resides. Who could have guessed? Who could have predicted that? Oh, anybody who understood the technology ahead of me. Yeah. Right. Okay. Thanks. Great. All right. Let's go back to talking about AI. We're going to move on from this fucking horrifying data center atrocity in Texas to talking about jobs that are already being taken away. Let's go to More Perfect Union from yesterday. Talk about driverless trucks on the roads. Can you guess where they are? That's right, Texas. Texas, where regulations are important. It's money. Money is important. For billionaires, not for you, goddammit. You don't need a job.
This highway has a secret.
So we're here on I-45 in Palmer, Texas, just south of Dallas. We are on the lookout for a new invention that could potentially upend one of the largest industries in America. That invention, a driverless truck.
Driverless semi-trucks are now operating in Texas. No one behind the wheel of a huge semi-truck. The company Aurora launched service this week. My heart is just palpitating thinking about this.
Aurora Innovation and several of their competitors have been using I-45 as a testing ground to prove a single point. They don't need drivers.
Well, it's going to be a catastrophe.
We are on the verge of a new era in trucking.
I mean, this is truly transformational technology.
And it's coming for your job, too.
You know what's great about this?
Are lost through automation than they are.
You know what's great about this being in Texas is that since Texas didn't expand Medicaid, and there's already gonna be even more Medicaid cuts, when people lose all of their trucking jobs, they're gonna have absolutely nothing to help them. It's gonna be great for society. I'm sure those 10 data center jobs at the Stargate facility will be great. I'm sure that'll pick up the slack
Trade deals.
A robot comes into a factory, workers go away.
Robots could soon put together your next grocery order.
Many office jobs even.
The job you have today ain't going to be here in 10 or 15 years.
The question would be to the company, why do you need everything automated?
So, we came to Texas to witness the revolution for ourselves.
Every load that one of these driverless trucks take is a load that's being taken away from a driver.
We spent time with truck drivers talking about what this means for them.
I kind of am one of the last of the cowboys. We are truly a dying breed of people.
And find out how ready our roads and our society are for this change.
Have we done a good job of addressing the policy questions that need to be answered in order to successfully develop this to maximize the benefits of it? I think absolutely not.
This tech is coming. I mean, it's here now. But is there a way to make it work for us instead of against us?
It's all happening right here. Buckle up. We're heading out. So right now we're just parked right across the first transfer hub from Aurora Innovation. This is where they're going to be launching the driverless trucks out of.
Aurora Innovation was started in 2017 by 3 Silicon Valley heavyweights. Chris Urmson, who previously led Google's self-driving car project that spun off into Waymo. Sterling Anderson, who led the development of the Tesla
nice.
Autopilot
Waymo hasn't had any
Model
problems,
X.
right?
And Drew Bagnell, who worked on autonomous innovation at Uber. Aurora does not actually make trucks. They make what's called
the Aurora Driver.
It's a combination of software, like AI, machine learning, and training simulations, and hardware, like radar, LiDAR, and cameras, that work together to create and inform the Aurora Driver.
The Aurora Driver is going to be essential to our customers. It's going to allow them to build more revenue while having lower costs.
And they are not alone.
Yep.
Companies like Wabi, Plus AI, and Kodiak are all in the...
What are those costs? Oh, you're saying humans. That's the cost. Too many humans are being paid, and we need less of that. We need more... we just need more money. We don't need to, benefit society in any way.
Lower costs.
And they are not alone. Companies like Wabi, Plus AI, and Kodiak are all in the race to create driverless trucks. But Aurora is the big one.
Revenue over
be
people.
Ready to launch by the end of April 2025.
All right, and there she goes. Got drivers in it, which is a little bit unfortunate for us, but it's good for anybody that still needs a job. And we're going to be following it all the way down to Houston. The truck that we're following right now, even though there's a safety driver and a technician in it, the safety driver is basically just holding their hands right next to the wheel in case there's any erratic motions. It's still driving itself.
Aurora and other companies have been
What's the
testing
point?
I-45 in Texas like this for years.
Texas is ground zero for it because they have a really permissive regulatory environment here. And this specific stretch of road is one of the densest freight corridors in America. And there's a lot of money to be made here.
And obviously, that money has to come from somewhere.
Major changes to these industries will have major impact on
There'll be a
jobs.
massive depletion of truck driving opportunities.
Driving for a living is the single most common job for high school educated men in this country.
So is Aurora going to have a driver in the truck of an autonomous vehicle? No, they're not. So they are going to take jobs.
Robert and Chris are with the Teamsters Local 988, representing truckers in Texas. Their union hall is just a few miles from Aurora's terminal in Houston.
So before deregulations, truck driving was considered a very good paying middle-class job. You could raise a family on it.
But that's not so true anymore.
There's a trope in trucking. It was always better before.
The trucking industry has changed to the point where I don't recognize it anymore.
They all felt as though they were betrayed by the government for the Motor Carrier Act.
We actually made a whole video on the Motor Carrier Act of 1980 and just how much it changed these jobs.
And today we're looking at why truckers can't make a living.
The advent of self-driving trucks, in my
Exactly, Stephen. Just be ready to grab the wheel in case automation fails. And that's just for now, right? Because I'm fairly certain they still know that it's not perfect and that it's not able to detect certain things. So these sensors are not perfect and the detection systems are not perfect. I'm talking about the underlying software that is supposed to actually identify what it is the sensors are seeing. Right? They're still not perfect. But once they think that it's perfect, regardless of whether or not it is, those jobs are going bye-bye.
It was actually endpoint of a long series of technologies that have caused a decline in wages and working conditions.
Steve Viselli has been studying the industry for over a decade.
What that led to was very high turnover. And so those experienced drivers who were used to those good wages and good working conditions said, essentially, hell no, I'm not going to do that. And so this is where the driver shortage narrative comes from.
A major shortage of truck drivers in the
Shortage of truck drivers.
Actually, not enough truck
The
drivers.
industry is approaching a breaking point.
Now, there isn't a shortage of truck drivers. We have 3 times the number of folks with a license to drive a truck than the trucks that need to be operated. It's because of this turnover in the industry. In some years, as many people are trained for those jobs as the number of jobs themselves, meaning we have almost 100% turnover of people entering the industry and leaving it every year.
But this driver shortage narrative is how Aurora has been justifying its work.
Yeah, and this is the important, maybe the most important aspect of this entire story, right? For decades now, trucking companies have been giving less pay, less benefits to their drivers, right? And doing whatever they can to increase their revenue, something that these people keep talking about. Well, we can have more revenue and less cost without people in the cab, right? Because that's what they've been trying to do this whole time. Essentially, how can we just pay these drivers a little bit less so that we can make, another $1 billion, whatever it might be. And like that's always been their goal, is to pay workers less. And now they have what they need to genuinely just get rid of the input cost of labor entirely, and that's the plan, right? It's these people are not magnanimous benefactors. They're business people, and they hate the workers. The workers are an inconvenience to them. If they could just get rid of them and still do business, that would be the sweet spot.
The trucking industry has faced and continues to face a structural challenge with
Because,
not
all
having
right,
access to enough
just
truck-
shut up, liar. It's not, once again, there's no shortage of labor. Like they just said, there's 3 times as many CDL holders as there are jobs to fill right now, right? So there's 3 times as many people who spent money and time. Now, not everybody has to spend money. In some cases, they are, paid, or they get, there's like training that is, in some cases, they're subsidized by the companies themselves. But these people, all spent time acquiring a skill that is now being intentionally automated away, and they're all claiming there's just not enough drivers. And that's just a flat out lie. There's just not enough money in the world for these people. All right? They don't give a shit about you. They don't give a fuck. Not one single fuck. All right, that's enough from this story. Been on AI for like an hour and a half. But we got more AI stuff to talk about. Let's go here. South China Morning Post from a day ago. Driverless mining trucks begin operating in China.
China!
Let's see what's going on here.
The world's largest fleet of driverless mining trucks is officially in operation in China. About 100 of these unstaffed trucks began work at the Yimin open pit coal mine in Inner Mongolia. Chinese tech giant Huawei equipped them with its autonomous driving system. This comes as the country rapidly adopts driverless technology.
For the passenger car, we already have very good technology there. So we just adapt this technology to this open pit mining. Open pit mining will be much more easier because for the open pit mining, it's a closed campus. For the passenger car, you need to avoid a lot of the other car or people.
The trucks are designed to autonomously load and unload mining material, as well as operate in harsh weather at the coal mine.
对不对？也谈不上失业的呢，就是有大概10个人，我是从我这个有人车。
All right, yeah, China's doing it too. Although China takes care of their people a little bit better than the United States does. Here, we're trying to get rid of all the things like healthcare and things that the Chinese people just get automatically. Meanwhile, our government's trying to get rid of even more of that stuff. Speaking of China, let's talk DeepSeek. as apparently DeepSeek, that is also a Chinese company, has released an updated bot with which to challenge ChatGPT. Here's Reuters from 15 hours ago.
China.
DeepSeek has updated its AI offering in a bid to keep pace with rivals like ChatGPT. The Chinese startup released a new version of its R1 reasoning model in the early hours of Thursday. It's made no official statement and didn't publish any data on the new model. But benchmark tests soon rated it just behind some of OpenAI's latest iterations on code generation. DeepSeek's bot beat a current version of Grok from Elon Musk's xAI. Same test. It was also ahead of Alibaba's Qwen 3. Earlier this year, DeepSeek upended the belief that US export controls were holding back China's AI advances. It also challenged the view that building cutting-edge AI would require vast computing power and billions of dollars in investment. The startup showed it could match US leaders at a fraction of the cost, sending shares in tech giants plummeting. OpenAI has since released a model that relies on less computing power in response. DeepSeek is now widely expected to launch a successor to R1 in the not-too-distant future.
No, abso-fucking-lutely. And I want to make that point. This is a great point, Stephen. Or Stefan or Stephen? Whatever, I'm sorry. China has been investing in its society for decades to take care of people. They're allowed to do this, and these are dangerous jobs. It should be automated. No, and I totally agree with this. And I'm not a Luddite. I'm not against technology. What I'm concerned about is the downstream implications of all this within the context of society, as well as some of the environmental implications, obviously, because of all the fucking wasted resources on some of this stuff. But yeah, I'm not just like. I think people can probably tell I'm not, I don't just hate technology. I'm fairly competent as it relates to technology. I'm just very concerned about what it's going to do to society while we just gut, all of our social safety net in a capitalist society where, people need jobs to fucking survive, right? It's Stephen or Stephen is fine. All right, that was very helpful. Thank you. All right, now let's quickly look at some of the advancements in AI video. Here's the Wall Street Journal from yesterday. Apparently, they tested Google's Veo to create an AI film. Now, of course, making films is something where it's a huge industry. Tons of jobs are involved in making a film. Photography, right? Lighting, actors, background actors,
Hello, human.
all of the CGI people, right? There are so many jobs involved in it. I do not have time to get into it. Just look it up. But films, that's why they cost so much money to make, because there's so many goddamn people involved. Let's go here. Wall Street Journal. Some of the things that I saw AI struggling to do properly are now just sort of they're being upended. Shadows, depth, lighting are all now just they've gone. Textures. Like I have some experience in computer design, and CGI stuff, and this is terrifying to me. I can't do this stuff this good. That one thing I noticed, if you look at it, the drill bit doesn't actually move. Like it does not rotate. Implications of this is like because it spits out a bunch of garbage AI slop along with some decent stuff. That forces people to query over and over and over and over and over again, which increases the amount of energy being used to create. Oh boy. Why is that robot feeling her up?
Don't be creepy.
Yeah, lots.
Yeesh. This is wild. The advancements in AI are really starting to get concerning. Some of the other stuff I've seen, and it's going to have implications for information, something which people are already struggling to distinguish between reality and fake. You know, people already have a really low media literacy rate in the United States. People are pretty stupid. And also there's a lot of old people as well who aren't necessarily stupid, but, you know, are perhaps just not as familiar with technology or, you know, this or that thing on the internet, and it just becomes, you know, it's a slippery slope where you're heading down, just sort of tumbling down. Okay. All right. That's going to wrap up our AI discussion of the day. Hopefully everyone is not entirely terrified. How much CO2 got released by them re-entering prompt after prompt? That's yeah, hard to say. Hard to fucking say. I mean, you know, if a simple text search, you know, or prompt creates, you know, 20 times, 30 times, however much, as, you know, just a simple search on old Google, who knows what this all took, but it had to be massive. Had to be fucking massive. Boy. All right, let's talk the environment. To lead us into the environmental talk, let's go to Congress, where EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin was attempting to answer some questions about what the EPA has been doing.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Mullen, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Administrator, for being here. East Palo Alto is a vibrant community in my district on the San Francisco Bay. The people there have an incredible spirit and history of advocating for their community. It also happens to be down the street from the Meta headquarters and Stanford University. Despite being so close to such wealth, East Palo Alto residents have struggled with a history of heavy industries being sited next to residential areas. There are over 62 toxic waste sites within the city's 2.5 square miles. Not surprisingly, East Palo Alto faces challenges with air pollution. The biggest highway in the district, Highway 101, runs right through the middle of that community. The impacts of this pollution are undeniable. The community experiences significantly higher rates of asthma and respiratory disease. They have an average lifespan that's 13 years lower than the rest of San Mateo County. That's why it was such a big deal for this community when your agency last year awarded funding to a community organization to address air pollution. One local leader noted that he had, quote, residents calling me in tears saying how incredible it was to see their struggle finally recognized, end quote. Pam Jones, a resident of East Palo Alto for over 45 years, remarked that the community had been, quote, hopeful for a moment, end quote. As you know, it takes tremendous effort and organizing just to pull together a grant application. This money would have provided air purifiers to over 400 families for kids with asthma and seniors as well. This wasn't about ideology or some slogan. This was about helping children and seniors breathe easier. So Administrator Zeldin, you canceled this grant, and I'm just wondering why you made that decision.
Congressman, I don't have the details of that grant. I had for all the subcommittee members of all your colleagues on this committee, all the grants in their district. I would say that 10 times out of 10 or 100 times out of 100, when I look at the details of every single one of the grants that are canceled, there is something in it that conflicts with this administration's priorities. However, if you would
like keeping people healthy conflicts with this administration's priorities. Oh yeah, the EPA is basically hands off on the environment now, thanks to Lee Zeldin and Donald Trump. Yeah, yeah. I know that you guys want money to try and, mitigate all the nasty negative downsides of super fun sites and whatever else, but you're being a bitch, okay? Come on.
A fucking bitch.
Come on. Yeah, why are you complaining? You're lucky to exist still, California. We're thinking about shutting down the whole state. You don't get money to keep people healthy or the environment safe.
Come on!
Christopher Tablante. Hey, GalacticStreamLord, your AI doppelganger dropped this in your private talent bathroom. Here you go. Oh, thank you, Christopher, for keeping me availed of money flying around. It's been a while since I've seen you. Appreciate you. And I appreciate the sweet, sweet super chat. All right. All right. Now let's keep going, talking about the environment, starting with BBC News from yesterday. Global temperatures this year could break the heat record, according to the BBC. Let's go here, see what they're talking about. Sure, it'll be fine. Don't worry, everyone. Don't worry. It's not like your power bills are going to go up from all the AI, and the air conditioning you're going to have to use. That won't somehow be a nasty feedback loop.
Global temperatures are expected to continue at or near record levels for the next 5 years. That's according to the UN's Climate and Weather Service, the World Meteorological Organization. The UK's Met Office, which provided analysis for the report, said it's a sign that the planet is profoundly ill. Here's our climate editor, Justin Rolat.
The bank holiday weekend brought a change in the weather, with rain across much of the country. But it follows the driest spring for more than 60 years here in the UK. And the entire world should prepare for more hot weather in the years to come. Just look at the odds. The World Meteorological Organization is predicting there is a 4 in 5 chance, 80%, that at least one of the next 5 years will be the hottest on record. And it says there is a 7 in 10 chance, 70%, that the average temperature over the next 5 years will be more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
1.5 degrees was the famous target to limit global warming the world agreed to try and aim for at the UN climate conference in Paris a decade ago. The Paris Agreement refers to a 20-year...
Unfortunately, we haven't really committed super hard to that goal. I know we said we would aim for it, but that was more aspirational rather than sort of like something we dedicated ourselves to in the last few years or so. Actually, it's been longer since then, but yeah, it's not... Yeah, we're heading down a terrible path, everyone. It's true. Oh boy. Yeah, and the next 5 years, we're likely to be over 1.5 every year, at least between now and then, and that's going to be a real problem because all the science suggests that if we don't do anything before the end of that 5 years to reverse some of that, well, all of the climate, the environment, sort of dominoes we've talked about are going to start falling, and putting them back up is going to be, in some cases, impossible, leaving humanity completely screwed. Okay, we are lagging a little hard right now. It's probably because Oh, I know why. It's okay. It's okay, I'll solve it. I can't solve it right now. I'll solve it later. I've been doing pretty good on the lag most of the stream. Holy shit. Shorts? The short stream got 4,000 views today? Holy shit. We're only 5 hours in. That's wild.
That's too much, man!
All right, let's go to something else that's hot. Volcano. Mount Kilauea in Hawaii.
Check out this incredible video of Hawaii's Kilauea volcano erupting once again. The U.S. Geological Survey says it began Sunday afternoon with the lava spewing beyond 1,000 feet high. USGS webcams captured the amazing glow of the steady eruption across the island. Kilauea is one of the most active volcanoes on Earth. The USGS says eruptions have stopped for the time being.
Good God. We already covered that one last stream, but I got a different angle of it, and I had to watch it again because it's so
Governor
cool.
Josh Green today
I mean, it's bad. It's bad for the environment, of course. You know, it introduces a great deal of heat as well as carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere, but boy, oh boy, is it something to behold and to witness. All right. All right. Let's go to here. Another thing in Hawaii. Hawaii news now from yesterday. The governor of Hawaii has signed into law a green fee in order to tackle climate change, supposedly. Let's find out what that even means.
First at 5, Governor Josh Green today signed into law the country's first ever lodging tax designed to cover the rising costs of climate change. Our Annalisa Burgos joins us now with the details. Annalisa?
Yeah, starting January 1st, visitors staying at hotels and short-term rentals will have to pay an added 0.75% to the existing transient accommodations tax, or TAT. Now that means a $400 night stay would cost an additional $3. Advocates say it's a small price to pay to protect the Aina. Government and tourism leaders and environmentalists touted what they called landmark legislation, aimed to get tourists to pay their share of the impacts of climate change.
If we don't do proper destination management, if we don't keep our beaches properly tended to, if we don't make sure the parks are perfect, people will stop coming here.
Starting in 2026, tourists in land accommodations won't be the only ones paying the transit accommodations tax. For the first time, cruise ship passengers will too, prorated for the number of days their vessel is in a Hawaii port. The fee is expected to raise about $100 million a year for projects that include fortifying fire breaks, upgrading technology, and combating erosion and invasive species. Green said his climate advisory team will work with lawmakers and property owners to set priorities.
There is exposed piping. There are some properties, frankly, almost.
Okay, so if you can't tell by the details of this thing that are being touted, it's less. Granted, I think this is a fair tax. It's very reasonable. Only a 0.75% tax on visitors and hotels, but this is not really going to solve climate change in any way. It's just going to mitigate the effects of climate change on certain parts of the environment in Hawaii, right? And I'm not saying that's not a worthy goal, but this is in no way going to solve climate change at all. It's not going to be funding solar panels or windmills or whatever else. It's just going to be cleaning up after all the damage caused by climate change, right? By erosion or whatever else. And I'm not saying, like I said, this is a worthy goal, but you know, unfortunately, does not actually address the problem itself. And it's really intended just to boost tourism, right? Or to at least continue to have Hawaii's tourism remain where it's at, which once again, you know, is a huge part of the Hawaiian economy, so I get it. But do you see what I'm saying here? Like, it's mostly, this is really about the economics rather than about the actual, you know, Earth. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, I know. I agree. I agree with this tax on Airbnbs and rentals. It's perfectly sensible. I feel like we just need bigger. We need big, beautiful, better attacks on climate change itself, rather than just sort of continuing to try and fill the hole. You know what I mean? Like this constant backfilling that we're doing, trying to solve the effects of climate change rather than actually addressing it. And the fact is, the same guy earlier put a tax on EVs. It was like 2 months ago, I think, that Hawaii added a tax on EVs, which in a way sort of disincentivizes people to use green technology, right? Not that EVs are perfect green technology, but they're certainly better than, gas-run vehicles. And, it's, I don't know, maybe I have high expectations for us, but, I believe in us. I think we can be better. I think we can do better. It's fine. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's go east from Hawaii, northeast, to Seattle, to Washington. King 5 Seattle from yesterday. Wildfire burning north of a place called Leavenworth. And yeah, it's wildfire season, people. So prepare yourselves. Everything is literally burning down to the ground.
An update tonight on a new wildfire that sparked near Leavenworth this afternoon. The Second Creek Fire, as it's called, is burning about 8 miles north of the city. After getting a better look at the perimeter, crews now say that fire is just about 63 acres. Earlier today, they had upped the estimate to about 150 acres. A level 1 advisory is in effect for that area. That basically means neighbors should just be on alert. At this point, nobody is being evacuated.
Okay. Thank you. Quick clip. It's not contained yet, but they are working on it, as you can see from that photo we just saw. But I'll try and keep you available. Excuse me, sir. I need you to shut up.
1,300 people have fled the town of Swan.
What did I just say to you? I said I need you to shut the fuck up. God damn it. What was I doing? Oh, right. All right. Let's leave Washington for Manitoba, as Canada is also on fire, and this fire is not tiny like that last one, which was around 150 acres, I think they just said. This one is much, much bigger at this current time. Now, it started off kind of small, but it has grown much, much bigger. Let's start off from the beginning, though. Here's CTV from 2 days ago, where it was at 13 less. Actually, no. Take it back. Whatever, let's just go here. CTV News. Take it away.
Well, the wildfire situation also continues to evolve. 1,300 people have fled the town of Swan Hills as a fire burns out of control nearby. The evacuation order was issued.
Whoopsies. What just happened?
Issued at supper time yesterday. The Edith Lake wildfire burning about 7 kilometers from the town right now, estimated to be about 2,000 hectares in size, which is bigger than the city of Wetaskiwin. The fires also forced the closure of Highway 33 east of Swan Hills. Before leaving, people were told to collect important documents and medication and at least 3 days worth of food, water, and other supplies. A reception center has been set up at the Allen and Jean Miller Center in Whitecourt. Wildfire officials say warm, dry weather is creating risky conditions across Alberta.
This time of year, it's pretty typical to see some heat events like this that will cause the wildfire danger to increase very rapidly. And then until we get a downturn in the weather with some cooler temperatures and some rain, we're going to...
Yeah. Now, this was a pretty optimistic outlook from her, or, well, hopeful, perhaps, in terms of less windy and cooler weather. That did not happen, as it turns out. Now, of course, hectares are smaller than acres. I mean, larger than acres, so the 2,000 acres was actually 5,000 acres. I mean, 2,000 hectares was 5,000 acres. Just trying to do some conversions for everybody right now. But that was 2 days ago. At this moment, it is much, much bigger. And we will get to the current total on these acres burning soon. But it's honestly terrifying just how big this fire is now. But this is from yesterday. Also CTV.
An out-of-control wildfire has forced hundreds of people from their homes in northern Manitoba. This morning, people living in Lynn Lake were told a wildfire was burning dangerously close to the town of about 600 people northwest of Thompson. Residents were told to leave their homes and get out of town as fast as they could. CTV's Daniel Helmerson is standing by in studio with more. Daniel, just how close is this fire to Lynn Lake?
About 5 kilometers merely, and a shift in the wind could push it even closer to the community in the coming hours. Now, I spoke with the Lynn Lake's mayor earlier today as evacuations got underway. He says people are afraid of what happens next.
The forecasted winds changing. There's a tremendous amount of prime fuel, they call it, trees that direct line to town that it can, it'll just eat through those trees and come right for the community.
Because of that imminent threat, Mayor Brendan Delowich says the evacuation was ordered, or evacuation order was issued for 8 this morning. He says 5 buses left before noon and expected another fleet to take off late this afternoon. Delowich says Wildfire Services is concerned the 7,000 hectare blaze could jump Provincial Highway 391, the only roadway in and out of Lynn Lake.
It's extremely scary, and speaking with an incident commander for Wildfire Services, this fire is not acting like a typical one. The conditions are just so dry this early in the year that fire, they burnt out some of their camps that they had guys on the fire line fighting it.
Those buses I mentioned are heading southeast to Thompson, where a reception center has been set up for Lynn Lake residents. Mayor Delowich says a small crew of essential workers are sticking around town.
So yeah, it jumped from 2,000 hectares to 7,000 hectares in 24 hours, which is like 19,000 acres, I think, at that point. And if you're wondering why we're going between Manitoba and Winnipeg, it's because, well, they share a border. And this fire, technically it was, I think, over the border. But it has grown, oh my God, it is just wild. It is wild. We'll get to it. Back to Manitoba. CBC News 1 day ago. More evacuations, forced evacuations in northern Manitoba communities.
This is what the sky looked like Monday in the northern Manitoba town of Sheridan. People only had an hour-and-a-half notice to leave and go to Dauphin. The deputy mayor of the community of less than 100 is thinking about the people forced out.
Oh my God, look at that photo.
We were told that the fire is 121 feet high. And it's progressing quickly. We're a very, very small northern community. We have one road access.
Matheson says winds changed and threatened vital road access.
Yeah,
that's
when
why
there's
only those who are fighting the fire are allowed to stay.
Yeah, and like when these fires happen in these sort of isolated rural communities, one road out of town, it becomes a huge problem, right? In terms of like human safety, right? People, you know, especially if people do not evacuate promptly, right? If people God, I can barely. If people like procrastinate or, you know, sit around and then all try to leave at the same time while fire trucks and other emergency vehicles try to enter, oh God, it becomes a huge problem. Okay, keep this going.
The winds change, potentially there could be a total loss.
The province said as of Tuesday afternoon, the fire was around 40,000 hectares in size.
We're a small community, so, you know, we're all pretty close.
40,000.
It's terrible. For any one of us to lose anything, it would be absolutely devastating.
Almost 200 kilometers north, there was a mandatory evacuation Tuesday in the town of about 600 in Lynn Lake.
There's huge billowing clouds of smoke just outside of town. The winds have been
40,000 acres is 100,000. 40,000 hectares is 100,000 acres. and it gets worse. I am sorry to say. Let's go here. CBC News from yesterday, Manitoba declares a province-wide state of emergency over wildfires.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And I just realized that there's actually 2 separate wildfires going at the same time. And like,
okay, let's check in
very
with Cameron
close distance.
McIntosh in Winnipeg. And Cam,
Actually, I
tell
think
us
there's
more about
3
what's
now that I've-
happening in your province.
Might be
Well,
actually
Ian,
3.
this has really changed very dramatically in the last 90 minutes or so. Earlier today, the Premier came out and basically talked about the need for a state of preparedness in the community of the northern city of Flin Flon and some other neighboring communities, telling people to be ready to go on a day or two's notice. Now that is a full-on evacuation order for Flin Flon, so that's about 5,000 people. That video you showed at the top of the show, that of those firefighters running away from that fire in northern Saskatchewan. Well, that's right on the border. That's Crichton, Saskatchewan.
When the firefighters are running,
Flin
that's
Flon.
when you
So
know
that's
it's bad.
Basically the same fire that we're talking.
The firefighters are like, fuck it. We got nothing on this. That's usually a pretty bad sign.
Help! I'm being repressed! That's hot. Here, a fire that started off basically in the landfill on the Saskatchewan side that has moved over now, threatening the Manitoba side. The Premier saying earlier today that water bombers tried to knock it out yesterday, but couldn't because there was a civilian drone flying in the area. Very upset about that. Basically says that has exasperated this entire situation. So that's one front of it. All those people in the Flin Flon area now being told to make their way to Winnipeg. Then a little further into Manitoba, more central northern Manitoba, there's Cross Lake and Pimicikamak, one of the largest First Nations communities here in Manitoba. Basically, they've told everyone to get out as well. So in total, it's about 17,000 people. The Premier saying that this is going to be one of the largest evacuations in modern Manitoba history. He's contacted the Prime Minister, who has pledged federal resources, including the Royal Canadian Air Force. Now, the 435 Transport and Rescue Wing is based here in Winnipeg. It has a fleet of Hercules aircrafts. We're expecting to see those planes, if they don't start flying tonight, they'll definitely be flying in the morning to do these airlifts. Here now is more from the Premier of Manitoba, Wob Canoe.
Local leaders in several northern communities, both in cities like Flin Flon, but also in First Nations, have made the call that their folks need to leave their homes so that we can keep you safe. And as a result, in order to step up and to be that coordinating force so that people can get out safely, we've called on the federal government to send the Canadian Armed Forces. They are doing so. And we as the province are going to set up places for everyone to stay.
And that's all being done through a provincial state of emergency. So that state of emergency, Ian, it allows the province to call on the resources of the federal government, like the Canadian Armed Forces, but it also allows the province to go into a community like Winnipeg here and use our convention center or an indoor soccer field or an indoor hockey rink and basically take them over and set up shelters. That's what the Premier says is going to happen over the course of the next few days. The priority, getting those people out of those communities as quickly as possible here into southern Manitoba, predominantly the Winnipeg area.
I'm going to come back and ask you about that in just a moment, Cam, but let me first direct you towards the evacuation orders in northern Saskatchewan and Alberta. What can you tell us about those?
So, fires breaking out in both those provinces as well. Focus on the main one in Saskatchewan. There's a great big fire north of Prince Albert. It's at 200,000 hectares alone. Basically, two fires merged. Now, 200,000 hectares is about as much as has burned here in Manitoba.
200,000 hectares burning in Saskatchewan. That is 500,000 acres. 200,000 hectares. That is insane. That is fucking insane. That's like bigger than the state of New Jersey, I think. It's fucking it is wild. Not trying to make a wildfire joke. pun. That no. The Earth is burning down. We're all fucked.
Already this year.
By
Basically,
the way,
it's caused a lot of damage. It's forced the
No,
evacuation of
excuse me, sir.
thousands of people.
All of this smoke, you know what this is? Carbon dioxide going into the atmosphere right now.
From several communities and work sites. We do know that there have been buildings lost and that situation is being monitored very closely as other fires also break out and threaten other portions of Saskatchewan. As for Alberta, about 20 wildfires right now. Much of that province is under heat warnings, so conditions that are very amenable to fires breaking out. We know that Swan Hill is about 225 kilometers north of Edmonton. That's about 1,200 people. They've been ordered out of their homes. There are also evacuation notices in the Lake Chippewa area. People basically being told to be ready to go on 1 hour's notice.
Oh my God, these
All right,
photos
and
are
before
so
I let
disturbing.
you go, Cam, let's just review the evacuation orders for your province, Manitoba. People of Flin Flon, so I understand that's about 5,000 people living in that community. They have been given clear directions on where to go. Tell us about that.
Yeah, basically they're being told to be out by midnight tonight. The Premier has said, make your way to Winnipeg. So there are a couple ways to do that. One is to go straight south through Brandon and then cut across down the Trans-Canada Highway. There's also a route that takes Manitoba Highway number 6. It's not as great a highway. It's probably going to have a lot of traffic from other people in other northern communities trying to get down here. So basically,
there's mass evacuations from the north of Manitoba, Alberta and Saskatchewan, I think, everybody just fleeing for their lives from just Canada's beautiful forests, all just burning to the ground simultaneously. Well, not all of them, but sort of the middle portion of the forests, all just sort of going down in flames in epic fashion right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So hot right now.
Did I cover the Glacier? No, we're going to do the Glacier after this. Don't get ahead of me. We will be getting to glaciers any minute now, I'm sure. All right, not any minute now. It's going to be a second. Because we're going west to east, as always. So we'll get to Switzerland once we're done with North America. We got more updates. This video was from over 24 hours ago. Let's go to the state of emergency once again in Manitoba. This is from 18 hours ago, coming out of CTV News.
A province-wide state of emergency has just been declared for the next 30 days over the rapidly evolving wildfire situation. Premier Wobegon just gave an update on the situation at the legislature minutes ago. CTV's Jeff Keel was there for it and joins us now live with more on what the Premier had to say. Jeff, what is the latest?
Marilee, there is a mass evacuation effort underway as we speak here. 17,000 people will be impacted by multiple evacuation orders that fall under the state of emergency. This includes Flin Flon, Pimicikamak Cree Nation, Puckatawagan, and Cross Lake. The Premier says that the fire intensified this morning, wind shifted and got closer to the community in Flin Flon. Flin Flon was on alert, but now it is reality. Those people have to get out. They are being urged to leave. The Premier says that he spoke with Prime Minister Carney today and asked for help from the armed forces, and he says the Prime Minister agreed, so the military will be helping with flights to get people out. The Premier says that most evacuees will be housed in Winnipeg. He's saying if you're leaving the POF or Flin Flon, for example, and you're driving, come to Winnipeg. That's the message to people right now. And some of the First Nations, listen to your local leadership on where to go. So the city of Winnipeg is involved in this, and people will be housed in in indoor arenas, soccer fields, community centers, basically city of Winnipeg facilities. If you have someone like a friend or family you can stay with, obviously go there. But right now, people aren't being asked to open their homes or anything.
Yeah, this is a genuine state of emergency in the middle of Canada right now. All right, one more on these fires. This is our last update. This is from 10 hours ago out of CBC News. 17,000 Manitobans now under immediate wildfire evacuation order. 17,000 people all getting on the road. Yeah, the winds are not helping, Nadia.
The wildfire situation in Western Canada is growing more dire. Manitoba is under a state of emergency as fires spread. About 17,000 people are under orders to evacuate. It is the province's largest mass evacuation in recent memory. This footage is from the wildfire threatening Flin Flon on the border with Saskatchewan. Firefighters made a dramatic escape from the flames. The video was shot just across the border in Saskatchewan, and that's where the fire started. The fire is now endangering communities in both provinces. And the CBC's Mark Carcassole is tracking this story for us. Okay, so what's the latest development on the wildfire situation?
Well, that alert in Manitoba came out around 5:30 local time yesterday. Many of the people, particularly in Flin Flon, will be driving 8-9 hours if they decide to go to Winnipeg as directed for shelter. Officials are not quite sure how many will actually do that. Many might pull over some way, partway through, to stay with friends or family, or instead,
Oh my God,
they're
look how
likely
many
not going to get
fires are
hotel
going.
accommodation, as it
Look at
sounds as though all the hotels
Oh my God.
throughout the region in between the
This
two
is satellite
are pretty
imagery.
much booked out at this point. And this is why
This is
Premier
satellite imagery. I mean, like, think about it. Like, this is from space. This is from fucking space. Oh my God. These are huge fires. And like they said, it's an incredibly dry spring. We are fucked.
has asked anyone who has a large space that can be utilized in and around Winnipeg to house people in the meantime from Flin Flon to please step up, pitch in. You will be called upon to do so. So be ready for that call, and he's hoping that everyone will say yes. He says that this will be the largest evacuation Manitoba will have seen in most people's living memory there. 17,000 people, as you mentioned, Arthi. The majority of evacuees headed to Winnipeg, but not all of them. We'll get to that in a moment. In terms of the Flin Flon evacuation, you're talking about 5,000 residents, and the fire is now about 20,000 hectares in size. So keeping a close eye on it. Manitoba Premier Wob Canoe on the National yesterday says that there are a lot of resources required here because they're dealing with a lot of people, not just in Flin Flon, but across Manitoba. So they're working closely with the federal government on this.
Flin Flon is a well-known community to many, so you're talking about 5,000 people in the city proper, maybe 6,000 counting some of the surrounding cottage areas and other homes in the region, who just like that were ordered to leave their homes, to pack what they needed, and to head here to Winnipeg. At the same time, some really large First Nations community within that same window of time also had to make the call to evacuate, and so we ran that up the chain to the Prime Minister and the federal government, and of course coordinating with local municipalities, First Nations, us as a province. That's how we're working together.
Those First Nations communities that Premier Canoe spoke of include Pamichkamak Cree Nation, Cross Lake and Puckatawagan Cree Nation. Now, you heard Premier Canoe talk about working with the federal government, the possibility of the armed forces getting involved, because you need air support in a situation like this to get people.
Oh shit, Sasha G gifting us 5 sweet, sweet galactic membies to the space fams. Who got them? Let's find out. Germ received a galactic gift membership. Logan Hill too. Pepper. Autumn Leaves and Victor Botino. It's incredibly generous, Sasha. I appreciate you helping us with our membership numbers here. We are still unfortunately a fair amount away from getting back on track to our track to 19 emotes, but that's definitely helping. Really appreciate you. That situation is fucked. I needed to pick me up. I needed to pick me up just now watching all this horrifying footage. By the way, I'm noticing that Shorts chat, well, not Shorts chat, but the vertical stream is less laggy than the horizontal stream still. Like, it's perfect over there on Shorts right now. But we're having some latency problems on the horizontal right now. It's probably because I had to undo what I did earlier today. Well, I didn't mean to undo it, but like it was undone somehow. I looked at it, I was like, wait, how? Like the number switched back, like I had switched it, the bit rate down. Whatever. Trials and tribulations of multi-streaming. Okay, back to this horrifying situation.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Moving across the province, there's just too much fire, too much smoke to do this all using vehicular transport. We've just got word that the first CAF plane has now arrived in Pimicikamak Cree Nation. It's expected to fly out of there the first 90 or so primary, the top of scale evacuees that need to get out there. So that work is now underway. The Army is getting involved in all of this, but in amongst all this and all these other areas, including Lynn Lake, which is still the subject of evacuation, 600 residents there, 17,000 people in total, many of them First Nations, many of them from the Métis Nation. And the Manitoba Métis Federation president spoke to News Network earlier today. He worries about many of those evacuees and the long-term effects all of this is going to have, the stress, the smoke, and everything else involved.
Some people will come out of this with some serious issues, especially our seniors, that the stress will be driving too hard for them. It happened to my mom years ago when she was forced to leave base of fire. She wasn't the same after that. So it's really difficult and challenging.
We will be keeping an eye on this throughout the afternoon, and Premier Wapkanu is expected to give an update later on today. He will be attending a news conference. It's unrelated to the wildfires, but you can expect that he will be asked about it, and we'll speak about it, so we'll get the latest there.
Thank you for this, Mark. That is the CBC's Mark Carcasole reporting for us. As you heard, Pimicikamak Cree Nation is northern Manitoba, is one of the communities trying to get people out. An evacuation order is in place there. So for more on this, we've reached Ryan Castell. He is Pimicikamak Cree Nation's incident commander. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you for calling.
First, you're on the ground there. Can you describe for us what it's like?
Right now, it's back and forth. It was really smoky this morning. And now it's starting to clear up with a little smoke. And we evacuated about 5,000 people to Norway House yesterday. So we have a dilemma over there. They were prepared for about 1,000. And then we had to quickly and in a rush send all our people out to over there where it's safe, because the smoke and the wildfire were approaching our community from multiple directions, and we were told to get out while we can. We had an hour and a half window to do that, and then situation developed in Norway House. It's a ferry community, and our people ended up lining up to get across for 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. Some people had to come back, and putting us in a situation because our...
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right, that's going to be it on the Canadian wildfire news. That's rough. I'm not sure. I honestly wish that YouTube would prioritize the horizontal stream bitrate over the vertical stream bitrate. But whatever. I'm not in charge of what gets prioritized over there. All right. Let's go south to CBS Colorado. Now, in Colorado, they've been getting a very unusual amount of rain. In fact, a record amount of rainfall has fallen in Colorado this spring. But that may be a foreboding sign of things to come. As with rain comes growing vegetation, and as we are in fire season now, when things get hot again and dry again in Colorado, as it almost certainly will do, that could have very nasty implications. All right, take it away, CBS Colorado.
Farmers are certainly benefiting from all of our rain. It's a lot more than we typically see this time of year.
Your reporter in Boulder County, Sarah Horbakowitz, talked with farmers today at a farmer's market. And Sarah, they say they're happy to see that moisture, at least for now.
Yeah, at least for now. I mean, the customers might want it to hold off as long as it can, but it's been raining here on and off. And in dry Colorado, rain is almost always welcome. But too much of a good thing or too early is something that has firefighters keeping a close watch. They say April showers bring May flowers. But what do May showers bring?
Plants.
Squash, cucumbers, kale.
For Kyle Stewart and his farm offbeat, more produce is coming to the table.
I don't think we had beets until like maybe 2 or 3 weeks from now, this time last year. So those guys are just really taking off, looking gorgeous.
And this isn't just an extra shower or two. On Sunday, DIA saw an all-time rainfall record. For the month of May, we've already seen close to double the average.
I'm definitely welcome here in dry Colorado. It just means I have to run the irrigation pump less.
But not all plant growth is equal. This much rain this early could bring tall grass in the heat of summer.
The more moisture we have, the more fuel height we'll have. And the higher the fuel height, the more the flame length will be.
Chief John Wilson at the Louisville Fire Protection District keeps his trucks ready.
Hand tools, shovels, Pulaskis, small axe.
He also keeps a close eye on the forecast. Right now, it shows a summer that's warmer and drier than average.
On one hand, we really like the moisture. And then on the other hand, if it's early in the spring and it makes everything grow a lot and then it dries out, then it makes our jobs a lot harder.
Yup. All this spring growth in Colorado, well, might sound good in theory, has potentially detrimental ramifications. Yeesh. Okay, what do I got here next? All right, let's go even further south to Peru, where one Peruvian farmer has, for some time, been attempting to sue German energy firm RWE over climate change. Let's go here to TRT World from yesterday, talk about that.
The scenic high Andes of northern Peru are melting due to rising temperatures. And this Peruvian farmer believes RWE, a German energy giant, is responsible.
The glacial melt is really visible. Every year you visit it, the glacier retreats even more, and it worries us, and we are saddened because we're losing our glaciers. This has been the motivation. These are consequences of climate change, the rise of temperatures that affects us in different ways. The risk of overflows is more imminent, and also, in the future, we are going to have water problems.
For nearly a decade now, he has legally challenged the company, demanding RWE pay for the protection of his city of Huaraz from the imminent risk of flooding and overflow from Lake Palcacocha.
I have denounced the German company, the most polluting company in Europe, and we have set a precedent with this lawsuit so subsequent trials can also be carried out following trials. It is evident that the company has polluted and it should take responsibility for its emissions.
The Higher Regional Court of Hamm in Germany will issue a verdict in this landmark case brought by Liuya. He argues that the German energy giant's emissions have contributed to the melting of Andean glaciers, increasing the flood risk to his home.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Not just RDOWE, but all of the oil producers have certainly contributed to the risks. Not just for this guy, but for everyone on the planet. Ah, God. I'm afraid we have an update to this story. You know, they were the reason this story was posted is they were expecting a ruling in coming days. Well, we got a ruling, and I'm afraid to tell you it was not good. But there is an implication. There is an implication, though. Was a silver lining in a very bad ruling from this court in Germany, which I think we need to take full advantage of in the future. Not just with not just with the RDOWE, but with all energy, all these freaking oil billionaires. Let's go here.
A German court on Wednesday threw out a Peruvian farmer's lawsuit seeking damages from RWE for the German energy utility's alleged role in putting his home at risk through climate change. The decade-old case of farmer Saul Luciano Luya claims RWE's emissions have contributed to the melting of Andean glaciers and to higher flood risk to his home. The presiding judge at the Hamm court said experts' estimate of the 30-year damage risk to the plaintiff's house of 1% was not enough to take the case further. The judge stated, however, had there been a larger adverse effect, a polluter could have been made to slash emissions or pay damages. An opinion 44-year-old Luya and his representation believe is worth celebrating.
Yeah, okay, so let's unpack that. This German court threw out this case because there has not yet been enough of an impact that has been had on these particular people, right? But there is a caveat, right? In the wording of that language, it essentially opens up a massive hole for people to fill up with more lawsuits for people who have already experienced climate change related disaster, damage, whatever, right? So basically, I mean, anybody who's had problems due to climate change, right? I mean, I'm thinking people like, you know, all the victims of Helene or whatever else, you know, there's so many people that could, I think, file lawsuits now, essentially. I mean, that's just my take from it. It's not just my take, they also say it during this video. But so the idea here is that while this farmer has only experienced a tiny bit of downside, essentially, they said it was like 5% losses of his property due to this. It's not enough, but you could just extrapolate that over all the people who've had 100% losses to their homes, to their livelihoods, to whatever else. I think this basically opens up the door for that. And so I think people just need to start, you know, filing lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit against RWE or against all the other producers, although it's going to be, at least in this particular case, only German energy firms. But this is huge, and it has huge implications, and in some ways good. I feel bad for this guy not getting any restitution, but it's at least a tiny sliver of hope inside of this. inside of this ruling. And I've got some ideas. Maybe people in Switzerland, for instance, not far away at all from Germany. Oh, before we go to Switzerland, let's go to, let's start with Ghana, actually, in Africa, where people are certainly experiencing more than 5% losses in places like this.
Perched on the Ghanaian coastline, the ruins of Fort Prinsenstein are hanging on by a thread. This former colonial stronghold, where slaves transited before being sent across the Atlantic, used to lie some 6 kilometers away from the coast. But today, waves have begun to eat away at its crumbling walls. Only 10% of the structure remains standing, and its caretaker, James Acorley, warns it could soon be entirely engulfed by the sea.
In 20 years to come, if it have not been restored.
Don't do that.
The whole thing will collapse, and our history will be no more.
Built by the Danish in the 18th century, the UNESCO World Heritage Site now attracts thousands of visitors each year, seeking to reconnect with their history.
We call them the site and place of memory. For many reasons, it is a touristical site, but it's also sacred, especially for those communities.
All along Ghana's coastline, dozens of forts and monuments are being threatened by erosion. 25 years ago, the government launched a vast seawall project meant to halt rising sea levels, but the scheme has severely impacted local communities, which heavily rely on fishing to earn a living.
Now, if you put up this structure, the first structure, you are protecting the coast anyway, but then you deprive the people of their livelihoods.
Beyond.
Now, unfortunately, these seawalls are causing problems for fishermen, but this is a perfect example. You know, buildings having 90% losses, fishermen not being able to fish due to them being forced to put up seawalls and all this other stuff. These are the exact people that I'm talking about. Seems to me that Ghana needs to sue that German energy firm.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's just my estimation of things. Now let's go directly to Switzerland, where I'm fairly certain we have another case. Let's talk about that fucking glacier collapse. Swiss glacier collapse buries mountain village. And this footage is fucking wild. Look at it. This is just horrifying. This is like literally like untold tons, like trillions of tons of rock and ice and water all just coming down the side of a massive Alps mountain here. Alpine, I guess you might say. Just look at this shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. And look how high the cloud is. After it hits the bottom of the valley, it shoots up into the air thousands of feet. Like a fucking volcano or something. Oh my god. This is wild. So yeah, it's a glacial collapse. An entire glacier came down the side of this mountain. Reuters has another video on this. Swiss mountain village buried in mud and rock after a glacier collapsed. Authorities say they monitored the movements for weeks and had evacuated residents.
Jetzt ist dieses Worst-Case-Szenario geschehen.
Now, this worst-case scenario has happened. That means the 3 million cubic meters of rock that fell onto the glacier have all come down with the glacier. And that is very, very rare.
Yeah, of course it's rare. Glaciers aren't supposed to just suddenly collapse. You know, these glaciers have been there for an incredibly long time. thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, in some cases longer. It's just horrifying. What's up with the crowns? Okay, so we talked about this at the beginning of the stream, but I'll tell everybody more because I did a little research into what the crowns are all about. A little work looking into it, and so this is YouTube's new community participation system. You are awarded points for how long you're watching the stream, how engaged you are with the stream, whether or not you're donating with super chats or super stickers or memberships, and they then turn that into XP, but it's on a stream by stream basis. Your points do not carry over, and so it's all about whatever stream you're watching now is your time to get engaged, and you can get yourself a sweet chat crown for being the best participant, however YouTube is defining it, although it's not clear if that's exactly. I really don't know for sure how it all works, but yeah, YouTube's decided to try and do things, whatever it means. I think, do we have one more on this? I think I have a third video from it. Is it a different angle? I can't remember. Let's just watch this glacier collapse again. It's just insane. The crowns are a trap. This is such a horrifying image from a guy that covers climate change shit all the time. This is the sort of story that I've been dreading. Like, this is one of the dominoes, okay? We've been talking about the domino effect as we approach and or cross the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit that we have been trying to keep ourselves under. We don't want to cross. It has massive implications across the board. There's all sorts of dominoes set up. Glaciers, forests, corals. I mean, species collapses, and all these sorts of different things. This is one of the dominoes, right? The glaciers are a big and important domino, and when they start literally collapsing like this should be a massive wake-up call for absolutely fucking everyone. Okay, this is not this isn't normal. This is a absolute 5-alarm fire. And if we don't do something yesterdoodle, we are just done. Meanwhile, we're gonna drill, baby, drill. Actually, it's fine. We don't need glaciers. I don't know why people are always complaining about glaciers. We don't need that. Actually, we do. We very much do need those glaciers. They're an intrinsic part of our goddamn ecosystem, and we are screwed without them. This is basically where we get all of our fresh water. Without them, we just live on a desert planet. It'll be like, what's it called? The Denzel movie. I can't think of it right now. I keep wanting to call it Life of Pi, and that's definitely not the name of the movie. Somebody help me. Fuck. Fine, I'll look it up. The Book of Eli. The Book of Eli. There we go. I got it. Kind of rhymes with Life of Pi, so I guess I was close. Here we go. All right. What do we have next? Yeah, we're basically, you know, heading towards that if we don't do something immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Day after tomorrow? I mean, that's another possible thing. But, yeah, I mean... Okay, we're gonna keep talking about glaciers and glacier preservation. United Nations dropped a video yesterday as well, talking about the need to preserve glaciers. While we talk about the collapse of one, we must try and preserve the ones that are left.
When glaciers melt at an accelerated rate due to climate change, it disrupts the entire natural water cycle. This not only impacts the water availability, but also intensifies the risk such as floods, landslides, and these disruptions pose significant threat to ecosystems, economies, the livelihood of countless people around the world. We have about 275,000 glaciers worldwide and holding up to 70% of the global freshwater. So that's massive. Since 1975, we have seen that 9,000 gigatons
Oh, it's a disturbing image.
So to put this into perspective, this is the size of Germany and the height of 25 meters. In Switzerland, for example, in the last 2 years, in 2022 and 2023 alone, 10% of the Swiss glaciers melted away. Melting glaciers also directly impact the sea level rise.
We genuinely need, like, we need to start throwing ourselves on the gears of the system that is feeding this fucking environmental collapse. We cannot allow this to fucking continue. This is... We are on the fucking we are falling off of the precipice right now. We're not just on the precipice. We are like 1 foot over the edge. It's fucking terrifying.
10% of the Swiss glaciers melted away.
Yeah, well, we just saw some more of them melt away. Like this, like literally, they posted this. What's so incredible about this video is they posted this before the glacier collapse happened in Switzerland. You know, incredibly prescient timing from the United Nations. Because actually, I just looked at it. I just looked at it again. I was wrong. This was not from yesterday. This is from 2 days ago. It's just fucking wild.
In the last 2 years.
Whoopsies.
2022 and 2023 alone, 10% of the Swiss glaciers melted away. Melting glaciers also directly impact the sea level rise. It's the second largest contributor to the rising levels of sea, and with every millimeter of sea level that's rising, somewhere between 200 and 300,000 people are exposed to annual flooding. It's a global problem and hence need a global solution because these problems are of shared natural resources. This dedicated high-level conference on glaciers that is happening in Dushanbe, it will serve as a platform to create awareness about the alarming consequences of glacier loss that we are seeing at the moment. But at the same time, we also hope that this will generate massive political momentum. At the end of the conference, there will also be an adoption of a final comprehensive declaration, and the declaration will outline actionable commitments, partnerships, initiatives to implement. This document will be formally presented in the UN General Assembly later this year. So this is going to be one of the major outcomes of this conference. We need to act now, and the only way to preserve our glaciers is to stabilize the climate and to reduce global warming.
Jesus Christ. I just got shivers down my fucking spine. Honestly, I'd prefer a day after tomorrow scenario over a Book of Eli scenario. I'd rather have more water than less water. I'm not gonna lie. If we're talking apocalyptic scenario, I see us talking apocalyptic scenarios in the chat right now. And yeah, I think I would definitely take day after tomorrow over complete collapse of the, you know, of the existence of fresh water on the planet. We just can't survive without fresh water. At least we can turn snow and ice into water that's drinkable and survive. Technically, it'll be really, really fucking cold. And it'll be super hard to survive in an ice age. But yeah, it's going to be harder, I think, in many ways to survive in a desert world. I could be wrong. Jesus Christ. Or water world. We could do the water world scenario. Oh God. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
I don't want reality.
It's true. This videos like this make me not want reality. I'm not gonna lie. Fuck reality. Just kidding. Just kidding. Staring into the abyss. It's my job. Alright, let's go all the way over to Australia. Talk about the devastated New Southwest. The New Southwest, god damn it. New South Wales territory in Australia, which of course, as we've been talking about in the last week, was devastated by record historic flooding, 4 months worth of rain in 48 hours, and a catastrophe has been declared. Here's SBS News from 2 days ago.
In a community's darkest moments, volunteers provide a beacon of hope, hundreds pouring in from across the country. Nazmul Hassan among them, travelling 600 kilometres from the nation's capital.
I could not stay at home, even though it's 7.5 hours drive.
Warramai woman Tanika Perry on deck coordinating donations and support for the Mid-North Coast's First Nation communities.
There's elders, there's kids, there's people living with disabilities that are stuck in these situations, and they've practically got nothing.
Health risks posed by flooding and winter, with thousands now displaced, a major concern.
These waterborne viruses, even going out into community now and breathing in the air and the mud and the, asbestos.
The local mayor acknowledged the depth of the crisis.
It is totally overwhelming.
The devastation seen firsthand, the Prime Minister touring dairy farms and a washed-away bridge in Wingham before shining a very public spotlight.
Where are you going from? Prime Minister. ACT. Good on you. ACT, Prime Minister. Could have given you a lift.
The Prime Minister has today been meeting some of the hundreds of volunteers who have mobilised to help flood-hit residents and businesses in Taree and surrounding areas. Their efforts today to be boosted by the ADF.
It is remarkable. People have come, whether it's the Australian Defence Force who've arrived today, the people from DRA, there'll be 100 here by the end of the week, the magnificent people from the SES.
The deployment of 70 ADF personnel, some residents say, just isn't enough.
70 people from the ADF is, we've had more volunteers than that just in our street alone in the last week.
The PM activating disaster recovery payments of $1,000 for adults and $400 for children across 9 local government areas, while extending the income allowance to all flood-affected LGAs, unlocking 13 weeks of income support for those who've lost work.
It's just horrifying. The effects are being seen across the globe right now. And I see people talking about general strike in chat right now. Abso-fucking-lutely. That may be one of the only ways we get through to people. Or, affect any real change here. And even just a general strike across the United States would have humongous implications. Although I'm afraid we have millions of people here too stupid and too ideological to see what's right in front of their eyes. But we really do. I don't know how else to get through to people, how else we can do this. And of course a general strike would also greatly reduce carbon emissions on top of it. But we need like a general climate change strike across the planet. force change immediately. We have the fucking technology. The only reason we're not implementing it at scale right now is because of capitalists and insane ideologues like Donald Trump and his ilk. And we can't let them determine the future of the Earth, because if they do, we will all be screwed. All right. That is a good place for us to take a quick break, as we got space news and Earth news left here. But don't worry, we'll be right back with the stream after these brief space messages. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too if you want to make sure that you don't miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, and now you can do gifts on the vertical stream since we got that going too. We got Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions. We got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding this stream rather than YouTube or Twitch taking a big old cut of that. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. $3 a month will get you access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So make your choice. How do you want to support this here stream here? Totally up to you. All the things listed are great ways to show your galactic love. Alright chat, that's enough for me on the messaging. Enjoy this short break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. I think you know what that sound means. It means, of course, that it's time for us to get back to the stream. Now, I am going to end the short stream. Sorry for anybody that was over there. But it seems like the viewership has dropped off over there a bit, and it feels like a good time for us to stop it. I feel like I've achieved what I wanted to some degree. We picked up some sweet subscribers on YouTube from it. One of the things I was hoping it would do. Got a ton of views, so I feel good about it. Of course, we're going to continue doing short streams from now into the future, so long as we can manage it. But it is splitting up the bit rate, causing things to lag right now on YouTube, from what I can tell, on the horizontal. So I'm sorry, but it's happening. Give me a second before we actually get back to the content. Just need to do this. It's lagging pretty hard on the horizontal stream. Yeah, here. Alright, chat. Here we go. Back to it, starting off with space news, and then we'll get to the rest of the Earth news. Now, we covered this launch 2 days ago, and somehow well, not somehow. I mean, it's an hour-and-a-half long live stream for the launch. I didn't watch the whole thing. It made it, into space. And so I thought it was all fine. But as it turns out, for the third time in a row, Elon Musk's Starship experienced a rapid, unscheduled disassembly, otherwise known as an explosion. So they're at a 3 of 9 right now. They've done 9 launches. The last 3 have all failed. 33% chance. Seems like going up in this Starship is pretty much a death trap. By the way, I just want to remind everybody, they were still trying to complete the goal to solve our galactic deficit problems due to last month's technical difficulties. We streamed a great deal less than I would have liked to, causing our space revenues to go down. So do consider helping. We're like less than 200 away, which is, we're doing good. We've definitely lowered it. I still believe in us. I'm sure we won't be jettisoned into space. It'll be fine. But I just remind people that goal is relating to Cash App, PayPal, and new patron or upgraded Patreon memberships. So do consider one of those beautiful ways of contributing. All right, to the space news. Let's talk about that SpaceX explosion. Here we go. Starting with Reuters, I think. Oh no, The Guardian. Oh shit, it's muted. That's not good. Don't do that. Don't do that. You must have volume, sir. Volume. We would like sound. Thank you. Oh, come on. Unmute yourself, you bastard. The rocket roared into space without blowing up. Ooh, good job.
If you're just tuning in, we
Uh-oh,
were able
but
to
then a booster
successfully
exploded
make the orbit,
shortly
run
after.
into a couple of issues as we've coasted to our entry point over the Indian Ocean. At this point, we had lost attitude control of the ship and entered into a spin. So we are entering uncontrolled, but again, we're entering into an airspace and a sea space that is cleared and monitored in advance of launch.
And with the views that we are able to see.
I love the way that the SpaceX announcers talk about like these things, like rather than just being real and be like, we fucked up. They're like, this is just expected, unexpected disassembly here happening. Like, I wonder what it's like to have your boss be the world's most fragile, narcissistic billionaire, determining your fate, job-wise. Now, the rocket did fly farther than any previous Starship
and with
launch.
the views that we are
or the
able
previous
to see,
two
you are
test
seeing
flights,
a lot of that plasma build up during reentry. We do expect the vehicle to see about 1400 degrees Celsius, and there you can see the flap feeling that temperature there. We are no longer controlling the attitude of the vehicle. So this is now, at this point in the test flight, it is expected, to see it begin to
descend,
demise a little bit on its way back
demise
down.
on its way. Demise is not a verb, ma'am. I'm sorry. That she's trying to find ways to not say what's happening in exactly the way you're supposed to say it. She's like, it's beginning to demise its way downwards. What does that even mean? Yeah, it's demising, don't you know?
Give me a joke.
Bad attitude rocket, yes.
How rude.
Very rude rocket.
And it's liftoff for SpaceX mega rocket Starship. The 123-meter spacecraft traveled further than the two previous launches, which both ended in fiery explosions minutes after takeoff.
Sorry, we're gonna go back. I just want to make this. I want to make this comment clear. Christopher Tablante is absolutely 105% correct. Farewell, taxpayer dollars. You were not well spent. That's right. That's right. Our taxpayer dollars funded Elon Musk's billionaire space flights here that are not going well. So enjoy that. Your taxes paid for this. The failure is what usually people would call this, rather than an unscheduled rapid disassembly. Normal people would say this is a failure.
And it's liftoff for SpaceX mega rocket Starship. The 123-meter spacecraft traveled further than the two previous launches, which both ended in fiery explosions minutes after takeoff.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The two-stage vehicle consisting of the Starship vessel mounted on a SpaceX Super Heavy rocket booster started off well. Both parts separated as expected.
Ship engine cut off.
However, it wasn't a complete success. There were hopes Starship could complete a test flight and release mock satellites, but that didn't happen. The spacecraft was uncontrollably spinning in space.
Just to confirm, we did lose contact with the ship officially a couple of minutes ago, so that brings an end to the flight test.
It then entered the Earth's atmosphere, likely landing somewhere over.
Listen to this guy try and glaze this utter failure. We did lose
contact with the ship officially a couple of minutes ago, so that brings an end to the 9th flight test.
It brings an end to the great end. This is what I mean. Like, these people seem like hostages more than employees. It's like, how do I say this without upsetting Elon Musk? Oh my god. We've lost contact with the exploded ship. Yeah, pal. That. Come on.
It then re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, likely landing somewhere over the Indian Ocean.
They're all unmanned. That is true, Frizzla, but they're supposed to be manned in the future, right? This is the rocket. This is the big one that's supposed to take people from here to either the moon or to Mars. And, you know, me personally, as a space traveler, I have very little confidence in this rocket. With a 33% fail rate, I don't feel comfortable putting my life into this glorified rocket, missile, basically, which seems to explode unexpectedly all the goddamn time. That's just as my own personal opinion. Maybe not safe.
But SpaceX said it was part of the learning process.
With a test like this, success comes from what we learn.
Oh.
This test will help us improve Starship's reliability.
More SpaceX cope. Actually, you know, this is actually a great success, having this spaceship blow up in space and come hurtling back down to the planet in an uncontrolled fashion. That's perfect. That's perfectly fine. It's what we're learning. Don't you see? This is a failure is success. All right, this is like some straight up like Silicon Valley cope. Oh my god. It's fucking hilarious to me. And we're paying billions of dollars a year for this garbage.
As SpaceX seeks to make life multiplanetary.
Dude, we can't even solve this planet.
It's the biggest and most powerful launch vehicle ever built, and owner Elon Musk wants it to go where no man has gone before, Mars. His aim is that humans will go to the red planet as early as 2029.
I'm just going to enjoy this explosion with one more video. Might as well take it all in. We paid for it after all.
This morning, SpaceX is inching closer to its goal of deep space missions.
Inching.
But its latest test flight shows that progress comes with risks. Liftoff last night was textbook. The booster's 33 engines ignited, blasting the 400-foot Starship into the sky over Texas. The booster separated, clearing one of the biggest hurdles. But once in orbit, Starship failed to deploy its test payload, 8 dummy satellites, when a side hatch jammed. Then came a leak in the fuel tank.
We've been dealing with some leaks on the ship. This is also what led to that loss of attitude control. So at this point,
a leak is also what caused the Voyager to explode with astronauts aboard. Faulty O-ring.
We are kind of in a spin.
Well, that's a
kind of with the cope, the fucking cope. This is why I can't watch these like live. Like, it's so hard for me to watch these like hour-and-a-half long fucking launches because it's just filled with a bunch of like Elon like slaves like trying their best to make everything sound so good, and it's just a goddamn. Oh god, it's just such a bore. These people are so pathetic.
Showed Starship spinning out of control as it re-entered the atmosphere, breaking apart over the Indian Ocean. Despite the failures, the launch marks the first time one of Elon Musk's starships, intended for travel to the moon and Mars,
Seriously though, I do love that description. Inching closer to success in something that's measured in that. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous. Oh yeah, inches, you say. How close to Mars are we now? It's fucking idiotic. Why is this man in charge of so many things? It's a real failure of society. Failing upwards, that's right. Yep. When you're a rich white South African man with control of rocket technology, you can fail upwards as much as you like. By the way, Mars is 157 million miles, so I don't know. 1 inch per launch. I guess it'll take us like 200 billion years to get there. I don't know. It's not clear. The progress is a little dubious.
With a recycled booster, there were no plans to catch the booster with giant chopsticks like previous launches. It was supposed to splash down intact, but it broke apart as it fell back to Earth. Before breaking apart, Starship made it farther into space than ever before.
Oh, it's so
two
impressive.
previous
So
launches
far.
ended in explosions just minutes after takeoff.
Just the fact that we got it into space, that was just a really big moment.
The launch comes as SpaceX founder Elon Musk makes a very public break with President Trump. In a new interview, Musk, who's led the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, says he is disappointed with Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, which passed the House last week and includes tax cuts that will increase the federal deficit.
I was like, tax cuts. He did not complain about the tax cuts, you idiot. Oh my god, he complained about the spending. He was hoping that we... What a way to frame it. Oh, CBS Sunday Morning. Elon, he hated those billionaire tax cuts that were absolutely going to benefit him. No. He was complaining about poor people still getting some benefits, even though a massive amount of them were going to be slashed. He was just hoping that the federal government would cease to fund itself and you know, he could just stop paying taxes entirely. That was his complaint. He's like, we didn't remove enough services from enough poor people in this bill. CBS also trying to glaze Elon. Why are news organizations so scared of this man? Have some goddamn self-respect.
Awful. Weak.
Alright, let's leave space and go on to South America. Talk about Argentina. Where, if you missed this one, I decided to leave this very, very quick clip in from Tuesday, where Health and Human Services Secretary of the United States, RFK Jr., was for some reason in the country of Argentina. Not clear why he's there. I couldn't tell you. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to anybody, really. What are you doing here?
Actually, I'm here. I'm here because, well, I don't have a lot to do back in the United States because I don't know anything about medicine, actually. I'm probably hurting things more than I'm helping. I might as well just be going on vacation on the taxpayer dollar, posing with Milei.
So unnecessary. I wonder how much this fucking trip to Argentina just cost us. I was told that we were going to stop wasteful spending in government. Meanwhile, we're sending a guy who has no business being in Argentina to meet with the president of Argentina for no good fucking reason. What is Milei? What is Javier Milei going to do for health in the United States? Can anybody list one reason, like one thing Argentina is planning to do to help us with health? Anybody? It's just this one of the most nonsensical meetings yet of this administration. It just makes no sense. No sense at all. All right, we got more from Argentina. Let's talk about the dollarization of Argentina, something that they have been trying to do now for 2 years, I think? I can't remember when Milei came into power. But it's been at least over a year now that Milei has been trying to end the peso and cause great problems for his people by dollarizing the economy and deleting pesos entirely.
This video is brought to you by Henson Shaving.
All right,
when Milei was on the campaign trail, perhaps his most eye-catching policy...
I'm sorry, this is fascinating. Is that true? 2 trillion... Are there 2 trillion inches to Mars? Hey. We're gonna get there eventually. 1 inch at a time, I guess. Even if it costs us literally everything. We're just gonna keep giving Elon Musk whatever he wants. He's so successful at blowing up rockets. Just barely outside of Earth's atmosphere. Sometimes inside of it, actually.
Was a plan to scrap the peso and, quote, dollarize the Argentinian economy. However, almost immediately after coming to office, Milei staged somewhat of a U-turn, admitting that dollarization wouldn't happen anytime soon, and ditching a plan to appoint dollarization advocate Emilio Ocampo as head of Argentina's central bank. In a sense, this was unsurprising. As headline-grabbing a policy as it was, dollarizing the Argentinian economy without any dollars, which is where the Argentinian state was when Milei took power, was always going to be difficult, if not impossible. Nonetheless, 18 months or so into his term, and dollarization suddenly looks like a real possibility. A new IMF loan has endowed the Argentinian government with dollars. The free-flowing peso is holding strong against the dollar. And earlier this month, Milei announced a slew of policies aimed at essentially merging the formal peso economy with the informal dollar economy. So in this video, we're going to explain what dollarization actually involves, why it was always going to be difficult, and why Milei's recent policy successes have apparently mitigated those difficulties.
By the way, real quick, some aspects of this, I mean, I tend to have some real, I think I have a real difference of opinion, like politically.
We're ever closer to 1 million subscribers, and 68% of you haven't
please shut the fuck up.
So lend us a hand and
what the
subscribe.
fuck
So let's
is
start by
going
explaining what
on?
dollarization
Oh
actually
shit, I
involves.
just realized
In
that.
Argentina's case,
Oh my
dollarization
god.
involved doing basically two things.
Oh my
First, you
god.
have to replace
Please
all
shut
dollars
up.
in
Oh my god.
with dollars.
Whoopsies.
This means not only converting all cash pesos into greenbacks, it also means converting peso deposits to Argentinian.
You are fucking killing me. But yeah, TLDR, I mean, these guys don't strike me as real leftists. Usually, some of the way they frame things I don't really agree with, I would say. But this is the, that's whatever. Let's just get into this.
We're getting ever closer to 1 million subscribers.
Great job.
And 68%
I don't
of you
care.
haven't even subscribed.
I do not care.
Basically two things. First, you have to replace all the pesos in circulation with dollars. This means not only converting all cash pesos into greenbacks, it also means converting peso deposits at Argentinian banks into dollars. Second, you need to redenominate the Argentinian state's peso-denominated debts. Originally, this would have required converting both the central bank's debts and the government's debts into dollars, because the central bank has also issued a whole lot of debt over the past few years. But Milei has shifted most of the central bank's liabilities onto the government, so now it would mainly involve just redenominating the government's debt. Milei argued that dollarization was necessary because it was the only way to prevent a future administration from destabilizing the Argentinian economy, as they've done in the past. Previous Argentinian governments have, in tandem with the central bank, basically printed too many pesos, stoking inflation and destabilizing the Argentinian economy. Dollarization would tie the hands of future administrations because they wouldn't be able to print pesos to get out of trouble. So even if Milei were to be replaced by a more profligate president in the future, which will probably happen eventually, they wouldn't be able to undo whatever progress he was making towards stabilizing the Argentinian economy. Nonetheless, while Milei clearly has a point here, after all, Argentina's political establishment have been consistently rubbish at monetary policy, when Milei took power, Argentina was in no position to dollarize, for at least 3 reasons. Problem number 1 was that the Argentinian government didn't have anywhere near enough dollars to convert its peso debt into dollar bonds, and its net foreign exchange reserves were actually negative. Problem number 2 was that it wasn't clear what the dollar-peso exchange rate was. When Milei took power, Argentina had a dual-track currency system, with a so-called official rate that overvalued the peso, and an unofficial or black market rate. This obviously made dollarizing more difficult, because you'd have to essentially guess the correct exchange rate. But if the rate offered is too low, you'll trigger a bank run, as Argentinians rush to take out their pesos before they're converted into dollars. And if it's too high, it'll be both unduly expensive for the state and inflationary. Problem number 3 was that, much like the state, Argentinian banks didn't have enough dollars. If you're going to convert Argentinians' peso deposits into dollars, you need to have enough dollars in the banking system to avoid a run. If banks don't actually have any dollars in the vault, Argentinians won't trust that they'll actually be able to withdraw dollars when they want to. And so everyone will rush to withdraw their dollars before the limited supply runs out, triggering a bank run and probably a financial crisis. So you get the idea. While dollarization had a clear rationale, it was difficult for Milei to do immediately upon taking office, largely because neither the Argentinian state nor the Argentinian banking system had enough dollars to pull it off. However, in the past couple of weeks, Milei has implemented a series of policies that at least partly solve these problems. In early April, he negotiated a new $20 billion loan with the IMF, which should help build up Argentina's dollar reserves, solving problem number one. Then, only a couple of days afterwards, Milei removed all currency controls, essentially ending Argentina's dual currency system and creating one floating exchange rate for the peso. Not only does this solve problem number two, i.e. the lack of clear peso-dollar rate, it turns out the peso is stronger than most people expected, falling by less than 10% when Milei relaxed controls. This makes life easier for the Argentinian government, both because it means it's less expensive to convert everything into dollars, and because it means the government didn't have to dip into its limited foreign exchange reserves to defend the peso. And then, in the past couple of weeks,
now, money printing wasn't only Argentina's only problem, right? There was a great deal of corruption, it still is, of course, that have contributed to some of their problems. And, you know, they've been taking loans, like was mentioned, from the IMF for a while. There's just a number of things that they've been doing that maybe weren't the best plans. The fact is you know, they have a pretty large economy. It's not the biggest economy on the planet, but it's like, you know, like it's like $1 trillion. I think they have like $1 trillion GDP or something close to it. You know, there's just been a lot of misappropriation of money, unfortunately, in Argentina. And Milei has only sort of exacerbated that in many ways by appropriating, taking away the money from the people and from services and from government jobs, and then, you know, just using that to shore up these, the sort of, some of the issues with currency. And, you know, there's a lot to unpack with all of this. But the fact is, everything he's doing is hurting the people, right? Like, him dollarizing the economy hurts absolutely everyone in Argentina who doesn't have a shit ton of dollars under their fucking mattresses, okay? You know, it would suddenly be like, you know, if you're in the United States and you're like, you know what, we're gonna go away from the dollar and we're suddenly gonna use, you were only going to accept yuan to cover like, you know, debt, public debts and things like that. It would cause an absolute catastrophe. And then if you added in, you know, a bunch of austerity policies, you know, it's gonna cause a great deal of pain in the country. You know, this is only going to cause people problems. There's almost no hypothetical in which this all works. Like, without hurting people. Like, sure, I mean, maybe eventually, like, you know, they do dollarize, but it will have genuinely negative implications for Argentinian society. All right, let's move away from Argentina, go all the way to Europe. Talk Portugal, where unfortunately the rise of the far right, just like in Argentina, continues as the far right Chega party is now the main opposition in Portugal. Here's Reuters from 18 hours ago.
Portugal's far-right Chega party won second place in the country's snap elections, making it the main opposition party for the first time Wednesday. A final tally by the country's interior ministry that included votes from abroad showed Chega gained 60 seats in the 230-seat single-chamber parliament, 2 more than the centre-left socialists. Chega leader André Ventura founded the party just 6 years ago. On Wednesday, he addressed a crowd of supporters after the results.
Chega swept the left bloc off the map in style.
It's a major shift in politics in Portugal, ending 5 decades of dominance by the 2 major parties, the ruling centre-right Democratic Alliance and the Socialist Party. Chega has allied with anti-immigration parties such as Marine Le Pen's National Rally in France and Germany's AfD. It has called for an end to open doors immigration and tougher sentences for criminals, including chemical castration for repeat rapists.
Jesus Christ. You know what I love about this? I mean, Portugal, I mean, they used to be the immigrants. Well, immigrants is maybe the wrong word. They used to, you know, Portugal, just like Spain and the UK, had a great deal of colonial empire. You know, perhaps didn't quite rival that of the UK or France. They had plenty of, you know, territories. They were the immigrants all over the world, and now they're like, oh, no more immigrants here in Portugal. They are all of our problems, even though it's not all of your problems. You're just a bunch of angry xenophobes. Not all of Portugal is like this, but, you know, this is a concerning trend across the globe. People blaming immigrants for the problems of, you know, just the like, you know, like for all existing problems. It's all the immigrants' fault. Oh my God. All right. Speaking of immigrants, let's go to Spain, where 7 people fucking died off the coast of the Canary Islands after a migrant boat capsized. Yes, be angry at the desperate people. That makes sense.
Dos. Ay, 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 ay. No, no, no. Ay, Polo. Ay, Dios, ay, Dios, ay, Dios, ay, Dios. Ay, Dios.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's disturbing. I should have given you a warning before that. I'm sorry. But yeah, 7 people died because of that collapse, that capsize of that boat. People just trying to get a better life from themselves. Desperation. Probably a lot of them couldn't swim. Christ, we live in a horrifying world right now. We all need to just wake the fuck up and start working together. Otherwise, we're just gonna keep having fucking tragedy after tragedy. Day in, day out. Speaking of Africa, the Trump administration had some words for all of Africa, essentially, or at least our African allies. So, well, allies is a funny word to use right now, considering the tone of this message from Washington. Here's France 24 English from yesterday.
We're going to turn our focus to the US's plans to dial back its military presence in Africa now. Speaking at African Lion, the largest joint training exercise on the continent, General Michael Langley urged African nations to take the lead in their own security, calling for greater self-reliance in the face of growing threats. Well, the shift comes as Islamist insurgencies gain ground while Russia and China intensify their push for influence across the region. Well, let's speak more on this and speak to Paul Melly, who's a consulting Fellow for the Africa Programme at Chatham House. Thanks so much for joining us on the programme, Paul. Good to see you. Welcome. Just give us some context first. Lay out for us how the US contributes to Africa's security.
Well, there have really been two dimensions, if you like, to the US support for security and stability across the African continent. One is directly military. And so there have been a number of locations, I think 6,500 American troops at the moment, stationed in various places across Africa. They were, for example, very prominently based with a big drones base in Niger in the Sahel with around up to 1,000 personnel there. And regular military training exercises, such as the one you just mentioned, African Lion, where they've worked with African armies to train troops on specific aspects, for example, the counterterrorism operations or whatever. But there's a wider dimension, which is that until now, the US has always made a very strong signal, if you like, of its support for Africa more generally, through the development agencies, USAID and the Millennium Challenge Corporation, through a strong diplomatic engagement, big embassies, a strong tradition in the US State Department of diplomats with real knowledge of the region. And this has been bipartisan. So it's been not just Democrat presidents with their traditional appeal, if you like, to the African-American electorate, but it's also been true with the Republicans. For example, George W. Bush with the PEPFAR initiative for a crucial health initiative in the early 2000s. So that's been what the US has been doing up to now, but now we're seeing a change.
Yeah, we are seeing this worrying shift. So let's focus on the timing of all of this. As I said before, Islamist insurgency is expanding across the continent. You also have China launching training programs for African militaries, while Russian mercenaries are also trying to cement their role in Africa's security. Is this really the right time for the US to start to pull back, do you think?
Well, it feels like a very strange time because the Trump administration has made no secret of its concern about China's growing influence, growing power. And as you mentioned, the Chinese have launched a military training program in Africa, and that, of course, is complemented by their huge economic presence, both through the financing of major projects, bridges, railways, pipelines.
Yeah, and let's not forget, sort of on the back of Russian involvement in many sort of like West African countries, there's also a bigger void than there was just like 2 years ago, right? UN peacekeeping forces, French forces as well, have left a number of different countries in the Sahel, mostly, but not exclusively. And you know, it's kind of insane in many ways. It's sort of contrary to the espoused goals of this administration, and is, you know, sort of it goes hand in hand with our destruction of USAID and all the aid that have been going to Africa in the form of AIDS vaccines and food aid and whatever else we've been sending, malaria, you know, help. Like, it's just, you know, it's one thing after another, and there's a massive vacuum that's being now, you know, created here, and the implications of it, which I cannot say with any great certainty, but we could postulate. Not gonna do that though. Let's just keep it going. Oh, I'm just so stressed. I'm so stressed out over it now. Like, everything is falling apart. We are becoming more and more fractured. Meanwhile, we need to be more together, especially now as climate changes, as we just saw an hour ago, is on the precipice, and we need to start genuinely seeing ourselves as one human population on a tiny marble spinning around the sun in space that we are destroying. We have no other alternatives for, and we need to save. We need to stop You start working together. That's all I'm saying. Less sort of fracturing and bifurcation. Okay, let's go further south to South Africa. This could have been in the space app, but I figured I'd put it in here since we had a number of Africa stories. South Africa's government is denying giving preferential treatment to one of its former residents, Elon Musk.
South Africa's communications minister is standing firm. Solly Malatsi is insisting that the country is not relaxing its black economic empowerment laws for tech giants like Elon Musk's Starlink. It comes after backlash over policy changes he put forward that would allow communications companies like Starlink to bypass equity rules. The communications minister had been facing Parliament. He's been accused of not consulting the ANC before putting the draft policy out for debate. Tom Canetti is at the Parliament in Cape Town.
So the minister said the reason for this draft policy recommendation was to open up South Africa's market to companies like Starlink from the US, which he said has the best and most progressive technology in the sector at the moment. Obviously, what's prohibiting that from happening is black economic empowerment laws here, which one speaker backed up the minister, questioning the efficacy of those laws, saying that they only benefit a small few, noting an example of a 1 trillion rand being pumped into BE laws to only benefit about 100 people. But the heart of the debate was about sort of grilling the minister for not first off consulting the ANC before making this policy recommendation, and being accused of succumbing to pressure from Washington to sort of rewrite South Africa's transformative laws without first of all consulting the right parties in South Africa.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this has been one of the big problems with the ANC since, in the last, number of decades since, fuck, my brain just broke. Since the death of Nelson Mandela, the ANC has kind of gotten, in my opinion, sort of far away from, what it once was, and has sort of leaned in to white South Afrikaners in many ways, not really followed through with, black South African enrichment and betterment, and rather just been sort of doing some corruption, which is why, in my estimation, they lost. They didn't lose the election, but they lost their supreme, that's not the right way to say it, but like the full majority, which they had at one point in South Africa's parliament, and had to create a coalition earlier last year. But yeah, look at it. They're leaning into one of their most enriched white South Africans here, Elon Musk and his company Starlink. Okay, now let's go north to probably what's going to be the hardest stories for us to get through here today. Let's talk Gaza, where things are still completely fucked. Let's start it off with Al Jazeera. What do you say? Are we calling YouTube social experience social credits?
Was there anyone with you, this young girl?
I like that comparison. Yes, YouTube social. If you're a good YouTube chatter, you get credits. Okay. If you're bad, you lose your crown. You bad chatter.
Was there anyone with you, this young girl is asked. My sister, she replies. Along with her mother, both under the rubble of a school-turned-shelter in Gaza City, attacked by Israel.
She survived, but many others didn't, and many of those killed in this attack are children. The overnight bombardment sparked fires in the classrooms where forcibly displaced Palestinians were sleeping. Civil defense have been pulling out charred bodies.
The Israeli occupation forces have targeted this place with several missiles. There is a large number of casualties, and there are body parts of women and children who were here sleeping. But the occupation forces make no distinction and kill men, women, and children. As you can see, they have been targeted, and you can see that their bodies have been charred as a result of the fires that have spread.
Elsewhere in Gaza City, another attack on displaced Palestinians. A tent camp is struck by Israeli fire.
Illegal.
A family of 6, a mother, the father, and their 4 children killed. Grandpa is dead, this child screams. It's an all too familiar scene in more than 20 months of war. Families who have lost their homes, forced to seek refuge elsewhere, only to be met with more attacks. Israel is intensifying its assault on the Gaza Strip, despite increasing pressure from its allies demanding an immediate ceasefire. A ceasefire Palestinians keep calling out for, but for now, those calls remain unanswered. Bedad Mehichi, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Yep. Israel still committing war crimes, bombing tent camps. Now, if you didn't hear about it, the head of the newly created U.S.-Israeli joint aid mission, which many are claiming is not only unnecessary, but is being used as a premise to allow Israel to continue its ethnic cleansing and forcing of Palestinians into concentration camps. That aid organization, the head of that aid organization, has quit as of Monday. I think, or Sunday? It was one, whatever it was.
A first reported sign of movement from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The initiative says it began distributing food this Monday at hubs in central Gaza and Al-Mawasi, with promises of more deliveries going forward. Yet this US and Israel-backed plan is under heavy scrutiny, with the UN and aid groups slamming it as a facade, accusing Israel of turning food into a weapon in its battle against Hamas.
How are the elderly who have been starved supposed to walk miles and miles to access humanitarian assistance?
Come on!
How are children who have no parents
not going to do it? Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
What may be militarized zones to collect assistance?
After Jake Wood's bombshell resignation on Sunday, the foundation has announced a new interim director, John Acri. It's also vowed to feed 1 million Palestinians by the weekend. Wood walked away, declaring the operation lacked independence. Shadowy private security firms, staffed by ex-CIA and Blackwater operatives, guard the hub.
Not gonna lie, I have nothing to go off but on this guy's sort of general vibe in one picture, but he seems like a real douche. But yeah,
shadowy private security firms, staffed by ex-CIA and Blackwater operatives, guard the hubs, screening recipes.
Joint Blackwater CIA task force in Gaza, working with the IDF. Boy, I'm sure no war crimes will be committed.
Give me a joke.
Wow, there's a genuine chat battle right now between Bad Lefty and Violet Quinlaw for second place. Moen Up still holds first place, I think. In my opinion, I find it strange that YouTube doesn't seem to understand how XP works, because of course, usually XP sort of sticks around after a stream, but it's only per stream. I don't understand it. It doesn't make a ton of sense, but whatever. They're trying to rob Queen Moen-Up. Oh wow, Moen-Up is going to bed, leaving a void in the Crown War of 2025. All right. Now let's go here to 2 days ago. While this supposed aid organization was providing aid, Israel started shooting people.
Illegal.
Here's Guardian News from Tuesday. This is the moment. Hundreds of people rushed towards an aid center as a U.S. and Israeli-backed group. Oh my god, my brain is so broken right now. As a U.S. Israeli-backed aid center opened in Rafah, Israel has prevented humanitarian aid from entering Gaza for nearly 3 months. The blockade left almost 500,000 people facing starvation. We want to eat. We're hungry. We have been humiliated with the communal kitchens and the lack of water and everything. Look what they put for us. AFP reported that shots were fired as chaos erupted. I love the way Guardian frames that. Shots were fired as chaos erupted, as if the shots fired weren't causing the chaos. Well, I mean, I'm sure, you know, people rushing towards it, towards aid was maybe chaotic, but clearly shooting people added to the chaos. Let's be fucking real. Footage showed people climbing fences, and some leaving the center with carrying parcels. The distribution operation was headed by the newly established U.S. organization Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
Give me a joke.
The UN and various aid organizations expressed concern, saying it was a volatile. UN aid organization, the UN and various aid groups have expressed concern about the scheme. I can barely read right now, I'm losing my mind. Saying it may violate fundamental humanitarian principles and breach international law.
As we have explained many times, we do not participate in this modality for the reasons that we have given. It is a distraction from what is actually needed, which is a reopening of all the crossings into Gaza, a secure environment within Gaza, and faster facilitation of permissions and final approvals of all the emergency supplies that we have just outside the border and needs to get in.
Now, on the same day this happened, Benjamin war criminal Netanyahu had some stuff to say about more aid distribution points to be set up in Gaza. Okay. Let's hear what the genocider-in-chief has to say.
We worked out a plan with our American friends.
He's using
to
English.
Have controlled distribution sites.
He's using English.
Where an American
he has been very calculating about when he speaks in Hebrew and when he speaks in English. And whenever he's speaking in English, it means that the message is for us. The message is for the global community. The message is for America, especially, but not exclusively. Just going to point that out.
We worked out a plan with our American friends to have controlled distribution sites where an American company would distribute the food to Palestinian families. It's not a truck with flour.
Huh? Oh, like the time that you guys committed that war crime? The flour massacre? It's not like that?
Palestinian families. It's not a truck with flour bags. It's a package for food for a family for a week. You come and you get it.
So magnanimous, so generous. Oh my God. What a philanthropist. An entire week of food for Palestinians? Wow, what a great guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
For Hamas to steal it, especially because we guard these positions.
Why are we doing this? Stop this.
We tried the first one. We're going to put many today. There was some loss of control momentarily. Happily, we brought it back under control.
Loss of control?
Many more.
A loss of control? What the fuck does that mean? There was a loss of control. But then we started shooting Palestinians, and we regained control, and we forced them to leave before even getting aid. That's the way you do it.
And the idea is basically to take away the humanitarian looting as a tool of war of Hamas, to give it to the population, eventually to have a sterile zone in the south of Gaza where the entire population can move for its own protection. And then we basically, how shall I say?
Look, we're just going to protect the Palestinians in a concentration camp. Don't you see? This is just a generous gesture from Israel. Oh my God. How is this stuff being given any credence in any capacity? It is fucking wild. Did I kill the short stream? Oh yeah, I did. At the end of the third half, I decided to end it since viewership was kind of waning over there, and we were dealing with a lot of lag, latency on the horizontal stream. I knew that if I ended that, it would solve it, and it has. Okay, thankfully. But yes, you're not losing your mind, VCat. Short stream is gone for now, but it'll be back. I have to do some more tweaking to solve all of the latency. Since we're splitting it into 3 streams now, we gotta find the sweet spot to make everything look nice and smooth. For fuck's sake, dude. I love how he tries to take credit for doing war crimes. Like, don't you see these war crimes are actually really good? We're saving people. Don't you get it? We're just violating humanitarian rights for humans. Don't you see? We're just putting people in concentration camps, just like they did in the Holocaust. And that's fine because, you know, Palestinians are unsafe because of Hamas. It's Hamas's fault that we're doing concentration camps. Now, Donald Trump had some stuff to say about the Gaza aid, quote-unquote, situation. Here's Channel 4 News from yesterday.
The man filming this scene is quoting from the Quran, invoking the apocalypse. Perhaps those below think they're staving it off after nearly 3 months of Israeli blockade. Here at last, a warehouse full of flour. In central Gaza, it belongs to the World Food Programme. The UN workers, he says, simply melted away as the crowd surged in. Multiple reports of injuries and deaths in the melee. It follows yesterday's chaos in the far south at a distribution center belonging to the controversial US-Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. GHF today called this a brief and intentional relaxation of its security protocols, adding that no Palestinians were fired upon and there were no casualties. But our team witnessed a number of injured people making their way north. The UN says 47 were injured and has today again condemned the GHF operation. Israel has in turn repeated its criticism of the UN, saying it was joining Hamas, mafia-like, in trying to block the GHF. Today, it said it had now given out nearly 15,000 food boxes over 2 days. For all the chaos of this week, to get a sense of Gaza's reality, perhaps better.
Anybody who thinks 15,000 boxes of food is going to feed 1.5 million, 2 million, however many people are fucking left in Gaza, you are fucking delusional.
To follow these footsteps, past rotting debris, beneath circling Israeli drones. They belong to Yara. 10 years old, she's turned provider for her mother and her 7 siblings. This is her destination, an improvised soup kitchen in northern Jabalia. Step back, I want to fill your pots, but you have to move back, he says. Yara is at the back. The stakes are high, but she waits her turn. Yara says these long walks scare her. She's worried about shelling, about being hit by shrapnel out here alone. But she's more worried about her siblings going hungry. Their father is in the West Bank. He went there for medical treatment before the war. He's stuck. His wife and children have no source of income.
This woman is taking care of 7 children, and including this tiny, I guess I would assume the oldest girl in the family. This is horrifying. Oh, and we got to keep watching this because honestly, it gets worse. The weight on this young girl's shoulders is just immense and horrifying. I cannot even imagine thinking of having to try and take care of my entire family as a little kid like this. I feel happy when I bring them food so they can eat. Better than leaving them hungry.
The next time we meet her, the family's been forced further south to the streets of Gaza City, clinging on to childhood, to memories she now calls beautiful, eating breakfast, packing a school bag, helping tidy a house long since destroyed.
Oh, God. Everything changed with the war, except my relationship with my mother and my sisters. I risk my life to bring food from the charity center so that they can eat and not stay hungry. She's becoming even kinder during the war. She's becoming even more kind and more compassionate. She feels sad for her siblings if there's no food or water. She's the one who goes to find it for them. She helps us in every way.
Yara finished her last school year 2 years ago with top grades.
Oh, this little girl is so brave.
But this is her job for now. And on this occasion, walking new streets, she's too late.
Oh, God.
She returns with the pot still empty. She's crushed, says her mother. One more child in Gaza, carrying far more than she can bear.
Oh.
Well, our international editor, Lindsay Hilsum, is in Israel.
She should not have this sort of responsibility. Oh my God. Look at her. She's despondent over not having gotten food for her family because she was too late. Oh, God. It's just so sad. No child should have that sort of fucking weight on their shoulders when they're just trying to grow up, you know? It's just... What is wrong with this world? How can we allow this to continue on? It doesn't make any fucking sense. At all. The injustice in this world has hit a fucking breaking point. Now, Donald Trump says that the aid situation is very nasty. It's worse than that, you fucking garbage human. All right. Now, apparently, Donald Trump had some words for Benjamin Netanyahu. Not about the aid, but about Iran. Let's see what's up with that. Here's NBC News from yesterday.
Back on Iran, did you warn Prime Minister Netanyahu against taking some sort of actions that could disrupt the talks there in a phone call last week?
Well, I'd like to be honest. Yes, I did. Next question, please.
Just national sanctions.
I did, yeah.
If Senate Republicans want to push
It's not a warning. I said I don't think it's appropriate.
What exactly did you tell him? Did you
I just said I don't think it's appropriate. We're having very good discussions with him, and I said I don't think it's appropriate right now. Because if we can settle it with a very strong document, very strong, with inspections and no trust. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. So no trust. I want it very strong where we can go in with inspectors. We can take whatever we want. We can blow up whatever we want, but nobody getting killed. We can blow up a lab, but nobody's going to be in the lab, as opposed to everybody being in the lab and blowing it up, right? Two ways of doing it.
Jesus fucking Christ. This is what Benjamin Netanyahu to tell. I mean, this is what Donald Trump had to say to fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. Don't screw up the Iran deal, okay? I'm trying to get the Nobel Peace Prize, buddy. All right? We could do it one way. We could do it with a lot of violence, or we could try the diplomacy. Meanwhile, I assume that he said fuck all about, you know, the genocide that Israel's committing. I think we can all agree on that. Doesn't give a shit about Palestinians. He just wants to be the guy who got a new nuclear deal for Iran. He's just a fucking narcissist. He just wants to be the one to have brought peace and to reinstate basically the same nuclear deal that existed that he got us out of in his first presidency. All right. Let's go here. Speaking of Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's illegal actions, apparently Israel's planning new illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank, according to Al Jazeera from 20 hours ago.
Illegal?
Well, as Israel continues to besiege the Gaza Strip, it's also putting pressure on the occupied West Bank, ramping up both raids and illegal settlements. Israeli media is reporting that the government has approved 22 new illegal settlements on Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank. The UN says Israeli forces demolished more than 1,700 Palestinian buildings and homes and seized 24 square kilometers of land last year. Palestinians need Israeli military permits to build any structure in 61% of the occupied West Bank, and those are rarely approved. Our correspondent Nida Hibram is joining us on set. Put this into context for us. This seems like a large number of Israeli settlements.
Absolutely, Rob. This is the largest batch of illegal Israeli settlements to be approved in one decision. And we've learned from Israeli media that this decision was taken in the Security Cabinet last week. It was just made public in the past few hours, announced by the Israeli officials. This has been already a system that is in place in the occupied West Bank, illegal Israeli settlements being built and expanded. What's happening here now is that they are retroactively recognizing illegal settlement outposts that already exist. These happen when Israeli settlers come in, put a caravan or two, and then start expanding and expanding before the Israeli government gives them this recognition. But we are talking also about new illegal settlement buildings, settlements already that were not in existence. And what does that do is that kind of fills in the gaps of the places that were remaining for the Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. We've already been reporting for years now that Israeli settlements are strangling Palestinian communities inside the West Bank, and now these new settlements come in to kind of fill the gap and make a potential future Palestinian state almost impossible on the ground.
You were talking there about the fact that this is an ongoing process. We've seen this for many years, and yet this is a significantly large number. Talk to us about the timing of this. Why do you think it's ramping up at this point?
Well, there are so many factors. One of them is that eyes are on Gaza. People are talking about Gaza and the war and ending the war and diplomatic discussions in order to bring an end to the hostilities there. But what's happening in the occupied West Bank is not less serious. This is what Palestinians would tell you, that Israel is using this moment where everyone is looking at Gaza to cement its occupation in the occupied West Bank.
Exactly, and this is why I refuse to stop talking about the goddamn West Bank, because that's been my estimation as well. It's not just now, it's been throughout this entire 19 months, right? I mean, whether it's the invasion that started immediately after the ceasefire was announced, or before it, where they were continuing to greenlight more illegal settlements. It's been going on for the last 19 months. And it's because all of our eyes are just frozen. Not all of our eyes, but many of us who are at least paying attention to this are only focused on, or not only, but, you know, majoritarily, that's not a word. My brain is broken. Oh, God. Just most of us have been heavily focused on Gaza, of course, because that's where the majority of the humanitarian crisis has been happening. But, you know, it's not like they haven't been doing a bunch of horrifying atrocities and other war crimes, humanitarian legal actions in the West Bank. And we cannot forget about it, because if we do, you know, they'll be allowed to cement their goals there. And who knows what it would take to get, who knows what it's going to take to get Israel to undo any of it. All right. That's the last on the Israel-Palestine stuff for today. Well, I gotta refresh something over here. Oh no, Jet threw out your back. That's no good. That's no good. You know, I have back problems too. You know, try and stay hydrated. You know, I've noticed, at least for me personally, staying hydrated helps in terms of loosening up things back there, if you will. At least me personally. And in fact, staying hydrated, I've noticed, does sometimes help in preventing those things. Not that that's going to help you at all right now. Just thinking out loud. All right, let's go to Russia, Ukraine, as that situation certainly hasn't ceased since we last checked in on it. Let's go back in time to 4 days ago. I'm sure most of you have heard this from Donald Trump, but maybe some of you missed it. Donald Trump had some stuff to say about Vladimir Putin as he stepped up attacks in Ukraine to a level basically unseen since the very beginning of the war. Here's The Guardian from Monday. Donald Trump on the tarmac. Whoops.
Yeah, I'll give you an update. I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
What happened to Putin? It's like suddenly he's doing a bunch of things that he's never done before. What is up with that? He's being very reasonable, doing a bunch of war crimes, and now it's like suddenly he's doing war crimes. It's like, dude, what are you doing? What happened? We were good friends, we were good buddies, and now you're like totally screwing me right now, Putin. I said you were gonna be cool, and now you're being very not cool. I invited you to the party, and now you spitting in the punch bowl. It's very rude.
How rude.
I don't, what's going on with that guy? This guy is fucking so fucking stupid.
Oh my god, he is so goddamn stupid. Oh, Jesus Christ. You have AS. Wait, is that like MS? I'm sorry, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm blanking on what that is. I'm sorry to hear that, Jet. I am sorry to hear that. I was trying to come up with good ideas for you. But I just wanted to say something, and I don't think she's here right now, but somebody contributed while we were streaming, didn't even mention it to me, and I don't get notifications from PayPal.
Somebody just donated just an incredible amount of money on PayPal. So much money. And, you know, actually, I'm going to hold off on this announcement. I'm going to hold off on this announcement until the next stream, so that hopefully they'll be here for it. But we may or may not have played it the goal. Okay, God, it's a fucking weight off of my shoulders. Okay, at least I think, I'm trying to do the math. My brain is so broken. Alright, we got more to talk about this. Let's go here to France 24. According to them, as of yesterday, Russia has taken 2 different border villages in the Sumy region of Ukraine.
The city of Sumy and nearby districts were hit by Russian strikes early Tuesday. Houses lost power and were destroyed across the region.
All the windows in the balcony frame on my second floor are shattered. Everything is destroyed. Even the walls on the second floor have collapsed. Debris is lying everywhere. There's a lot of shrapnel in the garden.
It's not the first time the region's been hit, and it's unlikely to be the last.
We are now 30 kilometers from the Russian border, and speaking of the speed at which the missiles arrive, it could be 10 seconds or a few minutes to hide from them.
The city has created a memorial named the Alley of Glory, honouring those who died.
To be honest, it's a bit scary and sad to be here. When you think about how many people have died here and that this place was literally drenched in blood, it's really hard to comprehend.
The head of the Sumy region said Russian forces had seized 4 villages. Russia says it seized 6. The advance comes after a surge in bombings. Moscow launched some of its largest drone attacks since the war began.
Okay, let's just go straight into this one, I guess, since we're not really changing topics. But let's go to Finland.
Out front now, President Alexander Stubb of Finland. And President Stubb, so President Trump this weekend said, and I'm quoting him, something has happened to Vladimir Putin. He went on to say, quoting again, that he's gone absolutely crazy. Is that how you would describe Putin right now?
Well, I've been speaking with President Trump on numerous occasions, and I think there's always a strategy behind what Putin does, and that strategy is a strategy of delay. And while we're speaking, he continues his war of aggression in Ukraine, and we're talking about at least 5,000 dead or wounded soldiers per day. So if that's defined as crazy, then so be it.
You mentioned your many conversations.
Sammy, you don't know what ways we have available to donate from Europe. I don't know. Do you have Cash App and PayPal in Europe? I don't know. I know that you're already on the Patreon, so you're already contributing. But if you are looking for other ways, we do have links to the Patreon, and the PayPal, and the Cash App in my bio on YouTube, if that's even a thing over there. I honestly don't know. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Reading your messages. I am your savior, Joe. Wow, that's that's too much, man. Come on.
Come on! At least 5,000 dead or wounded soldiers per day. So if that's defined as crazy, then so be it.
You mentioned your many conversations with President Trump. I know you had a surprise visit with him in Mar-a-Lago this spring, and you played golf. and I know you're an extremely good golfer. So he then posted a picture of you. He was praising your golf skills. Obviously, that was just before tariffs. But even after the tariffs were announced, Mr. President, you sat next to Trump at Pope Francis's funeral. So how often do you speak with him?
Well, you know, I've had the opportunity to obviously meet him on a few occasions and then speak over the phone fairly regularly. And, you know, it's normal diplomatic exchanges of ideas. And I'm glad that I can do that because, as you understand, I come from a small country. And whenever the president of a small country is able to speak with the president of the United States, it's a good part of our diplomacy.
A small country, but a crucial country, and you have the longest land border with Russia in Europe. So when you talk of Putin, you know of what you speak, right? About 830 miles, we're showing it here. Right now, Putin is building up his military along Finland's border. Mr. President, what exactly are you seeing him do along your border right now? What is happening?
Well, I mean, we Finns are cool, calm and collected, and sometimes when you see things in the international media it's perhaps a little bit twisted. We have the border under full control. Russia has always had military bases along our border, and there is a normal build-up. You have to remember that 4 brigades were moved from the Leningrad military district when the war began in Ukraine, and our expectation is that there will be a build-up after the war is over, and that build-up will continue. And, you know, the reason is very simple. We have one of the largest militaries in Europe, together with Turkey, Ukraine and Poland, and on top of that we have just doubled NATO's border. So that's normal Russian activity. We have obligatory military service, 900,000 men and women who've done it. We have over 60 F-18s. We just bought 64 F-35s. We have the largest artillery in Europe together with Poland. And as I keep on saying, we don't have it because we're worried about Sweden. We have it because we want to create a deterrent against Russia. So, you know, one of the borders that the French or anyone else should be least worried about is the Finnish border. As we put it here, we got this, and especially we got with our allies.
Now, when I was watching this earlier, I was trying to weigh sort of in my brain whether or not this was him sort of trying to present sort of a strong front, if you will, or if he genuinely believes what he's saying. I mean, and technically much of what he's saying is probably true, but I don't know. I can't tell if he's just trying to you know, sort of send a message to Putin like, don't think about it, buddy. I couldn't tell. Like, it's hard to say. But that was the president of Finland, Alexander Stubb, or however you say that, on CNN, talking about how Finland has the longest border with Russia in the European Union, and about the buildup of Russian forces along that border. But he's right. I mean, Finland is actually a very large country in terms of landmass, if I'm not mistaken, but has a tiny population, only 5 million people. Smaller than New York City. I feel like you'd fit like 2,000 New York cities in Finland. Maybe I'm doing the math wrong. Don't have the land mass sitting in front of me. Okay, I got more here on the Russia-Ukraine situation. Here's BBC News from yesterday with a Ukraine frontline report. Take it away, BBC.
Ukraine's President Zelensky has warned that Russia is amassing tens of thousands of troops on its border as it launches a new offensive to capture more territory in eastern Ukraine. He was speaking on a visit to Germany, where the new Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, said his country would help Ukraine develop new long-range missiles. Well, Russia has stepped up its assaults on front lines in Sumy, Kharkiv and Donetsk. Its forces have made the most significant advances since January around Donetsk in what's being seen as the start of a summer offensive. President Trump said earlier it'll become clear in the next...
It's interesting. So ever since Donald Trump took office, Russia has made gains in Ukraine. Huh. I thought he was going to end the war.
Immediately, if not sooner.
A summer offensive. President Trump said earlier it'll become clear in the next week whether Russia wants to end the war. Moscow's foreign minister said tonight it's proposing new peace talks with Ukraine next week in Istanbul. We'll hear more shortly about President Zelensky's visit to Germany. But first, our correspondent Yogi Tillemaier has been on Ukraine's eastern front line with camera operator Sanjay Ganguly and producer Imogen Anderson. They sent this report.
The aftermath of Russia's vicious onslaught over the past few days is visible across Ukraine, but especially here in towns just behind the front lines. This is Rudinsky, north of the embattled city of Pokrovsk. A glide bomb ripped through the town's main administrative building and 3 apartment blocks. From the edges, we can hear artillery fire and outgoing gunfire from Ukrainian soldiers shooting at drones.
Just in the past 2-3 weeks, things have changed on this front. The most significant advance that Russia has possibly made since the start of January. Many believe this is the start of the summer offensive to take.
We hear a Russian drone and then another one making impact. We run to the closest cover, a tree. Above us, the drone continues to hover. The terrifying whirring sound of what's become the deadliest weapon of this war.
Stay or come? Come.
Have you seen too many journalists running from bombs and drones and things in the last couple of years? It's a horrifying trend that seems to be going global right now. It's never been less safe to be a journalist on this planet.
We've just run to safety inside a house here in Rudinsky. We actually saw a drone that was moving at really high speed, and we can still hear gunshot sounds, potentially drones being shot down. You can really see and feel the Russian advance here in the Donetsk region. It's changed, I would say, just in the past 2-3 weeks that we have been here.
This is what it's like every minute for soldiers fighting this war. About half an hour later, when it's safe to leave, we speed out. By the side of the road, what is likely a downed drone. In a town further away from the front line, we see a row of homes destroyed by a missile overnight. Biletsky is now increasingly being hit, its residents exhausted. Alexander now forced to decide whether to stay or leave. I wish it would stop. No one needs this war. I've had enough, he says. But the diplomatic momentum to get the war to stop seems to have hit a dead end.
Yeah, it certainly has. You don't see Ukraine seeing proper peace till China is resolved. Yeah. Gotta know Poland is freaking. Well, yeah, they have historical reasons to be freaking out, as well as current, developments and words being said. Basically, yeah, there's a lot of reasons for Poland to be concerned. Fact is Russia has wanted Poland since World War II. There's this, I know we talk about the Nazi invasion. Well, not we, but just mean like as humanity. We don't really talk too much about World War II around here. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody remembers World War II, but Russia and Germany invaded Poland pretty much simultaneously in a sort of pincer movement back in what year was that? I can't remember now. My brain's broken. I think it was 39. Whatever. I'm not going to try and make a guess right now. My brain is just mush. Okay. Let's go here to the Times from yesterday. Donald Trump gives Putin an ultimatum over Ukraine peace deal. An ultimatum, you say? Fascinating. How the tides have shifted. Turned. The sands shift. The tides turn. Whatever. I need a phrase book over here, for the love of God.
Do you believe the Russians are being disrespectful when they say that your criticisms of Putin are simply an emotional response? And do you still believe that Putin actually wants to end the war?
I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, we're going to find out very soon. We're going to find out whether or not he's tapping us along or not. And if he is, we'll respond a little bit differently. But it'll take about a week and a half, 2 weeks. We have Mr. Witkoff is here, who's doing a phenomenal job, is dealing with them very strongly right now. They seem to want to do something, but until the document is signed, I can't tell you. Nobody can. I can say this. That
Steve Witkoff has been an incredibly important. Was it 39? I wanted to say 39, but I couldn't remember if it was 39 or 40. It's just fascinating how we have two real estate moguls at the center of our government right now. Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump. And Steve Witkoff has had an incredibly central role to all of our foreign policy. Almost more so than Marco Rubio.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
I'm very disappointed at what happened a couple of nights now where people were killed in the middle of what you would call a negotiation. I'm very disappointed by that. Very, very disappointed. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said yesterday that Putin is playing with fire. What will be the consequences for Russia if Russia continues
Well,
to
I'm not going to tell you exactly.
I'm not going to tell you.
The words speak pretty loud.
Loud words.
We're not happy about that situation. I think we're doing very well with Iran. I think we're doing very well with Gaza. But we are doing very well.
Give me a joke.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
We're doing very well with Gaza. Actually, it's going great. I don't know if you've seen Gaza lately, but it's actually really good.
But there we go. I guess that counts as an ultimatum.
If Putin is just tapping us along, we will respond. But I can't tell you what that's going to be. But it could be bad for Putin. My old best friend. I don't know why he's being such a jerk. We used to text each other sweet nothings at night, and now he's like saying nasty things about me. I don't get it. I don't get it. You're gonna be kicked out of the club.
Some people don't read history in Trump's case. It's because he's illiterate. Yeah. He doesn't seem to have a real strong understanding of history. Or of the current moment, really, honestly, or of anything. Even things that he claims to know the most about, like the economy. Yeah, what does Donald Trump know? I wish we could quantify what exactly he knows. It's not clear to me. It's not a long list. All right, let's go to Asia, because we've got some stuff to talk about there. Starting with Vietnam. Now, if you missed it, you get a second chance today to check this one out. Emmanuel Macron of France made a trip to Southeastern Asia, the Indo-Pacific, in an attempt to shore up trade relationships with countries like Vietnam, where he made his first stop in the region. This is from Monday.
Xin trân trọng kính mời Bộ trưởng Bộ Nông nghiệp và Môi trường Việt Nam.
It is indeed a new page being written between our two countries and in all of these different areas. Economic, scientific, technological, industrial, military, strategic. A desire to write an even more ambitious chapter in the relationship between Vietnam and France, between ASEAN and the European Union, who also mentioned this when, in the South China Sea, that we share the same desire to defend international maritime law, in particular the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. France has constantly reiterated this commitment of freedom, of sovereignty, which is at the heart of our Indo-Pacific strategy. It is also at the heart of the centrality role that we acknowledge in ASEAN. Yes, indeed. Now, this really isn't the main focus of this discussion in Vietnam. No, I honestly am using this as an opportunity for this hilarious next video. Prepare yourselves, those of you who missed it. While Emmanuel and his wife Brigitte were leaving the plane in Vietnam, this happened. Hi. Oh, bonjour. Bonjour, man. Not awkward at all. I love how the door opens him up to him getting just smushed in the face by Brigitte. I wonder what he did. What do you think he said? or did. I still don't know what happened and why Brigitte was so upset that she would smush him in the face. Maybe it's just how they are, you know? Maybe in behind closed doors, they're just sort of beating each other up all the time. It's hard to say. But it was such an incredible moment, I'm not gonna lie. Hi, hello. Salut. Comment ça va? Très bien. Sacre bleu. Mon visage. And then it's as if nothing happens. I love how they try and play it off. Perfect unity, each step taken together. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Ça va, d'accord. Rien and de rien. Nothing to see here. Oh my god. Maybe I'm picking on him too much. I'm still mad at him for not picking, oh god, what was her name? And/or his name. There were two good options that he could have picked for the head of the assembly in French, in the French assembly. And he instead picked a freaking right-wing sort of, or center-right sort of idiot to head up the assembly in complete contravention of the snap election's election results. So I'm still pretty salty at Emmanuel. Good French pronunciation, thank you. Well, I did take Française all the way up to, you know, AP French. Okay. All right. Let's talk quickly about AI again in China. Figured since we've been talking a lot of AI, I'd split up a little bit of it since we had so much to talk about today. Exactly, Sammy. He was supposed to pick someone from the left coalition. He did not do that. After the the NFP, right? What was the name of the coalition? NFP? I wanted to say NDP, but that's Canada. NFP, Nouvelle Front Populaire. I can't remember. I think it's that. But yeah, the coalition won the election, the snap election that he called. He didn't even, the election didn't even have to happen, but he was like, we need to do a snap election here. And then he lost that election and instead just sort of ignored it.
How rude.
Okay, let's go here. Wall Street Journal. This company is China's main bet against TSMC and Samsung. Let's go here.
In the tech war between the US and China, Beijing lags behind on cutting-edge semiconductors, the chips that power everything from smartphones to artificial intelligence.
The barrier to entry is really high because of the cost involved, the concentration in the industry, and also the technical know-how.
Beijing's largest chip maker, Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, or SMIC, plays a key role in China's push for chip self-sufficiency, but faces significant geopolitical challenges. In 2020, citing national security concerns, the US imposed export restrictions on the company, cutting off access to vital equipment needed to produce the most advanced chips, and impacting its ability to close the gap with its larger rivals. But US efforts to keep the company in check appear to have had the opposite effect.
There is a growing awareness in Washington that there is an unintended consequence to the export controls. And this unintended consequence has been that China's been galvanized to create its own self-sufficient semiconductor industry.
Immediately, if not sooner.
SMIC was founded in 2000 by Richard Chang, a Taiwanese American and a veteran of the chip industry. After studying in the US, Chang worked for American semiconductor giant Texas Instruments. Later, he returned to Taiwan, where he founded Shida Semiconductor, which he then sold to Taiwan's TSMC, the world's most valuable semiconductor company. Chang then went to China, where he started SMIC.
This guy is
Fast
busy.
forward to today, it's actually become quite a juggernaut in the space. It's a decent chip foundry, but in terms of the ability to make advanced chips, it's been very constrained. US export controls have made it really, really difficult or impossible to buy the same sort of chip-making equipment that allows them to make advanced chips at scale, in bulk, and at a low cost.
Despite these difficulties, analysts believe SMIC is producing chips that can rival those produced by advanced factories in the US and Taiwan, including 7nm chips like those found in Huawei phones last year.
Many people expected SMIC to be unable to make these chips, at least unable to make them in the quantities Huawei needed to sell like a high-end smartphone.
The speed of a chip is determined by how many transistors it contains. The smaller the transistors, which are measured in nanometers, the more can be packed onto a chip, making it more powerful.
An industry teardown revealed that SMIC was the maker of these powerful chips that powered or enabled the smartphone to offer the intelligent capability that it did. So that was really a wake-up call for Washington.
However, SMIC still lags behind, with its two biggest rivals, Taiwan's.
That's my bad. How bad was the volume, Sticks? I know it is low. You're right. That's my bad. I was busy talking in French and reading subtitles to notice that volume was a little low. I really don't want to go back. Are we good here? I can recap for everyone. This one guy from Taiwan came to the United States, worked for Texas Instruments. After working for Texas Instruments, came back to Taiwan, worked for, created a company in Taiwan, then sold that company to TSMC, a Taiwanese chip manufacturer, which also has manufacturing plants in the United States, thanks to the CHIPS Act, actually, and then moved to mainland China and built another company. Like I was saying, this dude fucking busy. I mean, my God, and created SMIC, which is now creating pretty powerful AI compute technology, more very advanced chips there. Is that good enough of nutshelling for you? Hopefully.
TSMC and South Korea's Samsung aiming to produce even more advanced chips.
TSMC and Samsung are now moving on to make 5 nanometer and 3 nanometer chips. SMIC is only at the point where they're making 7 nanometer chips, but in much smaller quantities and not the commercial quantities that China really needs.
But analysts believe that Beijing's ramp up in production, a drive to produce chips locally, and major government investments will help China catch up.
The last installment of the National Integrated Circuit Fund was $48 billion. And that's money that's pumped in to grow the ecosystem, such as funding talent development programs, funding startups in the space, startups that are working on areas not just chip design, but chip production. There are also startups that are working on making semiconductor manufacturing equipment that China is blocked out from. So all that money is going in, and it's helping to build a whole ecosystem domestically that China can tap into in the future when it comes to semiconductors and chips.
In addition, local companies are also waking up to the need for China to be more self-reliant.
A lot of Chinese...
Wow. Yeah, well, it looks like some of the United States' strategies here as it relates to trying to block China from getting things like NVIDIA's technology and other chip makers' technologies are sort of backfiring. Now, of course, we're talking about CPUs and not GPUs, if I'm not mistaken, but it's still, this is, it's having an unintended effect. China is deciding to become more self-reliant and do whatever they can to produce these back in their country rather than trying to buy them from abroad, from the United States. With Donald Trump ramping things up, I think that's making things very readily apparent to to Chinese business people, manufacturers, the government, whomever is making the decisions. All right, let's go quickly here. In the wake of the United States announcing its decision to block all Chinese students from coming to the country, China's foreign ministry had a briefing. Here's the AP from yesterday. Where does this briefing start? It's not at the beginning. Just a bunch of journalist nerds on their cell phones and computers. Where does she come out? There we are. Yeah. Oh, I can't remember. Do they have? Yeah. From the media, good afternoon. Welcome to today's press conference. Now the floor is open for questions. CCTV, the third China-Pacific Island countries foreign ministers meeting was held yesterday. And can you brief us on the meeting and its outcomes, and how does China view the development prospect of its relationship with PICs? Yesterday, Foreign Minister Wang Yi co-chaired the third China PIC's foreign ministers meeting with President and Foreign Minister of Kiribati. This year marks the 50th anniversary of diplomatic ties between China and Kiribati. And oh, I'm sorry, I just realized this is not the part that I wanted. This is my bad. I gotta get I'm fairly certain that she responded to what is going on, if I recall correctly. God damn it, where was it? This is too long for me to try. I should have remembered where that was. Oh my god. God damn it. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. I think it's here.
Or those that are studying in so-called critical.
I think it's here. Decision. Oh, this. I think it's slightly ahead of it now. God damn it. Come on. Be better. Go back. No, yeah, this is it. Please hold. Shut up. No. Thank you. Regarding the question, regarding a decision to aggressively revoke visas of Chinese with communist or those that are studying in so-called critical fields. So in relation to, given that it is the most prominent story of the moment in terms of the United States, China's comment on this sorting and how might this overall climate, especially as we are looking towards further talks, could this, thank you. That wasn't quite a full translation. The U.S. unreasonable decision to revoke the visas of Chinese students under the pretext of ideology and national security seriously harms the lawful rise of interests of Chinese students and disrupts cultural exchange between U.S. China firmly rejects this and has large protests with the U.S. side. Such a politicized and discriminatory move, the U.S. lies that it upholds so-called freedom and openness, it further undermines its image in the world. Yeah, it does undermine our image as a supposed bastion of free speech, among other things that we're always claiming. Oh shit, Bad Lefty just took #1. Wow. Moanoa ousted. That's what happens when you go to bed, I suppose. You lose the crown and somebody else takes it from you.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
Okay, and now, now this. Back to AI chip talk. This is from 2 days ago. I guess I probably put these in the wrong order. I don't know how I did this. I actually meant for this to be before this. Whatever, I'm a fucking idiot, and I'm tired. Okay, here is Reuters. Apparently, NVIDIA is perhaps reading the room right now, seeing the movements of people like SMIC.
NVIDIA will launch a new
and please shut up. Seeing movements from companies like SMIC and the attempts to create its own AI chip and GPU industry in China. NVIDIA is trying to find new ways to circumvent U.S. trade restrictions and has apparently created new GPUs which would not fall under the current restrictions for export to China.
NVIDIA will launch a new and cheaper AI chip for China to avoid US export restrictions. That's according to Reuters sources. They say mass production of the new silicon will begin as early as June. The current H20 chip was effectively banned for sale to China in April. Washington wants to slow the country's development of AI and other technologies. The new product will reportedly use conventional memory instead of the so-called high-bandwidth memory used by some advanced chips. It's expected to be priced at up to $8,000 per unit, well down on the $10,000 to $12,000 for the H20. An Nvidia spokesperson would only say that the company is still evaluating its options. The sources say an earlier plan to produce a downgraded version of the H20 didn't work out. Nvidia boss Jensen Huang says the firm's market share in China has plunged from 95% before export curbs kicked in to 50% now. He warned that if restrictions stay in place, more customers will buy chips from Chinese rival Huawei. On Monday, Huang told the Stratocherry podcast that Nvidia had been forced to walk away from $15 billion in sales. It has also written off more than $5 billion in inventory.
Okay. Now, now I do feel like when the Trump administration hears this, they're just going to add more restrictions. I could be wrong. But, you know, if they do that, they're just going to be hurting themselves because, of course, NVIDIA is listed on the U.S. stock market. I think it's the NASDAQ. They're it's like a $2 trillion company. They've already, well, they used to be. They've lost a great deal of value since the Trump trade war started. But that would genuinely affect the stock market negatively if they were to do such a thing. Okay. How much do we got left here? Oh, we are running out of stories fast. Only got like 4 left. Let's do our last China-based story. Hong Kong. Here's Reuters from yesterday. As Shein, the online retail giant from China, is looking to list its company on the Hong Kong I think it's called the Hang Seng stock market. I can't remember the name of it, honestly. I think I'm right. Let's go here.
Shein is working towards a listing in Hong Kong after failing to get approval from Chinese regulators for its proposed IPO in London. That's according to 3 sources. One source said the China-founded online retailer aims to file a draft prospectus with Hong Kong's stock exchange in the coming weeks. The others added Shein plans to go public within the year. In March, Shein secured approval from British regulators for its London IPO and expected to get a green light from Chinese authorities. But a source said the fast fashion giant has seen an unexpected delay and limited communication from the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Shein and the watchdog did not immediately respond to a Reuters request for comment. The firm had originally pursued a listing in New York to access a wide pool of large Western investors. It aimed for legitimacy as a global rather than a Chinese company. A separate source said the London IPO was complicated by allegations of cotton use from China's Xinjiang region. Shein says it has a zero-tolerance policy for forced labour and child labour in its supply chain. But such claims could have risked embarrassment for Beijing, according to the source.
There you go. Now, I'm not sure why Shein is going for Hong Kong rather than China's mainland stock exchange. I do think it may have at least something to do with the hope that maybe Hong Kong will have more favorable treatment than mainland China. Hard to say.
I have to have my China.
Hard to say. I'm just trying to read the tea leaves over here. You can call me Sybil Trelawney. Stream Lady Sybil. Okay, now let's go to South Korea and talk about an ever-widening Gen Z divide along gender lines, which is reshaping democracy. Although it's not just happening there, apparently. Here's Reuters from yesterday on all of that. Boop. Whoa. Ahem. Go web go.
In democracies worldwide, a political gender war is intensifying among Gen Z voters. Recent elections in North America, Europe, and Asia have seen more young men in their 20s break to the right, while more young women lean left.
Guys.
It's a departure from the days when young people of both genders voted progressive, and recent polling shows the same may happen in South Korea's upcoming presidential election. Young women are expected to lead a broad political backlash after months of chaos from the conservative People Power Party, whose former president Yoon Suk-yeol was impeached after a botched attempt to impose martial law in December. More of the country's young men are expected to swing right. One such voter is first-timer Lee Jung-min. He told Reuters that while he's confused by South Korea's political polarization, he will vote for the right-wing Reform Party's candidate Lee Jun-suk on June 3rd. The candidate has vowed to shut down the Ministry of Gender Equality, speaking to an issue that resonates with men like Lee, who resent mandatory military service.
What makes me angry about the society is the fact that only men are required to serve in the military. As a young man, I find this to be one of the most unfair realities of living in Korea.
Jesus Christ, buddy. It's not like you're fighting any actual wars. Jesus Christ. Korean men's rights activists. How great.
At the prime of their youth, at 21 or 22 years old, young men, unlike their female peers, are unable to fully engage in various activities in society because they have to serve 18 months in the military.
A year and a half.
In total, over half of South Korean young men are
It's not
expected to
fair.
back right-wing parties, according to a Gallup Korea poll in May. The same polling shows that the number of women aged 18 to 29 who will swing toward the left-wing Democratic Party has jumped from 30% in 2022 to almost half. In South Korea and other democracies, Gen Z men are seeing an erosion of their relative advantage, especially since the pandemic. In the UK, where more young men are leaning conservative, males aged 16 to 24 are now less likely to be employed or pursuing education than their female counterparts, according to official data. In some countries, the gender pay gap among 20-somethings now slightly favors young women. EU data shows one of them is France, where men aged 18 to 34 voted in larger numbers for Marine Le Pen's far-right party than women in 2024's legislative elections. Daryl Bricker is the global chief executive of public affairs at polling firm Ipsos.
We're seeing issues with things like, for example, an ability to actually start families and buy homes and do all of those things that probably their parents and their grandparents were able to do quite easily and thrive on.
The Gen Z divide runs especially deep in South Korea.
In 2022, all of a sudden, we saw the huge divergence among young voters, young men increasingly voting for the Conservative Party.
Political economist Soo-hyun Lee of King's College London says young men are angry because they feel squeezed by competitive job markets and rising property costs, making the prospect of supporting a family daunting. And many blame feminism, believing young women are preferred for jobs.
It's all feminism's fault. We've got to do something about men. And the fact is we're in something of a transitional period, especially, you know, like, as things have, at least things were progressing at one point. It feels like we're kind of going backwards, but, you know, it was easier, I think, for men to understand you know, the importance of women's rights, of feminism, when they were doing better economically. And it seems like now that things aren't going as well, like, they just seem to be taking a hard right turn, and it is genuinely disturbing to me. It really is troubling. I'm not sure if that's the entirety of it, but, you know, something has to be done about the young men. I don't know what to do. 'Cause I'm becoming less young every goddamn day. You know, I'm in my fucking 10,030s right now. No longer a young whippersnapper. Oh, you young whippersnappers out there, you gotta figure it out. Okay. Wait, what? Why is this here? God damn it. This is the second time this has happened in the Asian news portion. What's going on with my brain? I don't understand. This is totally to the west. This is not how I do things. This is not right. Come on. Come on! Alright, we're going back to Hong Kong. I'm sorry. But that's what we're doing. TRT World from yesterday. Second to last video. Great job, everyone, for making it this far. Hong Kong is offering help to international students in the United States. In the United States amid a Harvard ban. It's hilarious. We are going, well, by we, I mean Donald Trump is going to fucking ruin this country and is going to get people to go other places. I guess that's what he wants. I feel like it's gonna be kind of lonely around here when everyone fucking leaves. Thankfully we have the space station. But yeah, you know, Canada's doing it, now Hong Kong's doing it too. Hey, you don't like being repressed in the United States? Come to Hong Kong.
A leafy campus home to generations of prestigious scholars. This isn't Harvard. This is Hong Kong University. City authorities want to draw top caliber students away from the Ivy League after Donald Trump tried to prevent foreign students from studying at Harvard.
I want this message to go out to any students who face discriminated and unfair treatment in the US, so that they know that Hong Kong's doors are wide open to them to come to study in the universities of Hong Kong.
Foreign students often find themselves miles from home and pay handsomely for the privilege of studying at an American university, contributing almost $44 billion to the US economy. Sean is a student at Hong Kong University and says that he, like many other students here, ruled out going to the US for graduate study.
I don't want to just feel like yesterday I was like welcoming by like this country, and the next day, like in the morning when I wake up, I saw the news and they said, okay, suddenly we release a new policy and we go against international students, and now you are not like welcome anymore. Please get out of our country as soon as possible, which will be a nightmare to me.
Staying closer to home is no longer considered second rate.
If talented foreign students no longer feel welcome at prestigious American universities such as Harvard, institutions like this one could fill the gap. HKU is one of Asia's best universities, and Harvard's loss could be Hong Kong's gain.
Hong Kong is now considering increasing its quota of international students, despite having already doubled it earlier this year to 40% of the student body.
This is a place that accepts international students. We're very cosmopolitan. Only a third of Hong Kong University students are local students. So this is a place that wants international students, wants them to come here, and also provides a pathway after university for them to stay here and become part of Hong Kong.
Yeah, Hong Kong opening its doors to international students who no longer feel welcome in the United States. And you know, Hong Kong is a very multicultural place. There's a lot of industries there, lots of opportunities, and well, at least to some degree. And this is going to, yeah, you know, give people a different option amidst Donald Trump's attack on anyone who isn't white, native-born, non-dreamer. I feel like there's a lot of qualifiers for me to stick in here now. Alright, final story. In Japan. This one was intended to sort of be, I don't know if it's a pick-me-up, but it's... whatever. Let's go here.
This piano was once silenced on that day, 80 years ago, in Hiroshima. The instrument belonged to Kawamoto Akiko, who lost her life at the age of 19. Inspired by her story, a renowned German playwright created a theater piece.
I think there are many Akikos in the world right now. We have to find ways to not fall into forgetfulness again and then create a different future.
Visiting Hiroshima for a performance, Florian Goldberg touches Akiko's piano for the first time. This piano had been with Akiko since childhood, and playing it was her joy. But in August 1945, she passed away the day after the blast. Her beloved piano was damaged, but survived. Prior to the show, Goldberg had something he really wanted to see. Akiko's diaries. Early entries show a bright girl, fond of her family and her piano. But as the war progresses, her tone shifts.
February 17th. On the 7 o'clock news, they said that Singapore has fallen. I jumped for joy. I thanked our soldiers.
Goldberg decides to write a few lines inspired by Akiko's words. He incorporates them in the performance.
子供たちに忍び寄る洗脳。彼女は熱心で勤勉で言われたことを信じていた。あの時代の子供なら当たり前のこと。今もそうだろうか。私はただ運が良かっただけなのかもしれない。運よく民主主義の社会に生まれただけ。
And now, Akiko's piano is silenced no more.
Teenagers or children who are dying because of the bad choices their governments made. And so the question for us is, what can we do to prevent that?
All right, there we go, people. That is the end of all of the content. Like I said, hard to call that one a pick-me-up, but I do feel like it was a good way to end the stream amidst everything that's been going on. Hey, please shut the fuck up. I just felt like it was a good way for us to end the stream. An attempt through art and music, incorporating history, to reflect on the past and perhaps heal and grow in the wake of tragedy. This moment felt apropos. Well, we got through another stream, chat. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Medi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Daredevil, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right, all of these people here have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.